If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. And let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the video.
Y'all, man, 2 cents be on point. Shit, she be on point, bro.
Appreciate it.
Long,
Appreciate
for real.
it.
She talking facts. Like, you the first one to say it.
Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jay, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing whatever we want to, because this is a Christmas Eve edition of the 2 Cents Boxing Live show. I just want to start off by saying happy holidays to everybody in the chat, all the 2 centers, all the people that help support the channel, whether it's punching that like and subscribe button, whether it's letting me know and dropping it below your 2 cents, or clicking that link and hopping on the panel, and whether it's just shooting me a cash app or dropping a super chat. Be sure to help support the channel. Be sure to support the channel throughout today's live stream. It is the holidays. Spread a little holiday cheer. How is everybody doing today? Does everybody had a Christmas shopping done? Listen, I did all of my Christmas shopping in 2 days. I ain't ordered nothing off Amazon, nothing. I did it old school, in the store, in the lines, picking out gifts the old school way. I had a good time though. I had a good time. I hope everybody enjoys their gifts. If not, oh well. If anybody know what they could get me for Christmas, I love darts. So that is one of my hobbies, playing darts. I love to play darts. Um, that's pretty much it. I don't really have a lot of things on my Christmas list, to be honest with y'all. Let's see who we got in the building. We got All Things in the building. What up, All Things? We got Todd Drakeford in the building. We got Terrell W. He said 2-6 boxes. Good afternoon, Queen. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you too. Fight Game in the building. What up, Fight Game? Band-Aid in the building. What's going on, Band Up? Happy holidays. We got Ak Busy in the building. So what do y'all want to talk about? Cal Cooley, what's going on? Supreme Cam in the building. What's on y'all mind this Christmas Eve? PGH Big Dog in the building. What's going on? What is going on? I just want some people to pull up. If y'all wondering why my intro is so long, it's because I want people to be able to pull up, start chit-chatting in the chat, say what's up to each other. So when I hop on here, we could just, join in on the conversation. So let's start off. Let's go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room. Oh, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. And look, I'm opening up the panel early today. We just gonna chit chat on here, man. It's just a little conversation I want to have. I'm on vacation. Really, what I should be doing is, damn, hold on, my other computer just cut off. I think my battery died. Really, what I should be doing is cooking and cleaning up, my wifely duties. But I take a little time out to hop on here, speak to the two centers. Supreme Cam say, why is it the narrative that only Turkey making the biggest fights? I don't know. It's like, I don't know, man. We're going to get into that. Like, what big fights have Turkey made? The Usyk Fury fight? The Bivol Beterbiev fight? Them fights probably wouldn't have even got made in America anyway. Y'all feel what I'm saying? None of them are American fighters. And I think it's weird, like, you got somebody coming into the business with all of this money, and then you got the promoters going over there joining them, and then you got one promoter that's not joining them for whatever reason, whether they got their own money, whether they falling apart for whatever reason. But you can't compete with somebody that's willing to lose money. I can't compete with a company that's willing to lose tens of millions of dollars. Like, you can't do that. You feel what I'm saying? So it's really no comparison. Like, you can't compare. You can't really compare. And I don't know. Like, it's like somebody here in America still has to do boxing. Somebody here in America still has to throw fights. Because from my understanding, Turkey's not going to do any more fights in America. I don't know how true that is. I'm just saying that's what I've heard. And so far, we haven't seen him do another fight in America. Or am I tripping? And a lot of people like, oh, y'all just PBC fanboys and this and that. And it's not even really about that. It's not about the PBC. I'm talking about Top Rank, everybody, like, because Eddie Hearn even said himself, he's having an issue putting on his own cards because all his fighters want to fight on Riyadh season cards. So it's kind of like causing a conflict of interest. So if all your fighters, and don't get me started, we got to talk about Eddie Hearn too. Eddie Hearn, let's switch gears here for a second. And give me y'all 2 cents about this, because I've been thinking about this. Is Eddie Hearn a good promoter, y'all? Let me know and drop it below y'all 2 cents. Do y'all think, and let me pin this link to the top of the chat. Do y'all think Eddie Hearn is a good promoter? I didn't really want to start off with this. I wanted to start off. Give me a second, y'all, real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back. So let's stick to one topic because I'll be all over the place today because I'm just random and talking. So, but that was the first thing. Why I like the whole turkey thing and you better get with turkey. You better sound like it seems to be an obsession with Tank Davis going to work with Turkey. It seems like a lot of people want Tank to go work with Turkey, and a lot of people want, oh, he better go get that money from Turkey. And I'm like, I don't understand. I haven't heard Tank mentioning going to work with Turkey. He said he just about to retire. I just wish PBC would be a little bit more transparent, kind of say what's going on. I feel like Espinoza came out and said, hey, give us a year or two before we have everything all together. And that's just what I'm going with. They rebuilding, they with a new network, all of these things going on. I mean, it'll be different if they was able to go and have somebody come in with quote unquote unlimited amount of money. But you don't know if these fighters are giving up these rights to these fights and this and that, because after these fights, these fighters are still able to get paid off of their fights. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of that. So everybody's saying, oh, go get this flat fee. You don't know, like, if they giving up some type of royalties or something. I wish I could get somebody on my channel that can kind of explain, you know, how it works. Like, I would love to interview Leonard Ellaby and just have him come on here and just explain a little bit and talk about the business. We don't got to talk about no BS. Or maybe Espinoza come on here and let me ask him a couple questions about the business, because a lot of people like, I don't care about their pockets. I'm very interested in the business of boxing. It's a lot of moving parts. It's a very interesting business to be involved in. It's so many different ways to make money. It's insane. So what I don't think people are understanding is like, what are these fighters giving up to take these flat fees, to go overseas and take these flat fees? And I've also heard that the money ain't really what they saying it is. All of these things, I don't know how true it is. I'm not saying it is true. I don't know. So switching gears to Eddie Hearn. Now on this last card, Eddie Hearn had 2 fighters on the card that lost yet again. And I'm really starting to wonder, what exactly is Eddie Hearn's role? Like, is he the fighter that is he the promoter that people go to when they fight or need a win? You feel what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, Eddie Hearn, how are all your fighters losing, bro? And then people are back there, oh, that's because he putting his fighters in tough fights. He putting his fighters in 50-50 fights. He's obviously not putting his fighters in 50-50 fights because they're losing. Hold on, give me a second. My bad, I got a phone call. And I swear to God, y'all, nobody calls me all day until I'm on live. I think I'm joking. I could put my phone log in the camera. You see, nobody calling me except the times I'm on live. But like I was saying, like, they should change the Matchroom name to Feeder Promotions, because it seemed like Eddie Hearn just keep feeding his fighters, and they keep losing. Like, could y'all imagine? Take away Eddie Hearn and put Al Heyman right there. Imagine Al Heyman fighters having 14 fighters lose. You know what I'm saying? Imagine Al Heyman fighters losing and losing. Shout out to Dr. Wong with the $5 in the super. He says, hello, 2 Cents Boxing, happy holidays. Can we take a selfie? I need to show Shanna what I want for Christmas. Shout out to Dr. Unfortunately, I'm off the market. Let's see what y'all saying in the comments. B-Dog say Eddie is good at the action of verbally promoting his fighters. He's always in front of the camera and doing leg work. How is he good though? That's not good. Because if you ask me, he's really ruining Jerron Boots in his image. You know what I'm saying? With all that talking he doing and this and that, like he really ruining his image because you saying you doing this, you saying you doing that, and nobody is really focusing on the promoter, Eddie Hearn. Everybody acting like Boots is doing this himself. Y'all feel what I'm saying? I think people confuse that with being a good overall promoter. What they confuse, B-Dog? They claim Eddie and Turkey make the biggest fight, but Shakur over there and lined up to fight Kid Austin, then Zepeda, and Tank third on the list. That's big fights to them. They like people really been hyping up this Kid Austin fight. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm surprised that there's really no backlash for Shakur Stevenson fighting Kid Austin. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. He want to fight Kid Austin, cool. I want to see the fight. I don't have a problem with the fight. I'm not about to sit on here and bash and complain. That's who he fighting. I mean, I don't know what else y'all want me to say. Like, that's who he fighting. That's who he decided to fight. So it is what it is. That's the fight we about to see. Hold on, y'all. I need to plug in my computer. My battery about to die. And then Zepeda, like, I mean, I guess Zepeda's a good fight. I don't be understanding, like, the backlash and the scrutiny. It's a lot of things I don't understand right now. I don't understand the backlash. I don't understand the scrutiny. I don't understand the obsession of Tank going to work with Turkey. I don't understand the obsession with people wanting PBC to go out of business. I don't understand the obsession. Like, it's all weird to me. Y'all know what I'm saying? Supreme Cam say, how is the Cash Cow third on your list and you're the B-side? And I heard, I'm not going to say the name, but I heard an interview play with Shakur Stevenson saying how he made enough money and he don't need this and he don't need that. I don't know if that's an old interview or a new interview. Somebody let me know and drop it below if y'all know what I'm talking about. He says, nobody can make me believe they paid a combined $200 million to Usyk and Fury. Just doesn't sound feasible. But that's what I'm trying to say. If I'm a legit business, I'm not saying they're not legit. I'm just saying if I'm a legit business and I'm looking to make profit, I can't afford to pay $200 million to Usyk and Fury. How am I going to recoup that? And people want to say, oh, that fight was never made because they didn't want to make it and they was blocking the fight. I don't know if they was blocking the fight or nobody who got $200 million to pay Usyk and Fury, y'all. How is that money going to be recouped? Now, if you got $200 million, you willing to just piss in the wind, so to speak, then what? Then yeah. But the question is, what happens after all this promoter stuff is bought up and all these promoters is under one umbrella and they've been, you know what I'm saying? Then that's when I think we will see the control issues come into play. And the thing people don't realize, y'all got all these promoters and stuff under one umbrella. Competition is good for the market, y'all. Why you think monopolies are illegal in the United States? Competition is good for the market. And now you got these promoters with Turkey, and then you got Eddie Hearn saying, oh, I can't make my own cards because everybody want to fight on a Turkey card. Like, y'all going against, it seems like you're going against your own self-interest. But it is what it is. What I want to talk about real quick, the hottest topic on the internet for whatever reason, I'm just going to touch on it real quick because I think it's pointless to talk about with this whole Devin Haney and his girlfriend talking to Young Thug and this and that. And I just don't understand why niggas care so much. I don't get it. I don't get, and this is coming from a female perspective. I know my audience, a lot of my audience is male. I don't get this obsession that men have now with trying to tell other men what to do with women. That's really weird to me. Like this whole, even the whole Travis Hunter thing, like back in my day, back when I was growing up, I was born in the 1900s, so I'm a little old school. Back when I was growing up, men didn't really care about what other men had going on with their women. If they had a woman and she was doing this and doing that, maybe they partner might say something to him. If he don't do nothing about it, they just going about their business. But the constant berating and digging up stuff, and like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And from my understanding, the whole Devin Haney thing is an old video and they this and that and this and that. And I just don't think it's important. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Like, that shit not important. But I have seen a lot of content creators, the Devin Haney content creators, they like, oh, why are people talking about this and this, oh, and this and that. And then I'm like, y'all know why people talking about this. If this was Gervonta Tank Davis and that was his girl, y'all would be for sure all on top of this. So I'm really talking about this to point out the hypocrisy. Because when Tank Davis went to jail, y'all definitely was posting that mug shot up. So it just comes with the territory. It just comes with the territory. It is what it is. Like, let's not act like we don't know why people talking about it. But that's really all I want to say about that. Like, I don't care. I don't think that's that big of a deal. I mean, he got going on whatever he got going on. And I just think it's weird that men is so concerned about another man and his woman. I don't understand that. I ain't never seen no dudes caring so much. And this is not even just about the Devin Haney thing, even about the Travis Hunter thing. Like, that is crazy to me. Like, leave these people alone. I ain't never seen dudes act like this. Like, it's the last couple years, I've seen so many guys, in my opinion, basically telling men not to fool with women. Like, I don't understand what y'all saying. What's y'all point? Is women that are out there that are like this? Is women that are out there that are like this? Is women that are out there that are like this? Why don't you take some accountability on the woman you're choosing and stop trying to make it seem like and make a blanket across all women, like all women are like this, because no, they're not. Just like you can't make a blanket across all men are like this. No, they're not. What's wrong with the women you choosing? If you even like women. But that's another conversation. So anyway, that's the only point I was trying to make. Like, this whole thing with dudes, it's weird to me. It's weird. Like, I'm not gonna get too far into it because I don't want to offend nobody. But I'm pretty sure the women in the chat can understand what I'm talking about. And how come I be having all these women in my chat, but y'all never click the link? I'm gonna need some of y'all to start clicking the link. Y'all be having me up here by myself fighting for my life. Fighting for my life. So let me see. Let me drop the link again. I'm gonna read some of y'all comments, see what y'all talking about. But y'all leave Devin Haney alone with this. Like, that shit is unnecessary. Who cares? Like, seriously, who cares? Who gives a, like, I don't care. Like, we talking about boxing. We talking about boxing and business. Who cares? Calcula say, I got too many bills to pay to be worried about who somebody else dealing with. I don't even watch reality TV. I definitely watch reality TV. I used to. I haven't really watched no reality TV since 2020. Like, after the whole pandemic thing, I was like, man, I really don't got time to be watching these people act a fool on this Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Devin could turn this into a lucrative opportunity. Devin versus Thugger would do crazy numbers. Nah, hell no. He really shouldn't even entertain it. He should just ignore it. Says, I will never turn my back on women. Black women, never. Barbara D say, facts, 2 cents. Supreme Camp say, a lot of men didn't get that game growing up, so a lot of them feel like it's their job to help the next man out, and they just overdoing it. But this is the thing. They're not going to listen anyway. That's what I'm saying. Like, men don't, like, they're not going to listen anyway. But it's not even like, oh, let me give you some advice. No, they are overdoing it. They man, listen, they're messing these young guys up. Let them figure it out. Let them date whoever they want to date. I mean, of course, you can give them some advice, but y'all want to sit on a panel, on a podcast with OnlyFans models and argue with them about how they should carry themselves and be a wife. That ain't the crowd you should be talking to. They're not interested in that. Like, you get what I'm saying? It don't make no sense. It doesn't make sense. Why is this the group of women you chose to present and represent and speak on behalf of women? It's OnlyFans models. Come on, y'all. 2 cents. Can IG? You're right. I need to step up. There's a reason why. What's IG? I couldn't care less about nobody woman except mine. I do have a lot to say. Come on, Miss Barbara D. You need to go ahead and click that link. But anyway, so that's enough about that. My whole point is it ain't important. Whatever. Switching gears. Earl the Truth Spence Jr. It was a rumor out that Redman was going to be his trainer. And then the rumor came back out and got debunked that Breadman is not his trainer. And Earl still doesn't have a trainer. Crucial Content, what's going on? D1, what's up? So, and I think Earl still don't even have a fight date. So what is going on with Earl Spence? Anybody want to let me know down below what they think? I really hope Earl is not going to not get a trainer and fight this fight. I know that sounds crazy to say, but it's Earl Spence. I mean, Earl think he's Superman. But at least he's staying in shape while he's traveling. You know, he's finding a gym to go to. He's working out. He looks to be in shape. I hope he's doing well mentally. But honestly, the longer Earl stays out the ring, the less desire I have to see him fight. Because I'm like, bruh, it's not even like you finna come back and get you a tune-up and do it the right way. Earl not gonna do it the right way, y'all. He not gonna do it the right way. He gonna come back. He gonna step in the fire. He want a championship fight. He wanna fight Fundora. He wanna beat Fundora so he can win a belt for him and Terrence Crawford. Yeah, he wanna beat Fundora so he can win a belt for him and Terrence Crawford. But that's another conversation. So I just want Earl to get it together. I really wish he would have fought a tune-up so we could kind of see where he's at. But I mean, I guess he's gonna go out with a bang. And I think win or lose, he should retire. Because he's been out too long, man. Like, you just came off a long layoff, took a beating, go to another long layoff, and like, we think you're gonna come back and really just, you know what I'm saying, be 70% Earl, 75% Earl. You know, you're gonna come back and be 70. Like who will you be when you come back? New trainer, long layoff, new trainer, beating last fight. All odds stacked against Earl the Truth Spence Jr. right now. All odds stacked against Earl right now. Now, I will say, if there's anybody that could overcome those odds, I would have to go with Earl the Truth Spence Jr. because we've seen him overcome impossible odds before. Shout out to Boston Hacker for the $5 in the super chat. He said, I don't even know what's the big deal. Everyone has a past. Shit happens. As long as he's happy, that's what mattered. EJ wants another check. Shout out Boxing Hacker for the yeah. I mean, EJ probably do want another check. I mean, it is what it is. Listen, if the fight's in Dallas, I'm going to support. I'm going to watch. If he on his way out, I'm going to support him. I'm going to support him till he's done. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, if Earl Spence get beat by Fundora, I'm not going to be like, I told you he was a hype job. I told you the PBC was protect. Earl is done. Earl, like it's you don't need to do all of that. All fighters come to the end of their careers, and great fighters fight till they get beat. I mean, I don't understand. Earl Spence's greatness, give my 2 cents, was solidified when he came back and beat Danny Garcia 18 months off of that car crash. You know what I'm saying? His greatness was solidified. What y'all think? Because that's what I think. If he would have beat Terrence Crawford and became undisputed, that just would have been one of the greatest stories in boxing history. I was hoping he could pull it off. Shout out to Miss Barbara D in the super chat. All right, I got you, Miss Barbara D. Shout out Miss Barbara D with $10. And if anybody is interested in my email address, it's at 2 cents. It's 2 cents boxing 2, the number 2, 2 cents boxing 2 at gmail.com. Shout out to Miss Barbara D with the $10 in the super chat. Y'all be sure to help support the channel this holiday. Christmas Eve edition, 2 cents boxing talk. Supreme Cam say the past do matter though. He says, there goes my Christmas Eve boxing hacker. Hey, y'all gotta stop giving boxing hacker such a hard time. Y'all know boxing hacker done grew on y'all. I'm telling you, when boxing hacker first hit these streets, boxing hacker, I'm so glad you stood your ground. You never switched up on them. You always stayed who you were. And that's why I'm a fan of boxing hacker. Because y'all not going to change him. He going to think what he think. And he going to feel how he feel. And he going to stand on business and let you know how wrong he is. No, I'm just messing with you, boxing hacker. It says, if the past don't affect you, why it matter? Most people aren't dating virgins. Let's be real. I mean, nobody cares about that for real, boxing hacker. They just want to make content. And that's what I don't do. Like, I don't like I want to put out more content consistently, right? But sometimes I just be like, I'll record a video and it's not something that I necessarily really, really want to talk about. And I just be like, I'm not putting that out because, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not really what I want. It's, I just don't want to put out content like that where I'm just like, let me do a video because I said I was going to do a video a day. Like, I don't want to do that. So I'm working on, when I'm having ideas and thinking of stuff, making videos about it, because there are a lot of videos I should make that I don't make because I just be like, I don't know. You just got to get used to putting your thoughts on video as a content creator. Terrell say Errol is my favorite fighter, but he's really killing my interest. It's been almost 2 years. And it's not the fact that it's been almost 2 years, because we've never had issues with Earl taking long layoffs before. The issue, I think, is that you're older, you got a lot of wear and tear, your lifestyle, the loss you just took, and then now you sitting out this long time. Now you trying to get back in the ring with a video game character boxer that's look like somebody created him in creator mode. D1 say Earl not fighting SHIT. D1 said, okay, so we're going to talk about everything else other than what Devin has done in the past week. Doug T.O. and got his wife out here praising Thug boxing hacker. Y'all is something else. Well, D1, we already talked about the T.O. thing in my last live. So I didn't bring it up this live because we already broke that down. Look, go watch my last live. We was going back and forth with that. Rick Timms in the building. What up, Rick Timms? Zach say, if the past don't matter, why do you always bring it up? Oh, it only applies when you're bringing up the past. VA Money Group in the building. What up, VA Money Group? So that's what's going on with Earl. I mean, hopefully, hold on, what they say, Jay? Yeah, he's on my panel every time. He's all right with me. He knows that. See, Henderson, I just have my own opinion. You ain't gotta be a virgin, but my wife didn't used to be a corn hub star. That matters to me. You can go date an OF girl, but I got standards. I mean, we gotta stop acting like it's just that many OnlyFans girls out here. Or maybe there are. I don't know. I'm not. Look, I'm a grown woman. I'm not in my 20s, early 20s. You know what I'm saying? Rod Walker in the building. What up, Rod Walker? What up, Rod Walker? Hacker, you already know, bro. I appreciate you, and your side is more than needed for good lives. Y'all know Boxing Hacker. Y'all be just complaining when Boxing Hacker hop on the panel, but y'all can't wait to roast him in them comments. Y'all can't wait to roast Hacker in them comments. Everybody got like a love-hate relationship with Boxing Hacker. You see him come, you like, but you want to hear what crazy shit he about to say. You said, I was here, Jay. I'm always in your live. I just can't chat always. Oh, okay. Say, nah, Hacker, you go against everything, dude. Literally, if someone says the sky's blue, you'll find a way to state it's purple. Here, Boxing Hacker be like, nah, that's a false equivalence. Because blue is a lighter shade of purple. You'd be like, Boxing Hacker, cut it out. Cut it out. Says, you'd be surprised at 2 cents. I'm 25, and before I met my wife, that was getting that bag on OnlyFans. They was getting that bag on OnlyFans. Oh yeah, I ain't nowhere. You way young. Yeah, you way young. See, I was born in the 1900s. Let me drop this link. Oh, okay. Next thing. Tank Davis saying the fight is canceled. We talked a little bit about this because I broke the news on my live. Breaking news. But what is going on? Like, I hate when Tank does stuff like this. Really. This is one of the things that I dislike that Tank does. When he have a fight coming up, he either before back in the day, he would be getting into it with Mayweather. Now, who is he getting into it with? We don't even know. It's like a shadow person that he's arguing with. Some people saying it's the PBC. Some people saying he's having a little turmoil within his team. Nobody knows. But I made a video about this. Y'all go check out my video. And I'm going to sum it up, but I want y'all to go watch it. The whole premise of the video was like, it's one thing for Floyd Mayweather to be like, the fight canceled. But it's another thing for you to say your own fight is canceled and then just don't say nothing else. Then you delete the post. Like, come on, bro. Like, why are you doing that? Like, why are you creating this chaos and confusion? I don't like chaos and confusion. It's really irritating when things can be clear and when you can make things clear. Hey, my fight canceled due to this reason. Due to unforeseen. You could say my fight canceled due to unforeseen reasons or something. Anything. The fight effing canceled. That's what you say. And I don't like that's, as a Tank fan, that's the thing I don't like. The tantrums. Now, however, there could be some things going on behind the scenes that he may be trying to take care of behind the scenes, but they're not listening. So he feels as though he needs to go public. He feels as though he need to go public for them to get the point across that he's trying to make. You ever be talking to somebody and you like saying something nicely, or you trying to be polite, and then it's like they not getting it, so you kind of got to raise your voice a little bit, maybe say a few cuss words. I think that's what this may be. Maybe he raising his voice a little bit, saying a few cuss words. Hey, I'm about to retire. Y'all better get it together. The fight effing canceled. I ain't about to fight this fight if this don't happen. Either way, or is he doing it for attention, to market the fight, this and that? Either way, whatever reason he's doing it, he needs to say more versus leaving all this speculation. Because now again, it's the money. PBC going out of business. And I'm just like, why are we this far into a fight and we still talking about it's the money? Like, what is going on? And you can't help but wonder, like, seriously, you can't help but wonder, like, what's up? Like, what's going on? Like, seriously. You've been hearing all these rumblings, you've been hearing all these rumors, you've been hearing all these people talking, you kind of just be like, they always saying that. They always saying that. They always saying that. But then when you see the quote unquote face of boxing, the star fighter, and he throwing temper tantrums and complaining, you kind of like, what is going on? So I'm really at a point now where I'm just like, what is going on? Tank, why are you canceling the fight? Or why is the fight canceled? Or are you just going to say the fight canceled and then it's going to be a fight anyway? From my experience, no matter what Tank says or what's going on, we usually have the fight anyway. So I'm going to lean towards having the fight anyway, but I'm not about to run through hoops and jump through hoops in my mind like, oh, is it the money? Are they not paying them? Is PBC? Like, we've already been doing that. We've already been doing that. So I'm just going to sit back and see what happened. If they cancel the fight, it's time to start having a whole nother conversation. If this fight gets canceled, we're starting to have a whole nother conversation. And I'm like, Canelo having his fights, he ain't throwing a tantrum. Benavidez, you see him and Morrell doing their press conference, they having their fights, they ain't throwing a tantrum. So that makes me kind of be like, well, maybe it ain't PBC and no money. They got fight dates, they got fights coming up, they getting undercards done. Why is this stuff being so difficult for Tank to get done? Like, what is going on? Let me see what y'all saying in these comments. Y'all feel what I'm saying? What is going on? Said maybe he is talking about the future fight with Loma, but who knows? Yeah, Tank tripping on this one. He got the haters over here excited. Yeah, it's weird of Tank. Say facts, Jay. I hated seeing that. Tank trying to take a page out of Ryan book, and I hate it. I mean, what up, Supreme in the building? Supreme Al Sheik. I don't know what the hell. Says, I think it was Tank talking to PBC, telling them to get their shit together. You don't want to give me what I want to fight is fucking canceled. Did he not know he wasn't going to get what he wanted before he said he was going to make the fight? Says, I'm not really D1, man. I'm a true speaker. I'm just a true speaker. Oh, you a true speaker, Boxing Hacker? Let me tell you what Boxing Hacker would say if this was Devin Haney. And Devin Haney posted the fight as effing canceled. He would say, well, he didn't say which fight was canceled. We don't know if he was talking about his fight. He could have been talking about any fight. He could have been about to play Undisputed online later with one of his friends, and he just let him know on Instagram that the fight is canceled because he got to go do something else. That's the Boxing Hacker logic. He says, do you think it's financials 2 cents? I don't know what it is. I don't see anybody else having an issue with financials. Some people saying, oh, they can't pay Tank what they promised they was going to pay him. And I'm like, did Tank only find that out now? Did they pay him what they was going to promise him for the Frank Martin fight and they not doing it for this fight? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure out where they getting there from. He said, Boxing Hacker, you wouldn't know the truth if it slapped you in the face. Say the haters hoping it's the money. Why though? And that's the thing to me. Like, Tank is not getting what he said he was getting. He lied. Well, if they're just not able to pay him the money that they promised him, how did he lie? How did he lie if they can't pay him the money that they said they was gonna pay him? How did he lie? How did he lie? PBC ain't got no money, but we still getting David versus David. Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think Tank should just come to Turkey, true face of boxing. This is what I'm saying right here. What is the obsession with everybody wanting all these fighters to go run to Turkey? Oh, I want them to go over there so they can get paid. Okay. Why do y'all think they wasn't getting paid where they was at? And y'all think getting paid to fight lesser competition is going to help boxing. That's not going to help boxing. Supreme say Turkey on PBC ass. What you mean by that, Supreme? Look, I'm about to drop this link. Y'all finna have to come up here. I'm finna have to get up off of here now. I've been up here almost an hour talking to myself, talking by myself. Tank going through something mentally. Shout out VA Money Group. What up, VA Money Group? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
So my theory on Tank being frustrated with PBC or frustrated in general has got to do with the undercard, right? So there was rumors that Stanionis is going to fight like a Giasov or some guy like that, some no-name guy like that. I think Tank only wants to have, dogs on his undercard. I don't think Tank wants to have guys like Stanionis fighting, no names on his undercard, just so because what it's looking like now, it's looking like PBC is just trying to find a way to pay Stanionis and keep him busy. From my perspective, it's looking like I think Stanionis' fee is like $500,000 or something like that. So essentially, Tank Davis is paying Stanionis' fee. This just my So, and I don't think Tank likes that shit. Like I think Tank will pay Boo Boo, he'll pay Andrade, he'll pay Boots, he'll pay even the Charlos, no problem. But like stuff like Stanionis and stuff like that, I don't think he likes that. Like he wants get me some real dogs, some guys that are going to come in and fight and help.
So you know what I did? My D1. Hold on, let me get D1 his applause. We got D1 in the building. What's going on, D1?
What's up, Joe?
I'm gonna respond to VA and I'm gonna let you get your 2 cents off. Yesterday when I did my video, I titled it "Standing on Business." Of course, it was a question mark because I'm like, why is Tank doing this? And I said, just like I said earlier, maybe he's sending the message because whoever he's trying to get this message across to is not listening behind the scenes. And that theory you just had, that kind of verifies what I was saying. Like maybe he want to make sure his undercard is right. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he is stepping more into the role, making sure things is going kind of how he wants it to go. And I keep telling people they're not with Showtime anymore. They're with Amazon, who's never done boxing. So we don't know what trials and tribulations and things they have to go through before they figure out how to set up and how everything works. It's not Showtime. And obviously they got some kinks that they need to work out. You know what I'm saying? And we don't know how independently Tank is doing this. Like people say, oh, well, the press conference looked cheap. Well, you don't know if that Tank put that. You know what I'm saying? You don't know if that's Tank team doing that. Like it's GTD. He's not with TGT no more. I mean, Mayweather Promotions no more. TMT. He may be doing this himself as a, like putting this on type of thing. And so maybe that's why things look so different. Maybe that's why he like telling people like, hey, I got to get it together if the fight ain't happening, because we ain't heard no official announcement. We ain't heard nobody come out on Twitter and officially say the fight was over or nothing like that. My only is just, bruh, speak up. Say, man, the fight canceled because we ain't having no BS undercard. Say something instead of just all the speculation. Everybody gonna be making up stuff. You know what I'm saying? D1, what's up? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
What's up? What's up with you, Jay? And I think just to touch on something you said, I don't think it's Tank putting on the shows. I think it's literally them getting their together. Like all of last year, they put out what little bit they could. They were gearing up for this year, and 2025 is going to be PBC's year. They got so much big shit planned. This is fight promotion. That little vague message from Tank, he didn't like you just said, where's the details? It's just, it's just a vague statement. He could have been talking about any fight, whether we like it or not. It's fight promotion. The fight ain't canceled. The tickets are still for sale. It's corny as shit, and I hate it, but that's what it is. It's fight promotion. He didn't put on that press conference and shit. It looked a little janky because they were doing 2 press conferences for a fight they don't know if it's going to sell or not. So what you seen was cost being cut. You know what I mean? Nobody out there, no big names that normally come to the podium like Brian Custer and them. That's cost.
That's because
cutting.
they were with Showtime.
No, Brian Custer works for PBC now, and Steve. I know that's because they were with Showtime. Why he used to do the podiums, but he's with Steven Espinosa and Amazon Prime now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He did the last card, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But what you seen was them cutting costs because they were doing 2 press conferences for the price of one for a fight that, let's be honest, we don't know if it's going to sell. The original plan was Lomachenko, and that was going to be a humongous fight and probably touch close to $1 million. If I had to bet on it, I would say that Tank and Loma would do close to $1 million, if not $1 million.
If not $1 million, yeah, that's
I
true.
think Tank does them kind of numbers with any top competition, though.
Yeah, but they want him to go over to Turkey. Hold on, let me say this real quick. Happy holidays to everybody that has joined me in the chat. Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. And be sure to drop super chats or hit me in the Cash App. It's going to be scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Happy holidays to everybody. Thank you for joining me on my pop-up live Christmas Eve edition. But it's like everybody wants these big fights to happen with Turkey. Like, that's the sentiment that I'm getting. Oh, shout out to
they want the PBC to fold up and they want Tank to go with Turkey because they're haters. They never liked the PBC to begin with. This is all people playing games on YouTube. The loudest haters have, you know what I mean? They got the most shit to say. Yep. They've been haters from the jump.
Coach Eddie got
and
you
let me say this.
Hold on real quick. Let me get Coach Eddie's applause. Coach Eddie, what's going on? Got you on the panel. Happy holidays. I'm going to let VA respond.
Happy holidays.
I'm going to let VA Money respond, and then Boxing Hacker, I'm going to let you get your 2 cents. Go ahead, VA Money.
No, I just want to cut in and make a short statement. Like, you guys have to always keep in mind that when you're on social media is pretty much dominated by bot farms. Right, so a lot of the engagement you get on social media, and we have to admit that YouTube is also social media. A lot of this engagement, the comments and stuff, a lot of it is bots, or AI bots.
VA, let me ask you a question.
Facts.
2 questions. 1, do you have a YouTube channel?
I do not.
Okay. Because I thought you was somebody, but I ain't gonna say it. But anyway, my second question is: so the bots is commenting?
Oh yeah. Not on Twitter. There's more bots than anywhere.
No, I know Twitter has the bots, but
okay.
So YouTube, they commenting like they're on here saying stupid shit.
They'll have an argument with you.
That's crazy. I didn't think that was happening on YouTube like on Twitter.
Shit, I get 100 Twitter followers ripped from me daily by Twitter. I'll gain 100 followers and then Twitter takes them all. I don't
even get no bot followers. But Boxing Hacker, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, salute to everybody. Hey, so I'll say this, right? When it comes to this whole thing of people hating and they hate the PBC, remember one thing, right? When Bob Crawford had his fight with Madrimov, people criticized, the fight's not selling. It'll never sell. He can't sell. When Devin has fights, they'll be like, he can't sell nothing. They'll criticize.
And they don't.
But check it out. That's only opinions because we don't actually know numbers, right? So, yeah, and that's something we always have to point out. Like, if you're open to criticize others, expect your own fighter to get criticized as well.
Fact.
And don't call it hate because you're essentially doing the same thing when you criticize another fight promotion, right? Or another card.
It's not Boxing Hacker. It's not the criticism I have an issue with. It's the blatant misleading. Like you gotta admit, Boxing Hacker, some of this stuff, like I don't mind y'all got criticism in your opinion. That's the whole premise of my channel. But it's the blatant misleading people with the information that I have an issue with. Like, y'all know that shit don't make sense.
Well, I'll ask you this. Let me ask you this too. So how many times have you heard that the Bud Crawford fight did bad. The Madrid Crawford Bud Crawford fight
It did do bad.
But that's not.
That's
But let me
misleading.
tell. But
Yeah,
no,
I'll
let
tell
me
you
tell
why.
you why it's not misleading. Because there are
Why? Yeah.
articles out there with that
Exactly.
information. It's not
Exactly.
like. But
Articles
that's
of
what I'm
unknown
saying.
sources.
But I'm basing
Articles of
my.
un-
But come on, we're not doing that. I'm
No, but
basing my
articles.
opinion. I'm basing my opinion off
Yeah.
of something I've read. You get what I'm saying? I'm not just sitting here saying I got a source. This what they told you. Hear something, then you got a source that told you something, and you spinning it, and it's just misleading. If I
But
read an
here's
article and I make an opinion based off that article, I'm not misleading. That's
but
an opinion
uh,
based off something I've read.
but I'll put it like this, right? So people were actually saying numbers, like they'll be like, "Oh, this thing only sold this many numbers. The Zone only did this. Oh, Crawford only did this." Or even the articles from like Kevin Iole. Oh, we have unknown sources. Yeah, all that stuff. The Zone doesn't release numbers. It never released numbers. Never has. It probably never will because they're a private company. I always say that. So like all those times people were saying that was also misleading because
So
people
how
were saying
well do you
things
think it would
that
go?
weren't
Okay,
proven. Just like
okay, Boxing
same
Hacker.
way,
But that
same way,
let me say this. Let me say this. I see
yeah.
what the argument you're trying to make, but that we're not talking about the same type of misleading. If we're gonna
Yeah,
go
No,
there,
but it's the same thing. Like
exactly.
no,
you
No,
have
it's
to look at
not.
it like
It's
it
not.
is. You only look at
It's
it
not.
differently because it's the fighter that you like and the promotion company that you like.
so
But
is MSNBC
I like them
misleading
all.
people? So is MSNBC misleading people?
Absolutely, it's
uh,
all propaganda. It's all
So
depends what it is.
whenever you pay somebody $10 million a year, they're gonna say whatever you want them to say. It's
but the point
misleading.
I'm
It's
trying to make
propaganda.
You're right.
is we'll never be able to make an opinion according to Boxing Hacker.
No, it's not
hmm
about me. So I'm of the opinion like if you criticize, then you shouldn't cry when people criticize something you like. That's my only point there. Like if people say, "Oh, you always hate on Tank," but brother, you're the same person that said you hope Devin Haney loses tomorrow. Brother, you're the same person that said that
But you
screams over
see
the
how you
amateur.
just
But
changed the fucking hate right there, though? You see how you
no,
changed it to we want Devin Haney to lose? Like, that ain't the way we hate on Devin.
Who wants Devin
no,
Haney to lose? Nobody
no, no,
wants
no,
Devin
Nobody.
Haney to
D1.
lose.
That's not the way you hate. No, D1. That's not the way you hate.
Tank fans
You're a
wanted Devin
boxing
Haney to
fan.
lose.
No,
Tank
there
fans
are a
wanted
lot
Devin
of
Haney to
We
Tank
always
fans
lose.
there are a
did
lost.
lot
want
of
Devin
They
people.
Haney to
yes they
lose.
did. They
I want to
rejoiced
see him
when
fight
Devin Haney
Tank.
got cooked.
I was literally on a channel with you
You're
guys.
right,
And I
though.
listened to
I
people
had
that was
already felt like Ryan was gonna beat Devin anyway. So
no,
I
even
knew it.
before the fight, after the fight. Me and you guys have been on the same channel where people be like, "Oh, I hope Devin gets knocked out his next fight so he can be
Yeah.
humble." We heard this
And
stuff.
these
I'm
are the
not
that's
black
making it
how
people
people
up.
saying
feel.
this. And
Boxing
these
Hacker.
black people saying it.
That's how
Yeah,
people feel. That's how they feel. What
yeah.
you gonna do?
So
Hold on, let
I'm
me
a
here's
let
the
white
Coach
thing.
Eddie.
man, and
Coach
I'll
Eddie,
say
Here's
it
the thing
too.
what's your
about
So
2 cents? What you got for
don't
the show,
cry
Coach
though.
Eddie?
That's what I'm saying. Don't cry when you do it.
All right, cool. Go
You,
ahead,
I
Coach Eddie.
my
shit.
thing
I
is
want you to do
people
it.
talking about the PBC. You know who really hates the PBC? It's employees because they're not working. Yeah, we can sit up here all day long and say, "Hey, I'm telling you,
Crazy work.
as a boxer, you're an independent contractor.
You
I
are.
was an independent contractor when I was a union electrician. I mean, I go where the work is. I don't care who cuts my check. A
And
lot
the
of these
union
guys are
paying
stuck with the
100%.
PBC. The employees hate them because they haven't worked in years, not months, years, and they're still signed to these guys. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. PBC. Hey, I hope they can get this
But
stuff
No
together,
matter
not
who you
not,
they
not
fight
just for my
for,
sake,
them
but
you're
for the
not
sake
going
of
to
the
work
boxer,
in
for the
boxing.
sake of its employees. Because if you signed to the PBC, they had over 200 and some fighters on their roster. I don't know how many they got now, but those guys aren't working. They're not getting any money.
Bro,
Can I
boxing is
make a statement?
dying. Nobody's working in this game unless you can move the needle or sell tickets, bro.
Exactly.
Who's putting on all these events though?
Let
PBC
me
is
tell.
giving you the best
Hold
chance
on
to
one
be on
second.
the biggest platform.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you how messed up the game is. Just on a local level, these fighters are having to pay to fight on these promoters' cards. These fighters are having to pay. You have to buy. You have to buy what is called a slot. You pay a slot fee, which is usually on a local card or like a little club level card. You pay $1,500 to $2,000
it
just to get
wasn't
on the
always
card.
like that.
No, it wasn't always like
Yeah,
that. The
yeah.
promoters paid the fighters. Now
No,
fighters are paying the
we've heard
promoters
of
to get on their
we've
card.
heard we've heard of guys paying to fight. That's not new. This is what I want to say in response to your first. Yeah, to respond to your first statement, what 2 Cent says all the time. How come when you guys are talking trash about PBC, how come you don't reference that every big name fighter who fought for Bob Arum has sued him? Mikey Garcia. I mean, you know the list, right? Everybody has sued him. So, you know, these guys that you're talking about that aren't making money with PBC, they're nobodies. Like D1 said, if there was somebody, they would be getting on the slot. They're trying to build standing onus off of Tank Davis. I don't think Tank likes that. Like, get the fuck off my card. Build yourself on your own shit, and then come and get money with me.
That makes sense.
You know, hold on one second. I will give some pushback on that because Bob Arum is a lawyer, first of all. Now, when the fighters sign them contracts, those are legal contracts. A lot of times they're not violating those contracts. The fighter just doesn't like the deal once he starts getting into the deal. But you signed the contract verbatim. So how can you sue me for a legitimate contract that you signed? If I honor that contract, you cannot sue me because I honored the contract.
But that's not the point, though. That's not the point. The point is, these guys have problems with that promotion. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Whatever the problem is what it is. We don't know what the problem is, right?
But you cannot sue a promoter. Hold on, if that promoter fulfills his obligation to their contract, say I promise you 3 fights a year at a minimum of this, and I fulfill that, you can't sue me. I fulfilled the contract. If I said you getting a minimum of $1.5 million a year, I promise you 3. Hold on, wait a minute. Hey, chill out, bro. All right, hold on. You can't dominate the whole conversation. Give me 10 seconds, and I'm gonna get off, bro. Look, if I have 3 fights and I honor those 3 fights at $1.5 million, I guarantee everything, and I honor my side, then you can't sue me.
Huh?
But my point is though, why are they suing them though? I hear what you're saying, and you're right. If I did everything right, you can't sue me. But it's a constant thing. Mayweather, Mikey Garcia, Terrence Crawford. Like, what is up with this? Like, thing is,
if you sign a bad deal, you can't get upset because you signed the deal. You got to wait for the contract to expire.
But I've never heard anybody suing Al Heyman. So is he doing good deals and good business?
Exactly. This is the whole point.
It doesn't matter. Al Heyman has one, and God bless him. Al Heyman has 1 foot in the nursing home right now. He's on his way out. But I think boxing is the last thing that's on his mind right now. If you really want to keep it 100.
Yeah, I know somebody else is running the company right now, and I think that's why they're having so many hiccups and stuff like that, because it's somebody new doing things.
But the thing about Top Rank's gonna be here when Bob Arum is dead and gone. That company ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, but they going straight to Turkey.
Don't matter. They still in existence. Doesn't matter. As long as you do whatever you gotta do to keep your doors open. It's your business. Bob Arum been promoting fights since Muhammad Ali. That dude's still around. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, so what? You might have to change your business model, but my doors are still open. I still have Top Rank. I'm not closing shop. Doesn't matter.
I never heard PBC they was closing shop. The issue is Tank. I don't hear no other PBC fighters saying nothing.
There were some PBC fighters saying that they would like to have more fights, but they never sued though, right? They never they never try to get out of a contract or anything like that. A lot of those PBC fighters are not really under contract. There was a guy talking on the behalf of, I think he was talking on the behalf of Nonito or some other. Was it Nonito? It was somebody, and he was saying that. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
He was saying that that PBC, when they want to fight, they call PBC and they ask if they have something available. That's how they set up the fights for the most part now. So it's not one of those things where it's like, yo, give me 5 fights a year or something like that. It's not one of those things, you know. Because
they can go fight other places too, right?
But yeah. PBC no longer has a budget either. They had a budget with Showtime. Now that budget is gone. Now they having to spend their own money, and that's why the production looks like it does, because they no longer have those high-powered production people at Showtime who put on great presentations. They have to do everything on their own, and they don't want to spend the money.
Shout out to All Things with the $2 in the super chat. He says nothing. Thank you, All Things, for the support to the channel. Y'all be. channel this Christmas Eve holiday 2 cents live special. But I don't know, man. I mean, but that's the thing though. The thing with PBC, from my understanding, is that they always kept their expenses low, right? And then the fighters made the money. The fighters got paid off what they were able to generate. That was always my understanding of how PBC works. So
I think with the PBC, they actually had a. That's why Showtime got rid of them, because they were actually losing money.
Showtime was
PBC.
leaving box, dude. Stop that. Stop
no,
that.
it's because
Well, it don't matter. Hey, whatever.
That is
At the end of
terrible,
the day, how
Showtime
many
was leaving
networks has
sports
PBC been with?
regardless to
How many networks
anything.
have they
I
been
hear
with?
you, but listen, bro, you can't
They
just
were losing money in
assume
boxing.
that
But
and
why was
say
so
that
many?
because you want
They would.
that, bud.
Hold
It
I
don't
don't
go.
care
It
about
don't
no
go like
doggone
that.
promotion company, bro.
Let
You
me say
I
do,
don't care
bro.
about man. I'm
Obviously,
almost
you
50
do.
years old. I ain't banging for no promotion company.
Obviously,
That's
bro.
what you
Hey,
doing,
You're
brother.
hating on them.
you've been begging though,
No,
man.
I
hold on,
like
hold
them
on,
all.
hold on, hold
I
on,
like
hold
all of
on,
Ain't
them.
nobody
hold
There's
on.
banging
on
for no
all of them.
promotion
They all
company.
give me fights, bro. I'm not gonna hate on one or the other. I'm just they're giving us fights, dog. It is what it is. You said Showtime, they're leaving this because no, they're not. They were getting out of sports regardless. Showtime is over. They were leaving sports. It had nothing to do with PBC. They just had their most successful pay-per-view with PBC ever with Tank and Ryan. But that ain't the reason they got out of boxing, bud. They left sports as a totality, not because of
Well, I mean, I
PBC
feel
and
you. I feel you, D1. Yeah. But we talking about what's this? My question is though, like, what do y'all think VA Money Group? And I'm interested to hear what you got to say about this too. With the obsession of everybody wanting Tank to go fight and sign with Turkey in Saudi
Like I
Arabia.
said,
because they hate
when you say
PBC.
everybody, I know exactly who you're
You know what
talking
I
about.
mean. You know
You're
what I
talking
mean.
about people on social
Because Turkey gonna make
So
him fight somebody and not gonna let him pick who he want to fight. That's what it is. You gonna make him actually fight a legitimate contender and not just pull somebody
So
out the
Lamont
woodwork.
Roach, you say you're a boxing coach. Lamont Roach is not a legitimate fight. Why? Why is that? Because Tank
exactly,
is so talented. He's in his own category, bro. You say you're a
He's
boxing
levels
coach.
above Lamont
dog.
Roach. He's above Lamont
Two
Roach.
cents,
Be real
Wow,
with
two
bro,
yourself.
cents.
you're a
Be
buster,
be
Hold
real
dog.
with
on,
You're
be
in the
real with
wrong.
yourself.
You're
One
up
mic,
here
one mic,
How
hating on
long
a
was that fight
130
from?
pound champion.
one mic, y'all. One mic,
Listen, two
y'all.
cents. I only like listen. My response to you
Dude out,
is
man.
I have to talk
Goofy
about the
shit, bro.
power. I have to talk about
Tank's
the
gonna knock
power.
that dude out. You
Hold
know
on,
it.
hold on, hold
You
on.
Yeah,
can't.
So
well,
You
Mike,
Tank
can't
will
say
knock your
things.
favorite out too, and you know it.
Yo,
go
Don't
ahead,
make
VA.
Lamont less of a contender
Go
because of
ahead,
what
VA.
Tank's going to do to him or anybody.
Go
Man,
on,
he's coming up
D1.
from 130 pounds, man. Kick rocks,
Stop
man.
it,
What you
bro.
talking about, bro?
Stop it.
But
Stop it.
Coach
You
Eddie,
so
fake ass
what about
boxing
the fact
coach.
that he already got fights at 135? And he was about to go to
and
This is
140.
crazy, bro.
He was about to go fight at 140 before Tank offered him to fight, apparently.
Yeah. Jay, I'm gonna get off the panel because I don't want to flip out and ruin your live stream. So
All
be
right, all
good.
right.
Happy holidays, sweetheart.
All right, happy holidays.
VA, be good. Coach Eddie, keep being a fake boxing coach.
all right, man.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you, and I hope you get some lumps of coals in your stocking, brother.
Y'all so silly.
Merry Christmas.
Y'all are so
Oh
silly.
man.
But what was we saying?
Nah, you
Oh
was
yeah,
talking
he was about to go.
about why does everybody?
But the turkey thing, yeah, go ahead.
Nah, you said why does everybody want Tank to go to Turkey? And I like so you have this fake thing on social media where people don't support black whatever, right? So PBC, the reason why people don't support it is because it's perceived as black owned, which is not. It's never been, right? Uh, the all of their investors are small hats, just like Bob Arum, right? But social media is so powerful, right? It crept into boxing around like 2014, 2015 with Eddie Hearn, and he had all the support in the world. It seemed like everybody loved him. You know what I mean? Even though he'd done
Yep.
nothing in boxing, right?
Yep.
And now when you see Coach Eddie, his opinion, it's all social media. Last time I was up here, I'll tell you like there's no more hardcore anymore because all their opinions are steered by social media. They're given to him. So he doesn't even know. He didn't even hear that he's gang banging for top rank. Listen, all of your favorite fights over the course of the last 3-4 years are going to be PBC fights. You get what I'm saying?
Hold on. Shout out to Terrell W with the $4.99 in the super chat. He says absolutely nothing. Shout out to Terrell. Happy holidays. Appreciate it, bro. Listen, I really appreciate all y'all support to the channel. I'm telling you, every time I get a super chat, it really means a lot. Shout out to Boxing Hacker in the super chat with the $2. He say 2 cents. I gotta drive. Salute to the panel and the chat. Shout out Boxing Hacker. Boxing Hacker, the guy y'all love to hate. And shout out Melvin Hill Podcast with the $4.99 in the super chat. And he says absolutely nothing. Thank you to everybody that's supporting the channel. And be sure to drop a Cash App or a super chat and help support the Christmas Eve 2 cent stream live boxing talk. But go ahead, VA.
I was saying that like people start game banking and they're not even aware that they're game banking. But back to the point of Turkey going to Tank going to Turkey, like no other 135-pound fighter is signed over there with Turkey. You know, everybody at 135 is either with Oscar in the Zone or with Bob Arum. So that is just empty, like I said, AI bots on social media. Now that Turkey is coming in, that everybody's going to support Turkey because, you know, he has power and he could just buy support off the internet. You know, but it makes no sense. If you were a boxing fan and you wanted Tank to move, you would want. Hold on.
I pause you. I gotta, not to cut you off. I gotta pause you because you said buy support on the internet. We've been talking about that for like a while, about the buying support on the internet. That's very interesting. Go ahead.
I used to be around rappers, right? I used to have a buddy who rap. And there's like websites, Chinese websites, and also Indian websites where we can go and pay for views, we can pay for subscriptions, we can pay for engagement, so they can get the comments going and stuff like that.
You can't do that no more though. They track that. I mean, they catch that.
That's what they say. That's what they say to you. But this was like 4 or 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, I guess you think. I mean, I don't know. Right? I'm not into it like that no more. But I remember when this was a thing, and for me, it looks like it still is a thing, right? One way you know you're talking to a bot, right, is when this guy knows like all these stats and stuff like that. He knows like detailed stats. So I'm on a NBA like video, and all of a sudden I get into a argument over like Luka Doncic or another European basketball player, and all of a sudden this guy's listing stats from like 20 years ago, why the NBA is supposed to be tougher to play in now and stuff like that. And it's like a casual fan of basketball is not going to be able to do that for you.
I never see stuff like that in boxing chats.
Nah, in basketball you see it all the time, right? Because I mean, so back to the thing about Tank and Turkey, like, dog, you guys have to understand, like, this social media thing is largely fake, and it's meant to create people like Coach. No disrespect to Coach, but it's meant to do that. It's meant to steer your opinion. This guy, like I said, his doors are going to be open, and Bob Arum, he still has a budget, this and that, and it's like, dog, well, how do you think Bob Arum makes his money?
Hey, you know what? Let me give you a little bit of pushback, because first of all, you can't put a jacket on me, brother. You acting like you inside my head for some reason, and you're not. You don't even know my thoughts.
I'm sorry. I'm going off what you said.
You know, but the thing about it, when you're going off what you said, you always interject yourself because you can't really complete anything when you're on the panel. But go right ahead and continue to dominate the conversation.
Nah, what's your response to what I said, man? What is your response to anything I've said? All right.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
No, we didn't hear you say anything. We didn't hear the Cash App.
Okay. He says, Merry Christmas. Sorry for the language. Shout out to D1 for the super chat, for the $5 Cash App. Well, yeah, go ahead. Let's just say we gotta say without taking shots at each other. Let's try that.
Yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, it's all about the boxers. At the end of the day, You know what I'm saying? If the boxers are fighting, that's cool because they're the ones that suffer when these promotion companies go under. I wish PBC well. I hope they continue with their success. But at the end of the day, doors closed, doors open, and unfortunately, HBO closed, Showtime closed, and Turkey Al-Sheikh, there's another door that opened, and he's putting a lot of bread in these guys' bank account. He's putting food on the table. That's the reason why these guys are fighting. They're not fighting for popularity. They're not fighting for clout. They're fighting to feed their families. And that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, look at Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather Promotions not doing anything. It's a lot of fighters that were signed with Mayweather Promotion who have complaints about Mayweather Promotion not handling their career right. It's a lot of fighters that were signed with the PBC have complaints about not getting fights, not getting fight days. That's why these guys are only fighting once a year, every 18 months. Even some of their best guys, Jamel Charlo brothers, the Errol Spencers. I mean, even though Errol Spence did have a hiccup when he wrecked his car and he went through a whole little spat there, but a lot of these guys aren't getting the fight dates. And now Tank Davis, their star player, this is their franchise basically. He's complaining. So if your franchise player is complaining about the situation, it's something there. Where it's smoke, there's fire, brother. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. I didn't disagree with that. I agree. I'm just saying that that's normal, right? Because that's why I made the point of every top fighter from top rank has sued, every single one, right? The last one being Bud Crawford. I don't think you could name me one that hasn't sued to get out of their contract with Bob Arum. You know what I mean? That'd be a bigger challenge. So that makes the point that Tank is upset, that makes that point irrelevant. This is just, boxing business, like somebody else said.
I mean, look how many times Don King has been sued. At the end of the day, a lot of times these guys, they sign these contracts because when they come in, they're in a bad place. So they're going to sign anything. And then they sign a bad deal. And then dang, I signed a bad deal. I want to get out of this bad deal. I'm going to sue you. So not necessarily, a lot of times it's not that the promoter did anything wrong. It was just the deal was so whack. At the time, it sounded good. But then once you get into your career, you see, hey, this math ain't mathing. Now you're getting a little upset and you feeling some type of way, kind of like a bad deal in the music contract. You know what I'm saying? When you sign a 360 type deal, that's not a good deal for the artist.
Yeah. It's good when you get signed, but when you start selling copies, start selling records, it's like, yo, where's the money?
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm just curious to see what's going to happen and what the future going to look like. We got Jay Henderson on the panel. Shout out Jay Henderson. What's up, Jay Henderson? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
First off, okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I'm hearing. Okay, so I'm hearing people speak about the economy or the economics of boxing.
Yeah.
Okay, do you guys think that boxers make more now, or do they make more in the past?
I would say they made more in the past. Sometimes, like the top guys who had the ball, I would say they made more in the past. I
would say they make more now, unless you want to try to figure out what they would have been getting paid with inflation and all that.
Exactly, that's what I was talking about. Like, I think Jack Johnson had $1 million purse at one point. That would be like $50-60 million now.
Okay, so they actually made more in the past. They made more, like Holyfield, Tyson. These guys made much more money.
Why is that?
You had less promoters. You didn't have all of the different avenues to stream.
Right.
The revenue was all in one place. There's so many more areas, and so much more piracy, so much more things going on here. These guys have won an absorbent amount of money to fight. Half of them are lying about their purses. So you've got all of these different situations going on, I don't believe most of these guys are making what they're saying they're making anyway.
Like 3 million?
This is facts.
You've got Devin Haney saying he's making. Devin Haney made a claim that he was making like what 5-7 million a fight.
Now that's different. I don't think they're
And then
being
you find out
honest.
he made one. He made a mid 1.5.
Yeah, I don't think they're being honest at all. But
To
so
that
you don't
point,
think so you wouldn't think that Bob Arum was paying Shakur Stevenson $3 million a fight? Hello?
I mean, if it's contract, I could.
I think Shakur is making $3 million a fight.
Yeah, I do too.
If you remember, Teofimo was like the top thing for the black fighters that could keep them, and that was from a place of jealousy, in my opinion. And we've seen that they had a contract offer to be up for $15 million again, I think, and he turned it down. So I do believe Shakur was getting $3 million to fight for sure.
Hold on. Shout out to Smooth Criminal with the $2 in the super chat. He says, "Happy holidays, Queen." Hey, chat. Shout out to Smooth Criminal for the $2 in the super chat. Thank you for all the support to the channel this Christmas Eve. 2 cents boxing holiday edition. So I mean, so you saying you just think Devin Haney lying about his? I think they not really getting what they saying from Turkey, because even when they were saying Shakur gonna get that $5 million to fight Cordina, Eddie Hearn was like, that's not true.
yeah, I agree with that. I think so I forget what it's called, but some places, like when you pay taxes there, you don't have to pay taxes in America, right? Or if you pay taxes in America, you don't have to pay taxes there. I don't think Saudi Arabia is one of those places. I think you get double tapped, and we don't even know what the exchange.
But you know that's crazy. You say that VA Money Group. So you saying you think they get taxed in Saudi and here?
Yeah, I think they're getting double tapped.
Somebody was saying that I was on a panel, and somebody had came on the panel and was saying that they had fought over there, and you not getting paid what they telling you, because by the time they take everything, like you pay like whatever you gotta pay. He didn't really specify. He said it's nowhere near what they told you was gonna get. So I think they probably are getting double tax, and that's probably why he said that.
And also in general, when you're dealing with those like guys like Eddie Hearn and stuff, I'll tell you a story about Eddie Hearn. Right. So in the UK, once upon a time, I don't know if they still have it now, but they used to have a limit on how much you can charge for boxing tickets. Right. It used to be like hella low, like 25.
I think they still got that.
They still got it.
I
So
think
with
so.
Eddie Hearn, back when all of his cars were in the UK, what he'll do is like 30 minutes, 45 minutes after he announced tickets, it'll be like hella scalpers would buy up all the tickets, and then you would have to get tickets from them. And it came out, it got leaked that he had a relationship with these guys. So he's making money off of he was pretty much a scalper. He's scalping tickets. You know what I mean? And also they don't have to report, like the Nevada State Athletic Commission, you have to report the purse. They don't have to report the purse in the UK. So he's telling people, oh, I'm paying Anthony Joshua, 17 million, 20, 25 million. He's the biggest star in the world, and everybody's running with it. Like, yeah, he's right next to Canelo. But that's not true. You know what I mean? We know that he got paid less than Prince Charles. We know that for a fact. And Prince Charles only got like 3 million. You get what I'm saying?
Are you serious?
Yeah. 3.5, I think. So it's all smoke and mirrors.
So Anthony Joshua wasn't making that money like that.
No. At least not early. Not until probably after Klitschko. But even then, what was he making then? You know what I'm saying?
I believe because Eddie Hearn's a scumbag.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's kind of like my, and
In
that's
my
like
opinion,
my
he's a
whole point.
scumbag.
And that's like my whole point with that. Like we're so busy or these boxers are so busy trying to say, I want this bag, I want 40 million, I want 25 million.
Speak a little bit louder, Jay.
Oh, sorry about that. I said they're trying to come up with this with this narrative that they want this huge amount of money, and excuse me, and they're making they're making what they should be making, man. If they're fighting the amount of fights that they should be fighting and they're not out here clout chasing, they be making more money. These guys simply are not. These guys simply they're trying to fight the lowest amount of competition. People out there saying that Turkey is making them fight this huge amount of competition, and he's not. He's fronting too. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, if watching these fights, I'm like, most of these guys never want to face up or face the competition they should be. Outside of Tank, I see Tank trying to find people to fight.
It's the least risk, most money.
Most reward. Yeah.
That sound like Crawford to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I agree. I feel like Crawford has the most.
Nah, it sounds like Crawford 100%.
Resumes ever. I feel like Crawford has one of the most weakest resumes ever.
Matter of fact, yo, VA, you're the perfect person to ask, right?
But that's crazy to say that when he got all them accolades. You know what I'm saying? It's it's crazy to say because it's like, oh, he 2-time undisputed. So it's crazy to be like,
sarcastic or you being serious?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm being serious. Like I understand, I agree, but I'm saying when you try to say that and then he's backed by all those accolades, it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying?
Not really. When you look at his undisputed run, he fought Julius Ndongo and Victor Postol. Like that's like.
But you know how people be about Crawford. Oh, he 2-time undisputed. He #1 pound for pound.
Crawford,
he
man.
woo. And
I
it's
don't
like
wanna hear that shit.
the dude was so strategic and he moved so strategically, but people don't see that. All they see is the accolades.
Yeah, man.
Now all they see is the Spence win. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Who actually?
It does erase the foolishness though.
Say that again. Who that's Jay Henderson. What he said?
Yeah. It was his manager that said they had to move like that. Bomac. Didn't Bomac say he would actually like weigh people out?
Yeah.
I can see that.
Bomac said we're gonna weigh people out. Like, so if that's the strategy they're taking, well, yeah, then they're definitely moving in a way that is beneficial for him to make him look a certain way. But yeah,
you could tell by the people he fought and when he fought them.
Yep.
Where Coach Eddie went?
He completely
Still off.
Era, dude. So.
Okay, I was about to get on his ass. That's why.
About what?
Whole lot of. I'm at work right now, and I got stuck on the double, so I'm a little upset right now. He was saying a lot of dumb shit. I ain't gonna lie.
You gonna come on here and take it off on the pen?
Yo, he was saying mad dumb shit. I'm like, what is this dude talking about? Like, for example, right? When you look at the zone and you look at Queensberry, they just lost their contract with Sky Sports. Nobody's saying that they going broke. Nobody's saying Frank Warren is in debt and he's going broke and he can't handle his finances. Same thing with Bob Arum. They contract us up with ESPN. They looking for a home base. They talking about they going to the zone. Like nobody calling Bob Arum broke or they don't got no finances. So I just think it's funny. Like,
but you know what they keep saying, Big Supreme? When you bring that up, they be like, PBC, they were supposed to have 12 fights last year. They only had 5. So that be their argument. Like, well, they still had fights last year. PBC ain't had no fights. They only had 5, and they said they was gonna have 12. So that's why we saying they going broke.
That's why I said, like, I agree with a lot of what VA Money be saying. Sometimes you get in your Farrakhan bag, and I can't really go with that. But a lot of stuff you say has a lot of validity, bro. Because a lot of people, they feel like it's just because Al Heyman is black, bro. If Al Heyman was a white dude or even a Hispanic, the PBC wouldn't even be hated like that. Honestly, that I really feel
I
like.
agree, 100%.
Yeah, it's facts.
And then to touch on Crawford's resume, right? Like, I be watching a lot of interviews and I be seeing a lot of videos on Crawford, and I don't want to seem like I'm hating, but like I can't like name someone that he fought that was a live dog. Besides, you can't even say Spence. Who was a live dog that Crawford?
Nah,
fought?
they waited.
Madrimov, maybe.
Madrimov.
I guess.
No, straight up.
For real.
Like this was a thing that people said about Crawford his whole entire career. We suspended the hate trip for that undisputed run because that was the first time in like 15 years that we've seen a 4-belt undisputed guy. Like. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. I haven't seen it in my adult life. I hadn't seen no undisputed champion in no weight class. So everybody's like, "Fuck it, all right." Dongo, he seems good. He beat Troyansky and then he beat Ricky Burns, 2 bums really. But so what? Oh, it's gonna be undisputed. But then when you like Supreme say, when you think back, it's like, listen, So you had 140 been deep for a long time. You had
Long time.
Batiste, Danny Garcia, Lamont,
Exactly.
all these guys, Tim Bradley.
He never fought. None of them.
Dog, he's the same age as Danny Garcia. They fought in the amateurs. So you mean to tell me that you couldn't make a fight with, and then you still didn't get Regis Prograis and Josh Taylor, right? So you just perfectly fit in the middle of these two eras of the killers, and didn't fight none of them.
No.
And what I don't like too is this is another thing, right? That I be noticing. When it comes to Crawford, he didn't fight those guys because the PBC was blackballing them, and Spence didn't want to unify, and Al Heyman this and all these conspiracy theories. But then when you bring up that Top Rank was intentionally keeping Tank out the loop, they say we Tanker-Bells and Tanker-Maniacs. You dig what I'm saying?
No, but Crawford sued Bob Arum for not making the big fights.
Nah, I know that. What I'm saying is with Crawford, his excuse by his fans for him not getting those fights is that he was being avoided and they was blackballing him. But then you look at Tank, they want him to fight Shakur, Teofimo, Haney, all these other dudes, but it's clear these dudes don't really want to fight him. It's clear by the moves that they make. But with Tank, he's a 30-year-old prospect. He doesn't want to take risk, and he's his resume is trash. This kind of third is like, it's just so see-through, man. Like, it's corny. And I wish Hackett was up here so I could fry his stupid ass.
Hey, Supreme got that heat today. Who got that heat for Supreme?
Man. He talking about Ken Bosis is elite. I'm like, yo, this dude won't stop, man.
No, that was crazy. That was crazy. He know he
that
was
disgusting. What?
No, Bacher. No, he was trolling with that. He was trolling with that.
I heard him say don't just do panel too. I'm like, oh, yeah,
Fly Frequency. Why you duck the smoke? Why you hop on and hop off? Where you go?
I'm scared to death, but I'm up here.
You ducking Fly Frequency. Big Supreme calling you out. If you don't get back on here, it's a duck. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you're not even listening no more. If you don't get back on, it's a duck.
Yo, VA, what you think about
Because he offered you to come on the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want Flyer to come up and I want Coach Eddie to come up, but they duck and rack. But what you think about Usyk, man? I think Usyk has the best undisputed run at cruiserweight. I think he has the best undisputed run at everybody personally.
But I've been hearing people say Usyk ain't fought nobody.
I heard that too.
You know what it is? Like, this goes back to, like I said, like I like what VA be saying, right? A lot of these dudes, they wasn't really, not that they wasn't boxing fans at that time, they just unaware of the dudes that he fought. Because it's the cruiserweight division, and a lot of the cruiserweights that were champions were like dudes from Russia, dudes from Latavia and stuff like that. So when you look at Usyk's run, right, you got to put it in the context. This is the reason why I think he's the pound for pound number one. Over Inoue, over Canelo, over Crawford. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? When he became undisputed at cruiserweight, he had to fight, I think, Glowacki, Bellew, Breedis, Gassiev, and I forgot the other dude he fought, and it might be Marco Huck. So you got this dude from Ukraine. He had to go to Latavia. He had to go to Russia. He had to go to Poland. He had to go to the UK. And he won all of those belts, one by one. He didn't.
And so, not to cut you off, but Bellew is legit?
I think Bellew's legit.
Okay.
Hey, yo, I heard my name being called. So salute to that.
Oh no, the contrarian.
I heard some blasphemy.
Yo, yeah, you don't think Bellew's legit?
For me, Bellew is not legit. You know, he had a war with Nathan Cleverly. I think they had he had a war with Nathan Cleverly. He's just a UK guy with a big mouth. You know what I'm saying? He's not a guy where if I'm trying to build a resume to make myself an all-time great, I'm not going to be like, yo, I beat Bellew. You get what I'm saying?
That wasn't the angle I was using, right? What I'm trying to say is the fact that
we got Mr. Shelton on the panel. Shout out Mr. Shelton. What's going on?
What's up, bro?
What's up, Chad? What y'all cooking on?
Usyk.
I was saying Usyk got the best.
Now all of a sudden everybody saying Usyk ain't fought nobody.
He hasn't.
Usyk hasn't fought nobody?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and finish, bro. Finish what you
Got
were saying.
Dragon
Finish your thought.
Assassin on the panel.
Supreme, go ahead, man.
Let me just wrap up what I was saying. The reason why I say that he got the best undisputed run is because not only did he collect the belts one by one, he did it in the rival country. You understand how hard it is to get a decision in Russia? He got a decision in Russia, a decision in Poland, he got a decision in Latvia, and then he went and defended undisputed in the UK and stopped Bellew. Now you might say Bellew ain't shit and he's trash, that's fine, but he still stopped him in his home country. When you look at Crawford, he fought Julius Ndongo, bro.
Guess what? Hey, hold up. Let me get you off.
Oh,
guess what?
okay. Yeah, I was gonna jump on that. Go
Hold
ahead,
up,
bro.
hold up.
Jump
Let
on
me
that.
just get this one. I'm just giving you just one nugget.
I'm gonna
Where
let
did
VA
Ju-
go, and then I'm gonna let Mr. Shelton give his 2 cents, and then Dragon Assassin. Go ahead.
Where did Julius Ndongo win his first belt at 140? Where?
I believe
He
it was
did
in
it in
South Africa, right? I'm tripping.
No,
I
it was
know
in Russia.
He
It was
knocked
in
the dude
Russia.
out. It was upset, right?
Troyansky in Russia. So all they tough in Russia. Nah, you got it. Julius Ndongo won his first belt in Russia.
What that mean, nigga?
You just made the point, like, oh, you
I know.
going
I
to
named
there's
5
other
different
people's
countries, bro.
like
You
these
can't
guys.
cherry pick
These
because
guys.
I named one country, bro. I named
These guys
5
are
different
not
countries.
that good.
That's not what I'm
listen,
saying. What I'm saying is,
nobody gives a damn about cruiserweight. Nobody
nah, I don't
ever
want to
gave
hear
a
all
damn
that,
about
man.
cruiserweight.
I don't want to
Since
hear all
since
that, bro.
Haymaker, since David Hay fought in cruiserweight, he was great down there. Nobody cares until he
But does
beat
that mean the
Nicholas
Does that
competition's
mean
not
that
stiff?
exactly 2 cents? Thank you.
Holyfield was great. Nobody cares. Like throughout history, nobody gives a fuck. Not just now. Nobody cares. Come up to
All right,
heavyweight and
so
do something.
And that's your point. Okay, let me say
All right,
this.
hold
Let me
on.
say
All
this.
right, Mr. Shelton, what you got? What you got? What's your
Let
2
me
cents?
say this. Let me say this. Be that as it may, you can say cruiserweight wasn't shit, wasn't nobody down there. Okay, cool. He came up to heavyweight
and did the same thing.
He beat the 2-time unified heavyweight champion twice. Then he beat the guy that all the boxing analysts and pundits and experts said was the best heavyweight of this generation. He beat him twice. He beat him twice.
And Triple D. Let's not forget Triple D. He beat Triple D once.
They got Daniel Dubois supposed to be the IBF champion. Already knocked him out.
And he beat Klitschko.
So, hey, this dude, you cannot shit on this dude's resume because everybody they said he couldn't beat, he came up too heavyweight and he beat.
Yeah, exactly. People are forgetting the fact that he's the naturally smaller guy.
Fire
freaking Fury. Dragon Assassin, what you got? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
And then, you kind of hating, bro.
And then Boxing Hacker, he came.
I got something for you. I got something for you.
Go ahead, Dragon. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
No, I'm just listening. I just want to hear what people are saying, and I'll put my 2 cents in. So I'm just listening.
Okay. Boxing Hacker came up here for that smoke, Big Supreme. What you got for him?
What do you want to say with Big Supreme? So, I don't know. You're breaking up. Or I'm breaking up. Am I breaking up?
It might be me because I'm at work, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm driving, so I don't know.
You don't even know who Charles Cromwell is, man. I can't even take you serious, my nigga.
Okay, that's fine. Check this out. So check this out. Check this out, though. Listen, so when it came to the whole Kambosos being elite or not, I never said Kambosos was elite. What I said is at no point in his career would you ever put him in the elite conversation, even after his best win against Teofimo Lopez, based on him just being Kambosos, not based on him being like his skill set or anything, just based on him maybe because you don't like Devin Haney. That's what I was saying. Like the whole talk about how bad Kambosos was really based off people trying to say Devin Haney's undisputed run was terrible. And they just said, oh, Kambosos is a terrible champion. But Kambosos beat the man who beat the man. So even if you don't put him as on elite at that stage of his career, it is in question how good he really is because he was undefeated. He beat a couple good names, and then he beat the guy who beat the guy. And it wasn't all like a win. He won on decision. A clear win for him. You know, so to sit here and say, like, at no time in his career could he be considered elite, then what are we really judging? You know? I feel like there was just a bias there.
I mean, that's if you have a surface level view of it, yes, you could definitely say it that way, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's,
Yeah,
He beat
that's just
one
surface.
guy he beat one guy on a crappy night. That's not
That's
the
what I'm
same.
so
saying.
what? What do you say?
We can't hear you,
I said
Jay.
he beat. I'm sorry. I said he beat one guy on a crappy night. That's not the same.
He beat one guy on what?
On a
On a
crappy night.
crappy night. That's not the
Listen.
same, dude.
Every fight. Listen. At
That's
the
not
end of the
the
day,
same, bro.
each fighter gets cleared by the medical team before they get
I
into that
don't
ring.
care. I don't
Each fighter
care.
gets cleared. Each fighter, any fighter can have a crappy. Who knows if Kambosos had a crappy night too? Not only
Okay.
that, Kambosos
But he
offered
fought
Tito
him
a
twice.
rematch.
He fought him
Yeah,
twice.
and Kambosos offered a rematch in which Tito rejected. Let's not forget that.
Shout out JB
Yeah.
Sports. We got JB Sports on the panel.
But my-
JB Sports. What's your 2 cents? What
You
you got
going
for the
2
show?
cents?
What's going on? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Oh, y'all still we talking about the Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney situation?
We wasn't, but
Nah,
what
we
you
ain't
got?
talking about Haney, man. We talking about that.
Oh, my bad. I just came in late, saw y'all was
Big
on and
Supreme,
then
what you
jumped
got?
on.
Because we're not about to let Boxing Hacker turn this to a Devin Haney conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Devin Haney got to get. I do think Devin Haney got to get a promoter. He's one of those fighters. He do need a promoter. He's not like a Canelo or somebody like that. Really, that don't have to have a promoter that kind of jump around like that. I think he needs a promoter at this point of his career, and that's one of the reasons why he probably haven't had a fight signed yet, because he doesn't have anybody to represent him. Like when the contract was sent by Teofimo Lopez and his promoter Bob Arum, he needed to send a counter offer. But if you don't have a promoter that's representing you can't really send a counter offer. So that was part of the problem there, man. That's why they was able to kind of say, hey, man, you take this deal, take it or leave it type of deal, because you really don't have no representation. Obviously, he probably turned it down, and now they moving on into another direction. It look like they finna fight Matthias. That's what it's looking like.
No. Oh, you talking about Tio, yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about Teofimo Lopez.
But Big Supreme, what you was about to say?
I was just gonna say, like, because I seen Hacker say that I'm hating on Crawford because he's black. Like, I'm not black. But back to VA, what I was saying about Usyk, like, I'm not gonna downplay the fact that this man won undisputed belt by belt in different countries, bro. That shit is hard to do. We all know about hometown decisions and home cooking, and we just seen this dude get robbed in Saudi Arabia. What's my man name? David Allen. He just beat Johnny Fisher, knocked him down like 3 times, and lost. That's because the money's not behind him. So the fact that Usyk was able to go,
But that's not supposed to be going
Latavia?
down like that in Saudi. It's supposed to be fair. It's supposed to be.
That's what they said. But the fact that your man Usyk was he won in Saudi, he won in the UK, he won in Latavia, won in Russia, he won in Poland, like this America, like this dude been all over the map. And he's beating the best guys at the division, whether you acknowledge them or not. You can't tell me that Breedis is not a beast. He just broke Ja Bataya's jaw twice. He's supposed to be the most dangerous dude at cruiserweight, and he's 10 years older than him. So imagine
Breedis is not bad. Breedis
is a dog. He just beat. I think he beat Ja Bataya the second time. I don't know about the first time. The second time I think he beat him though. But the fact that Usyk was able to outclass these dudes, whether you want to acknowledge them or not, is to me is immaculate. This dude is a beast. I feel like he don't get the credit he deserves. And people say he's not supposed to be on a pound for pound list because he's a heavyweight. I think that's bullshit. Like, this man went up to cruiserweight, got undisputed, then went up to heavyweight and got undisputed again. And like I said, he won them belts. And
you said he went up to cruiserweight. He didn't start his pro career at cruiserweight.
Now you know what I mean, bro. Come on.
Okay.
You're not gonna do that. Come on, bro. I'm just saying that Usyk to me is pound for pound number one, because all of the things he's accomplished and the amount of fights he had, he has like 25 fights. You look at Crawford's resume. Come on,
it's not 25. It's not 25. It's like 20.
Huh?
It's not 25. It's like 20.
Nah, I think he got like 24 by now, bro.
He got 23 fights. He's 23.
But Crawford got over 40 fights, though. You know that, right?
Nigga, he fought Jeff Burns and Julius
I'm about to
Ndongo.
say, man, he fought nobody.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why.
But they were the champions of the division, bro.
I don't want to hear that.
Yo, they were the champions of the division. At the end of the day, you have to get people undisputed, undisputed.
Big Supreme, what I just say? What I just say? Hold on, Ms. Shelton. I just said you can't say that what we was talking about earlier, because he's backed by so many accolades, and every time you try to bring it up, Here they come with the with the.
Yeah, you can't. What you gotta say? He's two-time undisputed.
Champions.
Who the fuck will care?
Go ahead, Mr.
Anyway,
Shelton.
undisputed
Go ahead.
brother,
Go
I
ahead,
was gonna
Mr.
say,
Shelton.
I was gonna
History
say,
of boxing will care.
you said
When they
you
say
said
who was
that
two-time
you said the
undisputed,
dude ain't fought
only
nobody.
his name will appear
Hold on,
next to
Boxing
Bruce
Hacker.
Shield.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, hold on. You saying the dude ain't fought nobody, right? The dude is two-time undisputed. If the shit was so easy, everybody'd be doing it.
This is my theory, right?
Everybody be
My
doing
take.
it if it was easy.
Look. This
No,
is
everybody
my
would
take.
be.
Look. This is my take. I feel like the belts is all political, in my opinion.
Facts.
Yes, they're
Facts.
all dudes that
Facts.
are talented. Yes, they're all dudes that do come up the hard way, like dudes that come through the IBF rankings. In my opinion, they are like the blue collar belt, I would say. And it's all political, bro. Because if it wasn't, Kambosos wouldn't have been undisputed. You got Kambosos, Teofimo,
He
and
never had undisputed. What are you talking about? Kambosos
He
was never
never. He was
undisputed.
unified.
they
Yeah,
He was
acknowledge him as
unified.
undisputed, dog. So that's
He
what I'm
was
saying.
unified. He was
he
never
was just
undisputed.
unified. It wasn't
They
undisputed.
acknowledge them as
It was.
undisputed.
No,
Right.
They tried to, but there was a
They
dispute,
tried
so it
to. I
wasn't
get it. I'm
undisputed.
just saying, bro.
Yeah,
The fact that Kambosos was unified is crazy to me because Kambosos
he
is
beat
a target.
Teofimo. Teofimo was unified. I don't
I'm not
understand why
even
it's
really a big
crazy.
fan of Teo like that, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
Hey,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it was unified or not. Teo was unified. You can't
Big
just
Supreme is
erase
100%
that.
right. Big Supreme is 100% right. That example was a bad example, but you're 100% right. Like, I could name you so many champions that didn't deserve to even fight for the belt. $1 Million Crawler was one of them. When Lomachenko moved up to 135, he fought a bunch of guys that like he was not supposed to be fighting for belts. Linares fought Kevin Mitchell for a title. Do any of you guys know who Kevin Mitchell is? Right? $1 Million Crawler. He won a belt. It was a joke. When I was living in the UK, it was a joke. They had like 13 champions in the UK. We used to joke about it because we know it was bullshit, right? So the Big Supreme is 100% correct. It's about where you're from. First off, it's about what market you fight in, right? If you're in Japan, then there's going to be promoters in there that can get you a shot. If you're in the UK, same thing. America, same thing. And that's how it works. If you're in the Philippines, then you got to get picked up by one of their American promoters. If you're Mexican, then you got to cross that border, right? It doesn't matter who you are. Like if you're from Argentina, you can't just fight a bunch of guys and get a title shot. You got to cross the border and do some business with Top Rank or whoever the fuck. So it's 100% political.
Yeah. Hey, what are those two guys' two best wins? You look at Usyk. His two best wins are what? Fury and Anthony Joshua. Terrence Crawford two best wins are Errol Spence Jr. and Sean Porter. So that's probably pretty comparable. Yeah, now you got to go to each guy.
Do we take like that's surface,
I don't
right?
think so.
Yeah, he beat them, but do we take it a step further? Like, when did he fight these guys?
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
No, we can make an excuse for
Yeah,
anybody.
you can do that for everybody.
No, it's not no excuses when you just heard old dudes say they waited people out.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
But see,
hold on.
everybody's
Let me
clear
ask you
to
this.
fight.
One
Once you're
question.
clear to fight, you can't make excuses for
One
that
question.
fighter.
Hold on, Hacker. One question. Did Sean Porter and Errol Spence sign a contract?
Yes, they did.
Then it don't matter when he fought them. They signed the fucking contract.
Yep. And EJ was unified. He was a unified champion, all three belts when they fought. So like EJ was the man at 147. Regardless of what shape you think he was literally the man at 147. Okay,
Yep.
there's no denying that. There's nobody else that was a man over EJ at 147. No Boots, nobody. He had 75% of the belts.
Boots wasn't fighting in 147.
Huh?
Now your destination is on the right.
Boots
Oh,
Yeah,
wasn't
like I
fighting
say,
in 147.
you can make an argument for both guys. Really, both guys have two great wins. You look at let's go outside the two great wins. You know, you got like one of you guys was saying earlier. Usyk beat Breedis. Crawford beat Postal. You know, it's very comparable. It's very comparable there. You know, you can make an argument for either way. You know, both those guys are 1-2, however you want to have it, 1 and 1A, 1B. You know, you can make an argument for both guys, but it's not one clear cut number one pound for pound out of those two guys. You know, both of them got strong.
I got a question.
I would give to Usyk. Usyk's been more active. He's like he just had a big win.
One, y'all.
I got a question.
I say Usyk was number. I think
I don't know how
Crawford
you
would be
can
number
say
2 right
Usyk is
now.
not number one when he went from cruiserweight to heavyweight. That's harder than anything anybody else has done.
Right.
So I got a question. I got a question.
Well,
So
Joe
what's
went
your
from
criteria?
welterweight to
What's your
heavyweight
criteria
too.
for
So
pound for pound? But hold on. What's your criteria for pound?
Being able to move from division to division and win titles wherever you go.
So it doesn't have
That's my
anything to do
criteria.
with competition. It has nothing to do with competition.
The competition is there. They got the belt.
I mean, it's hard.
They
It's
got the
kind of.
belt.
It's like that's the whole thing with the competition, though. Like
They got the belt.
I think
Whatever competition was there,
way,
whatever
if we're
competition was
comparing
there,
champions, then we have to go to a new category. So let's go to the way they got their undisputed.
look, the guys
They
got
had
the
to
they
fight.
got the belts. So
Did they
whoever was
just
in that
fight one
division when
person
they
and
got
get
there,
3 belts,
they
or
was
did
the
they
best
fight
guy.
3 people and get 3 belts?
They was
You
the
get what I'm
best guy.
saying?
Whoever got when they got to that division, the people we talking about, when they got to that division, whoever had the belt was looked at as the best guy. They beat that guy.
Yeah.
Simple. They beat that guy.
That's some boxing hacker type stuff. That we know.
But that's the reality of it, though. I mean, everything else
That's
is
the
just
reality.
subjective. Like, who you think is better? This person's better. That's subjective. Oh, I think this guy's better than this guy. That's all subjective. The belts are objective. Even if you think there's
The
corruption
belts
in the
are
sport.
too political to be objective. That's what y'all don't
Yeah,
get.
even though there's corruption,
The
but they're
belts is too
what we go by,
political to be
right?
objective.
There's still a standard that we go by, just like the rankings is a standard that we go by. You know, we go by these standards, even if they're corrupt or not. And if we have to go by the standards, then the best guy is a champion. I mean, that's just what it is. You know, there's no way around it.
Well, I would give the edge to Crawford. Crawford ain't never been in no fight where you say, well, the other guy, I thought the other guy won. That's probably why I probably give the edge to.
Well, he was what's that with Madrimov?
He ain't
Madrimov
been in
was
no.
really
Flyer
close.
frequency back. Flyer
Nah,
frequency.
he won that fight clearly. I don't think that was. I don't think there was no
But people
controversy.
questioned it though. I thought he won clearly too, but people did question that fight, so I can't say that. I would have to say the edge has to go to Usyk because Usyk just beat Fury like this weekend, last weekend.
Yeah, both fights were real close. I thought he won both fights, but it was very. No, I thought the second fight was a draw. I had a 6-6, but I thought he won the first fight. But both fights were very close. I don't think Crawford had a fight that close. You know, you say the Maginot fight was, close, but I thought
it
he
was
won
close.
8-4 in my opinion, maybe 7-5, but I thought he won at 8-4.
But you also consider that what's inferior was like lineal champion and stuff. So you look at stuff like that. So I'll give both of them are doing really good for their careers. I think they both did really well. But like if we just say who was like the pound for pound number one, just because Usyk did something more current, I have to give it to Usyk.
Yeah.
And so like I said, even when you want to compare fighters, it's hard because then you have Inoue in the conversation too. Like you can't not include Inoue, but Inoue is in a weight class where we don't, like people don't really follow those smaller weight classes like that.
That's why I was asking all those questions, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah.
Because if we're
how do you compare somebody anyway fought?
If we're going to take competition out of it, Inoue is number one, and I would say Inoue is number one based off of how he looks in the ring, right? So we're not thinking about competition; we're just thinking about how he fights. He's destroying guys, so he has to be number one.
But who are those dudes though? Who are those dudes? Nobody
You see,
knows those dudes.
that's an unfair question because it's because we don't follow. A lot of people don't follow the lighter weights like that.
Yeah, we don't follow
It's
those.
very hard to say. Like it's very hard to
How
compare
would you say
the
who
lighter
are
weights
those
to the
dudes for
heavier
anyway,
weights.
but you can't say who are those dudes for Crawford?
Exactly. Come on, 2 cents.
Because we know all the names that Crawford fought, and we watched them fight. Who has watched? Who has watched that little dude he just beat, Sam Goodman? How many on the panel watched Sam Goodman fight?
He's trash. I seen him fight. He's trash.
Nah,
He's trash.
I don't know nothing about him. UK fighter.
Yeah, I feel like when you go past Neil Donaire, like the question of who he fought is foggy, and he fought mostly in Japan, so it's like a lot of people didn't watch those fights, but you cannot take him out of that conversation pound for pound because of his accolades alone. He's achieved so much.
No, you got to give him up. He's in the conversation because he's 2-time undisputed as well. He's 2-time undisputed, but we don't even know.
So you can't think about it.
We don't know nobody he fought besides Neil.
But when you add those other stuff, it's hard to say. Like he fought in Japan. We're talking about people fighting internationally being more important. So like when you add those things, it becomes very complicated.
He's number 3. He's number 3. I came up on from 1 or 2. He's number 3. He behind Usyk and Crawford. He's number 3 in my opinion. I would like to see him getting there with a Bam Rodriguez, Espinosa. Getting there with some guys like that. And I think he'll have a chance to maybe get to number 1. But I think he need to get in there with some guys that were in some 50-50 type of fights. And I don't think he really
not really because
But why does he need to do that? He already got all the accolades and stuff. Why he need to do that?
Yeah, why don't Bam fight at 115? So why would he go down to fight him?
Bam got to go up. Bam has to go up. Bam a big 115 pounder too. He's a big guy. He can go up.
Bam be rehydrating like 130, 135.
Yeah, he go.
Okay, well, Bam, get your ass up there and fight.
Yep.
But
He
why
got
would
Nakatani up there. He got some people.
what incentive would Inoue have to fight him?
None.
To fight Bam?
Yeah.
No,
I mean, Bam.
it don't do
I
nothing
mean,
for
that'd
him.
be a lit fight. I don't know. That'd be pretty good.
It
That'd be
don't
a
do
good
nothing
fight.
for him. Though. It don't do nothing for him. He beat Bam. He's supposed to beat Bam. He lose to Bam. He's a bum. So why would he even fight Bam? Makes no
Bam is
sense.
a pound for pound. Bam is a pound for pound fighter though. That's 2 pound for pound fighters fighting.
That's what
That's
I'm
a big
saying.
fight.
Like, how
But
we
it
ever
happened.
gonna get to this the best fight and the best and all that when it's time for two, what the public perceive to be a very competitive fight. But then you at a point where a fighter already got all the accolades, so it's like he don't got to fight him.
Yeah, he's down to like anyway is the king of the lower weights. Like there is no more Rigondeaux. I mean, Rigondeaux's still boxing, but like I don't think he's in the conversation. So who's like this? I mean,
It's
what more
no
can he
point
do?
in any way taking any risk unless he's about to make a boatload of money.
There's no risk to take.
And Tank is at 135. I don't think he's gonna jump all the way up there, even though that'll be crazy work. But
Like, what about these people who
You love Tank, don't you, bro?
huh?
What'd
You
you say,
love Tank,
Dragon?
don't you? This boxing, like we're talking about Inoue, and this is an interesting conversation. How did Tank get into the mix? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I just said like him jumping up to 135. I don't think that's going to happen, But I mean, if it did, it'd be crazy work.
Yeah, he can't just jump up there. He had to work his way up there, kind of like Crawford trying to do. Kind of work your way up, go to 126, beat Espinoza, go up to 130, and maybe beat one of them champions there.
Yeah, I can see him at 130. 135 might be a stretch.
There is one guy. There is one guy he's avoiding. There is one guy he's avoiding. He's beefing with this guy in the Philippines. The guy is called Casimiro, right?
Yeah.
I
Pedro
heard that.
Alas.
I heard that.
So
That dude ain't fought in like 2 years. When the last time Casemiro
he
fought?
just fought like earlier this year. But yeah, he's been off of it, man. But it's still the biggest fight. He's the only guy down there that can punch. He's the only other guy down there that can punch.
And we seen Inoue get dropped.
Yeah.
He spanned a circle when he got dropped too.
And we
Anyway,
seen him
like
get
that
up and
whole
destroy the dude after he got dropped. Too.
He
He
spun
seen
the
him
whole
get up
circle,
and
bro.
destroy that dude too.
Yeah. No, anyway, it's nice.
But
The
let's see
thing
him
is
fight
this:
somebody
if
with
he
some
goes
pop.
up, if he goes
He's
to
an anomaly
26
for Japan. Like
and
he's
beats
really
the
skilled.
champions up there, if he goes to 26 and beats the champions up there, that's 5 weight classes. All the questions will be answered.
I agree. You have to say he's number one. Even if you don't know the fighters, you just have to
go
give it to
5
him.
weight classes to be number one.
I mean, who else has done what he's doing? It's sort of crazy.
I think we have to differentiate between legacy and pound for pound. I think a lot of you guys don't make that distinction. That's why I be trying to ask these questions. So legacy is who you fought. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, even above like somewhat the belts, yes, but it's who you fought, like the names.
So
And, you know, and
Earl
them
have a
guys-
better legacy.
But anyway, it still have a great legacy too, right? Anyway, so like it's relative to your weight classes. So if he's beating all the top dogs in the weight classes, his legacy will still be high. So it's still the same thing.
But
I
let
think
me
the
ask a
more-
question. All the guys we had at 47, right? The guys we had at 47, Porter, Thurman.
Hold on, let me say this real quick. Hey,
what's
y'all
the
be sure to punch
Ugas?
that. Hold on, Mr. Shelton. Y'all be sure to punch that like and subscribe button if you're listening in the chat. If you enjoying this Christmas Eve boxing talk, Christmas Eve edition over here on 2 Cents Live, make sure you punch that like button and be sure to help support the channel. You can hit the Cash App scrolling at the bottom of the screen, or you can always hit the super chat. Let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we're going throughout this live, and let me drop the link. If you want to come up here and give your 2 cents as we're going throughout the show, please don't hesitate to click the link. Go ahead, Mr. Shelton.
Hey, Mr. Shelton, you about to say something, right?
Go ahead, Mr. Shelton.
I think he's on mute or
He
something.
must have stepped away right quick. One thing we got to kind of clarify with them lower weights, it's not a lot of weight difference. You go from 115 to 118 to 122. So you go 7 pounds, you to jump 2 weight classes. So it's a little bit different. That's why I'm saying Bam, man,
That's
he
true.
be able to jump up from 115 to 122 and fight in a way. And that's we got to look at that when you talk about 5 different weight classes. It's not a lot of pound difference in those lower weight classes. It's not like we're going from 147 to 154. You're going up 7 pounds. And you're getting you got different ounces of gloves. It's just a different thing. Going up from cruiserweight to heavyweight, you fighting guys 50, 60 pounds heavier than you. That's what Usyk is doing. That's what's impressive about what he's doing. That's a little bit different than what Inoue is doing at them lower weights.
But that's my problem though. That's my problem with Usyk is like at the heavyweights, traditionally you have to fight everybody. Klitschko ran for 10 years. He doesn't even get credit for it. He ran for 10 years. If you're a top guy, you fought Klitschko, Pulev, Povetkin, whoever, Bryant Wiggins, or Bye-Bye, whoever. He fought all the top guys. Who did Usyk fight? He looked like he fought Witherspoon.
He fought Fury and AJ.
Hold
and
on.
Daniel Dubois.
Hold on. So he fought a couple guys. Did he fight Bacoli? No. Did he fight Joe Joyce? No. Did he fight Zhilei Zhang? No. Did he fight Wilder? No. Who did he fight? He fought Fury after 3 wars.
But we also do things by stacking.
Let me land.
Right,
He fought Fury after 3 wars, right? So okay, there's that. He fought AJ after a war where AJ didn't look the same coming into the fight. In the fight, he got his most brutal beatdown he ever got. He didn't look good at any point after that, or like since that fight, he's never looked good, right? Except for like this one fight with a couple fights, right? So
Wallen,
we could
the fifth to Wallen.
Yeah, that's the only one, and then the MMA guy. So I say all that to say is like, what has he really done that we can really respect? And for me, nothing. He hasn't done any. This guy,
bro, he beat Fury and he beat AJ.
I don't respect that. Sorry.
Why? Them the top ones. You also have to realize in the division, who else could he have beat?
Is AJ
but you have to realize too, we also do stacking.
Is AJ going to survive a fight with any of the other top guys? AJ was fighting Jermaine Franklin. AJ was fighting Jermaine Franklin and going the distance. Is he going to fight?
Listen, you can feel however you want to feel about AJ. I feel how I feel about AJ, but according to he beat one of the top heavyweights in the division twice.
Yes. And like I said before, you gotta look at the fact.
This is what I mean when I say you can't really just have honest boxing conversations because of subjective thing. It's so subjective. Not that you can't have honest boxing conversations. Let me take that back. Boxing is so subjective that it depends on your level of knowledge and your perception of things to come to the conclusion that you come to. Like VA Money Group, I understand everything you be saying, but then I also understand that when you have somebody just looking surface like Boxing Hacker, this is what the sentiment is going to be, because we're not going to dig a little deeper. We're not going to be like, well, he was manufactured anyway. We're not going to be like, well,
yeah, exactly.
This person was put in position. This person was put in position to get this belt just to be put in a position to fight this person that they really want to have the belt.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
I agree with that sentiment.
And so when you're not going back and forth with people that don't understand it, I mean, it's great for entertainment purposes or whatever. But when you're having a real conversation, you can bring up those things and kind of that might change your perception or, why you saying that. But it depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, it's all monopoly moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's highly subjective, right? And like I said, in boxing, there's also like things like stacking. Like if AJ beats the fighter B, and I beat AJ, well, I beat AJ. So like, even though there's no triangle theory, like I literally don't really have to go back to fight fighter B to say, okay, I beat the top dog in that division or something, Like Floyd beat Cotto, right? Cotto beat Margarito. Floyd doesn't really have to fight Margarito to prove anything. Now, if Floyd beat Margarito and Cotto beat Margarito, they would have been like, okay, Floyd, you need to fight Cotto because Cotto is the top dog. So things like they stack it that way, at the end of the day, no fighter can fight everybody in the division. No fighter can do that. If we base on like who did you beat, you have to fight every single body. Nobody can do that.
You have to fight more than 2 guys, though, right? And
he fought 3 guys. And so he beat those 3 guys. And also,
we saw how you looked against Witherspoon. We saw how you looked against Chisora. We saw you fight the
You're talking about a guy who came from cruiserweight. You know that, right? So, like, you're talking from a guy who came to cruiserweight.
You're a heavyweight now.
It's not about caring or not caring. I mean, so
that's another thing too, though. VA Money Group, he did come from cruiserweight. And
he came from cruiserweight. He's a cruiserweight.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Somebody like Fury.
Boxing Hacker, who would he Usyk have had to fight to prove himself? According to your criteria.
I will take Zhilei Zhang. I would take So when did he come up again? He came up with like 2021. I would have taken Zhilei Zhang.
Yeah, right around COVID.
Yeah, I would take any of those top guys. Joe Joyce, Zhilei Zhang. He could probably even beat Joe Joyce. But you have to fight him. It's a tough guy. Fight him. Don't just fight two top guys who are both, questionable now. 'Cause, you know what I'm saying? Because if we go back, listen. If we go back, Fury is questionable too. He beat Deontay Wilder. He beat Klitschko. He popped after that. Who else did he beat? Right? It's a rhetorical question. He didn't fight anybody before he fought Klitschko, right? And after, in between Klitschko and Deontay Wilder, he didn't fight anybody. And then after Deontay Wilder, he didn't fight anybody. He fought Chisora 3 times.
Yeah,
And then
he
Dylan
fought
White.
Zora and Dylan White. Yeah.
So it's a
Yo,
issue.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hold on, we got Flyer Frequency on the panel. Hold on, Flyer Frequency. Let VA Money Group finish up, and then you can explain
that's
why
who
you
talking?
fight. Yeah, and then you can explain why you ducked the smoke earlier. Go ahead, VA Money Group.
So I was saying it's an issue with the European promotions and European fighters is that they're protected. They don't really fight all of the guys. And Fury's is he's that. And Usyk, for me, he's that. Like I don't like what Boxing Hacker just said. Oh, you don't have to fight a guy that you beat a guy who beat him. I don't agree with that. Fight everybody. In 20 fights, you're all-time great? No.
But he didn't. But that's how great he is. He didn't have to fight everybody. He just fought all the champions. You get what I'm saying? I'm fighting all the champions. Like who else you want me to fight?
Styles make fights. Fight everybody.
Yeah, facts.
But why fight everybody? Why waste my time fighting everybody if I have an opportunity to just go beat all the champions? Not everybody has an opportunity to only fight the champions. That's why that doesn't happen. But if I have the opportunity to fight all the champions, why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah, that being said, I heard somebody earlier before I got up here. Somebody said something about the belts being separated from legacy. And the belts is a major part of legacy. You really don't have legacy without the belts in some form or fashion. Because as she was saying, beating champions is a major thing, and determining, your status and all of that. Tyson Fury, you were talking about Tyson Fury saying he's questionable, but I think you're leaving out the whole front half of his career before he came back. And when he fought Deontay Wilder, he was coming back from sitting on the couch. He had already did some great things,
Why was he on the couch?
Well, we got Tony's review in the building. What up, Tony Review? Hold on,
Did Fury had the belts already? Fury had the belts, bro.
Yeah, well, he had one belt. He had the
Fly
WBC belt.
Fly Frequency. Big Supreme came on the panel earlier and he called you out. And you ducked.
Oh, I ain't hear him. I was on a train.
We said it don't matter if you don't hear it. No, it's still a duck. It's still a duck.
I was on a subway train, and so I was going to get on the panel. I mean, I did get on the panel, but I realized that I was on a subway train, and I knew y'all wasn't going to be able to hear me. So I said, let me, jump off.
The Big Supreme is back. The Big Supreme is back. But y'all go ahead, finish the conversation, and we're gonna.
Hey, I just want to chime in real fast.
What
I don't
happened
understand. Hold on. Let me chime in real fast.
Go ahead, Tony. Reviews.
I don't understand anything that I'm fucking hearing about Usyk. I don't get none of this. So when you look at the scheme of the heavyweight division, right? You say Usyk needs to fight Bakoli. However, Usyk beat the guy in Michael Hunter. He gave Michael Hunter his first loss, and Michael Hunter beat Bakoli, who gave Bakoli his loss. Then when you look at Hrgovic, okay, Triple D beat Hrgovic, who's a top dog, and fucking Usyk made him quit in the middle of the ring. So then, like, all these things are connected. Whenever you look at AJ beat Parker. Parker went in there with Zhilei Zhang. He beat him. He beat the brakes off of Wilder. And Usyk beat AJ twice. So, like, everything that you're saying doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe in triangle theories, but there is a scale and there is a level of where these guys stack off of who they fight and who they beat. And Usyk has beat.
But does it matter when they beat him? Like
I missed it. What they saying?
Hold on. Let me say this. You saying he beat the brakes off of Wilder, but what Wilder? You get what I'm saying? Like, Wilder is done.
I mean, but I could ask you this. I could say this about Wilder. in my opinion, Wilder is the most overhyped, overrated fighter there's ever been. When you look at Deontay Wilder, his wins and his knockouts stopped happening when he started fighting real legitimate fighters. He couldn't hurt Parker. He couldn't do nothing with Zane. He got beat by Fury, in my opinion, all 3 times. The
He
only
definitely
fight
didn't
that
get
he
beat
ever
by
had,
Fury all 3 times because they definitely gave him that long
I
tinker.
ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
And the
but
key
only
word
why
was
they started
there was
opinion
no
counting.
in the
long
beginning
tinker. There
before
was
you
no
said
Why
long
all
they
that.
started
tinker.
counting on that last knockout? He was
That
waiting to fight
man,
out when
Tony
he get knocked
Reviews,
out
how
like
can
that.
you say that about Wilder, but then act like you don't understand what VA Money Group saying about Usyk?
what are you talking about? Like, Usyk is ran through the. I mean, truth be told, I thought Fury beat him, but it doesn't matter because that's not what history is going to say. At the end of the day, the dude won the fight on paper. So with that being said, he's ran through them. Like, I don't understand. Like, those are the top fighters that he's been beating. Triple D
No,
is now
I
a reigning
understand
champ.
your perspective and your point of view, but I'm saying with the way you, even though you disagree with VA Money Group, I'm saying with the way you feel about Wilder, how come you can't understand what he's saying about Usyk
Because
and the people
because
and
it's
the
very
opponents
easy.
he
It's
fought?
very simple. It's very simple. Wilder is the only heavyweight out of all of them who can't beat another top 10 fighter. Joseph Parker beat top 10 fighters. Zilly Zhang beat top 10 fighters. Joe Joyce beat top 10 fighters. Daniel Dubois beat top 10 fighters. Hergovich has beat top 10 fighters.
When he
Tyson
was
Fury has
defending
beat
Well,
his
what
top
about
belt,
10
Luis
when he had to,
fighters.
Ortiz? So Luis
when he had
Ortiz
to
wasn't a top
defend
10
his
fighter?
when he had to defend his belts, those weren't top 10 fighters.
No, they were not.
They
No, they were not.
absolutely
They were
were. He
not
hating,
globally
bro.
ranked. They were
Yeah,
not
he hating on
globally
him.
ranked
Yeah,
top
yeah,
10
Everybody
yeah.
know that
fighters.
Luis
The
Ortiz
only
was a
top
top 10
10
guy. He was
fighter,
a top
the
5 heavyweight,
only
actually.
top 10 fighter he beat in his career was Bermain Stavern, who won the fucking belt off a vacated
Why
Oh,
are
title
we
that's
paying
true.
match.
attention to this
What
stuff, bro?
about Luis Ortiz?
Yeah, what about Luis Ortiz?
Luis Ortiz ain't never been a top 10 fighter. Who did he beat? He
You
was
said
top
What?
10.
top 10 fighter.
Wait,
You didn't
no,
say
no, 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 no,
champion.
no.
Top 10
Luis
fighter. He
Ortiz,
was.
He was a
Luis
top 10
Ortiz was
heavyweight.
top 10. He was top 10 within the
What you got to be ranked to
WBC.
be mandatory?
WBC. He was top 10 in the WBC, not globally. WBC, one sanctioning
Stop
body.
trolling, bro. Stop,
Why,
man.
why, why didn't AJ fight him when he was #1 in the WBA? Why did
He
AJ
ducked
duck
him.
him?
He
He
ducked
signed
him.
with
That's
Maximum
why.
Boxing and he still didn't get to fight with AJ. That
Who?
being Luis King Kong Ortiz.
AJ ducked
Ortiz
him.
signed
That's
with
why.
Maximum.
Who is Luis Ortiz beat to be this killer? Tell me.
He never got the
Everybody was
opportunity. That's the
ducking
point we're trying
him.
to make.
All the
Wilder was the
people
only
who he
one that
beat
gave
to
us
get up to
opportunity
that
to fight
point.
for a
That's
title.
who.
AJ didn't
Name a
want no
top
smoke.
10. No. Let me ask you this. Name a top 10 fighter Luis Ortiz has beat.
They ducked him.
They ducked him. That's what we're trying
Yeah.
to say.
Ain't
He was the
nobody
boogeyman of
ducked
the
that
heavyweight division.
6-year-old. That man is 86 years old. That man was fighting at 92 years old. Ain't nobody ducked him.
Now they
He was
willing to fight
#1
him
in the
again.
They
WBA.
aged him
AJ
out.
could have
That's
fought
what
him.
you want to say. They aged him out or duck? Which one?
That man came in 103 years old when he went pro from Cuba.
Why was he undefeated? He was that old. He was undefeated till Wilder beat him.
He was undefeated because he ain't fought nobody.
But how
Yeah,
can
because
you not
AJ
fight
ducked him.
nobody
AJ
with
ducked
2
him. He was #1 in the
consecutive
Whenever
WBA,
I
titles
and
look
AJ
at
against
didn't
Luis
want
people
to
that
fight him.
got to
Ortiz,
be ranked in the top
when
10?
I look at Luis Ortiz's career, who do I think of? I think he beat Brian Jennings, he lost to Deontay Wilder, and he beat Charles Martin years later. If y'all want to do they're not the same fighter that they once were.
Okay,
Those are
so
the only
back, hold
people.
on. We getting off topic. So what you got to say about Usyk? Because we getting off topic.
You asking me?
No, I'm talking to Tony Reviews. What did you want to say about Usyk? Because I want to hear what you had to say.
Oh, he silent about that. He don't got. He lost. The cat got his tongue.
Tony.
I ain't gonna lie. Tony be going hard.
Oh,
He
hold on.
contradicted
He
himself.
on a
He
different
contradicted
device.
himself.
All right.
I ain't saying Luis
Tony,
There
you
we
Ortiz
back?
on me, but
Yeah, I'm back. So this is what
Okay.
I can say about Usyk. You can say whenever Usyk got in the ring with AJ, he had one loss, and that was to Andy Ruiz. He came back, he avenged his one loss. He was on a 2-win streak whenever he lost the 2 times to Usyk. So he had already came back and won 2 fights before Usyk even got in the ring with him. Now you could argue whether he looked the same or not looked the same, but then after he lost to Usyk, he went on to win 2 more times. Now, granted, one was an MMA fighter in Francis Ngannou. Then he went on to beat
Wilder.
Otto Wallin.
Yeah, Wallin, yeah.
Stopped his ass.
And who is he?
So then he got in there with Triple D. Now, however, when you look at Triple D knocked out AJ, but prior to all of that, Triple D quit in the ring against Usyk. So again, when you look at the top dogs, and unfortunately nowadays All the top fighters seem to be coming from the UK outside of Usyk, the Ukraine.
No, so
What?
that's the whole point.
What?
That's the whole point. The promotion of in the UK allows for their fighters to be
Oh my
considered top
gosh.
fighters. That's it.
Who we got in America? Who do we
this
have in
and this
America
guy
right now?
and this guy Tony, he contradicted himself. He says, "I don't believe in triangle theory, but Usyk doesn't have to fight guys because he beat the guy that beat the other guy." Dog,
I didn't say that at all. No.
The whole
Yo,
thing that you said,
No, by
this whole
triangle
time,
theory. Let me
it's
tell you
been
what a triangle
nonsense,
theory
bro.
is. No. You're wrong. A triangle theory is this. A triangle theory is because this guy beat that guy, he can beat that guy. I never said whether or not Usyk could beat Deontay Wilder or not. What I'm telling you is these guys get ranked off of who they beat, where they're at. That's how they get ranked. And when Usyk fought these dudes, they were top-ranked fighters, period.
So what's going on? Because I'm trying to figure out the point. So what they trying to discredit?
Yeah, they
Okay,
Usyk?
hold
trying to
on. No,
discredit
let
Usyk.
me
They
update
trying to
Fly
discredit Usyk.
Frequency. We've been up here
Oh,
talking
I don't
about.
agree with that.
We're not trying to discredit Usyk. We was just saying, y'all, nobody trying to discredit Usyk. Everybody up here has a different opinion, and some were saying that they don't think Usyk's number one pound for pound, and how do you rate your number one pound for pound, and all of that. So that's how this conversation is going. Some people think Usyk is number one pound for pound because he was able to go from cruiserweight to heavyweight, and some people are questioning the run, who he fought, and all of that, and how can you be an all-time great in 20 fights if you didn't fight everybody? And some people are saying just fighting all the champions and getting the accolade isn't enough because there's a lot that go along with getting belts and it's political and this and that. But then you have some that's like, well, this dude, no matter all that, who he fought, he went to different countries and did it. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's
he
the
went to different
fact. You gotta
countries
get that
and
man
took.
his
Well,
justice.
if you look at it, it ain't too many people. It ain't too many fighters at this age right now who got undisputed twice. And so then you got to look at, who had a better run than Usyk. Nobody had no run
I
that's,
don't think nobody had
that
a
far
better run than
better
Usyk, bro.
than Usyk. And he's a heavyweight. On top of that, the heavyweight champion is the baddest man on the planet. So it got to go to Usyk. You know what I'm saying? Who else? He had
And
heavyweight
he's a
with
gold
2
medalist.
times undisputed under his
Hold
belt.
on.
Like,
D1 say he's not pound for pound. Sorry, he's in the wrong division. I don't give a where he came
I mean,
from
that's
or
my man.
what
That's
he's
his opinion,
accomplished.
though.
Heavyweights
That's
go on
facts.
their
That's
own
that's
list. Do y'all even
because of the
know
fact that he
why the
started out
fuck
not at
was
heavyweight
even?
though.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
he wasn't a heavyweight and he
Yeah.
literally
Nah,
did what pound for pound
you can't
stands for.
change the
What it's
definition.
compared to. They're comparing other weight classes to the heavyweight division. He literally did it in real time. He went from another weight class to the heavyweight division and dominated and beat everybody hands down.
But he
As a
didn't beat
heavyweight,
everybody.
as
That's
a
VA
heavyweight,
Money Group argument. He really
exactly.
didn't
Yeah.
beat
That's
everybody.
Who didn't he beat? Even though I don't agree with the low
Who he
blow
beat?
call
He
with
only
Dubois.
beat 2 guys. He only beat 2 guys. That's
He
what
beat
I'm saying.
beat
He said
Dubois.
he
He beat
beat.
three
He beat
guys.
all of the other
Let me say
guys.
something. Let me say something, right? I don't like that argument because it's very disingenuous. Y'all make it seem like the dude got to fight every single contender, bro, to be pound for pound, bro. He don't got to fight Bakoli, Zhang, and whoever else y'all think he's supposed to fight, bro. Nobody Paul Williams. He didn't fight Margarito. He didn't fight Kermit Cintron.
Let's talk heavyweights.
Same
So
dude
you
didn't
think he
fight
should
everybody,
retire
bro.
or what?
Can't.
You saying he should fight none of them guys? You say he should just go and retire? What you saying? If he
No,
keeps
I'm not
continue to
saying
fight,
that.
he's
But
gonna
I'm
have to
saying
fight some of these guys.
what I'm saying is he beat the opposition that was in front of him, who happened to be unified, who happened to be champion, and you can't take that away from him, bro. You can't create a hypothetical to say that he didn't fight Zhang or Bakoli or a Jake Caballero or some other miscellaneous dude you think is
It's
a
not
dangerous
hypothetical.
heavyweight. It is hypothetical, bro, because if you look at Zhang is very dangerous, but he's never been a champion. Same thing with Jake Caballero. He beat Makmadov and what's the other dude he just beat? Frank
Derek,
Sanchez.
he
That's
beat
not something
Derek.
crazy.
Frank Sanchez.
Caballero also
That's
beat
not
Derek
something crazy,
Chisora
bro.
years ago.
What I don't like is dudes get 1 or 2 wins and then y'all make them into these super dangerous dudes and then they get exposed. Same thing with Tim Tszyu. Same thing with Haney. Like, I feel like it's about who
I was rocking with you into the Haney part, bro, just to let you know.
Yeah, I know, Fly. My fault, bro. I know you were Haney.
Man, Haney the lamest dude in boxing.
I was rocking with you, bro. You was
Hey,
cooking, but then you had that rotten
Focus.
tomato in there.
Bro.
Loud frequency. Stop distracting my channel with Devin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had to throw a shot because I heard you say something about Tanker Bells earlier. But I'm just saying, right? When you look at Usyk, you can't discredit his run, bro. He beat Fury, he beat Joshua, he beat Danny Dubois, who just had a hell of a run this year. I think he's fighter of the year. He beat Hrgovic, he beat Joshua, and he beat Gerard Miller. He's the first person to stop Gerard Miller and Hrgovic. And nobody never did Joshua like that.
So now we're elevating. So Hrgovic, that's a legit win. I'll take that. But now we're elevating guys like Big Baby. Big Baby, he's been on the couch, bro. He's not a top guy, right? When he fought Joe Joyce, when Joe Joyce was top guy, he quit. When he fought,
how many people fought through a broken orbital bone, bro?
But who broke it though? You get what I'm saying?
It don't matter. You can't say a man quit, bro. You want Ray
Oh,
Leonard
he didn't quit. I'm sorry. He didn't quit. He didn't quit. But he got stopped. He got stopped. This is all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. This is all my opinion. This is all I'm saying. Dubois, the current version of AJ and the current version of Fury, for me, is not enough. The precedent is Klitschko dominating for 10 years straight. Lennox Lewis beating all of those guys and fight all those guys that he fought. When you start talking about an all-time heavyweight or this guy is dominating heavyweight, this and that, you have to go back to these guys. Don't ever let a guy come in and win 3 fights and be like, yo, I'm one of the best.
You know what's so crazy about what you just said? You know what's so crazy about what you just said? Usyk beat both the guys who beat Klitschko at the end of his career.
Exactly.
He beat Tyson Fury, who stopped the reign of Klitschko. He beat Fury twice, who stopped that reign, and he also beat AJ, who knocked him the fuck out.
So Lennox Lewis.
So what I'm trying to tell you is my point.
Lennox Lewis.
No. Listen to me. My point that I was making earlier is
he fought Holyfield.
Oh my God.
He didn't that's how this works. You fight Holyfield. Okay. After you got done with Holyfield, hey, we want to see Mike Tyson too. Okay, you fought Mike Tyson, and then what do you do after that? Klitschko. Listen, this is what heavyweights is, man. Stop trying to defend a guy not fighting.
What I'm trying to tell you is every name that you mentioned, Usyk is connected to that name and is on top of them because of who he's beat. Every fucking name. The name that you named, Bakoli. Bakoli got his ass whooped by Michael Hunter. Guess what? Usyk whooped his ass. Usyk beat the shit out of Michael Hunter easily. So every name that you name is still connected to Usyk with him being above them. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can't say styles make fights and then try to use triangle theory.
Exactly. He just contradicted. This dude is a fucking troll.
That is not a triangle theory. Oh my gosh! Now I gotta explain this shit again for the second time.
No, you don't. We know what it means.
A triangle theory is me saying because Usyk beat Michael Hunter, he can beat Bakoli. That's not what I said. What I said is the guy that you're leaning on, that Usyk needs to fight, he beat the guy that beat him. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say who would win the fight. That's a triangle theory. What I said was Usyk beat the guy that beat him, which places Usyk above him.
So Tony, let me ask you a question then. What is the relevant? What's the how is it relevant to say Usyk beat the guy that beat the guy? If you know what I'm saying, what are we comparing then?
Because it goes like this: when you look at who are the best in the world, right? 2 cents. Let's say I'm the fastest person in the world, and you beat me in a race. Okay? No, scratch that. Let's say I'm the fastest person in the world, but then Supreme beats me in a race, okay? But you beat Supreme in a race. By default, you're better than me because you beat the guy who beat me. Now, that doesn't mean that when me and you race, I'll automatically lose to you, but you're ranked higher because you beat the person that beat me.
Okay.
That literally doesn't work. That's the worst analogy that you could pick, bro.
No,
racing
it's not.
Based on times. Racing is based on times, bro.
Oh my God.
If you beat Usain Bolt,
I get what he's saying.
Do you realize? Hold on. Let's go with racing. Do you realize every time you race, your speed changes? It's not static. It's fluid. Whenever Usain Bolt ran, not every time he ran, he broke his record. Not every time that he ran, did he tie the world record breaking run that he did. It changes every time you run. You could be fast today and slow tomorrow and then fast the next day. Every time you run, your speed is different. But the bottom line is when you look at the rankings, if you beat somebody who beat that other person, then by default you're higher ranked.
Right.
This is nonsense.
I mean,
but
that still doesn't.
Think, right? Usyk is doing this as the naturally smaller man, bro. When he went in the ring against,
why are we supposed to care about that? Why are we supposed to care about that?
That's pound for pound, nigga. What you mean? That's what we're talking about.
It's
Not
literally the
heavyweight, though. Not
definition
after
of what
heavyweight.
pound for pound is, comparing them to heavyweights.
That's outweighing them
So
by 50,
so
40
Holyfield
pounds,
gets
bro.
extra credit. Holyfield gets extra credit for being small.
Yeah, nigga, you crazy?
Yes. It means
Hell, you
something
get
for
extra
you
credit,
to go.
bro.
If weight classes weren't a thing, then no, it wouldn't mean nothing. But if you can beat somebody 50 pounds heavier than you, I mean, I think that should mean something because not
Crazy. That's like anyway
nobody's
moving up
doing
right
that
now.
but heavyweights. You get what I'm saying? That's what separates them
Exactly.
from the smaller weight divisions. But when you have somebody like, if you could have a bridge and then you got all the boxing divisions and then you got the heavyweight division over here and you got a fighter able to jump that bridge and go to where there's no limit on weight and then able to beat the quote unquote top fighters in the division, people feel like he should get his credit. You get what I'm saying? And that's where it's like, even if he didn't fight the greatest or the best or whoever you think he should fight, he still got the belts. He still fought the top names, and it's still impressive. Like, I think that's the point everybody trying to make.
And he beat the heaviest heavyweight.
Yeah, he came in heavier than the first fight for sure.
Yeah, one of the heavyweight for sure. Yeah. My son Tony
Yeah,
dropped
like I
off.
said, we
But
still
what
like
I'm
to see
saying
Usyk.
though, VA, bro,
I would still like to see Usyk fight like the winner of Dubois and Parker. Maybe fight McCole if he wins his IBF eliminator. There's still fights out there for Usyk.
I mean,
Right
y'all don't
now,
think
he's
these
definitely.
dudes too big? Like they gonna get too, like it's gonna just be too big. Like you need to chill out.
Nah,
Like
I
could
think
Usyk
He
fight?
need
Could
to fight
Usyk
Danny
beat Big
again.
Bang Zhang? Could Usyk beat Big Bang Zhang?
probably.
I think
Zhang
so,
beat,
but he need to fight Danny Dubois again though, because that
I
fight was
think Dubois
questionable.
might
He
get
need to
him.
go back and erase that.
Yeah, fight Dubois. But if
Dubois
Parker
might
wins, you
stop
fight
him.
Parker. You fight the winner of that fight February 22nd. That should be Usyk's next fight. The winner of that fight. And then maybe
I
fight
think
McCole
Dubois
if he
gonna
beats
knock him out.
Ajagba.
If he fight, don't Danny
He
got a
said he
belt?
going back to cruiserweight though.
Don't
I
Danny got a
just
belt?
talking the money
Yeah,
in
he
the
got the
heavyweight division.
IBF.
You go back to cruiserweight, you're gonna take a big pay cut going back to cruiserweight. The money is in the heavyweight division.
Danny
He
is
gonna
the
get knocked
Danny
out
is the
fucking with
fight
Dubois.
because if he beat Danny Dubois, he becomes undisputed again, right?
Yep, 2 times undisputed in the heavyweight division. That'd be another accolade for
That'll
him.
be 3 times undisputed. Like
But this
can't
is what I'm
nobody say
saying.
nothing if he
This
do
is what
that.
I'm
Parker
saying.
beats
Like
Dubois.
it's too much politics. Dubois doesn't deserve to be heavyweight champion again. He doesn't.
You're
Man.
bugging.
With
I
Zile Zhang and
Why?
extremely
Based on
disagree.
what? Based on
IBF,
what?
you know the IBF is
let me
strict. They
finish. You guys
stripped
are cutting me off.
Urkovich. I mean, they stripped Usyk.
Why
Yeah, but
why don't he deserve to be heavyweight again?
you got Zile
Champion.
Zhang in line. You got Zile Zhang in line. He's been right there the whole time.
Nah, but Zhang
you
had
got-
the WBO though, VA.
Oh yeah, he got a belt already.
Nah, Zhang.
Championships, unifications, Trump mandatories and all of that, bro.
Yeah, my fault, VA. Let me just say one thing and I'm gonna go on mute. But I was saying Zhang had the WBO interim and he lost to Joseph Parker. So I can't really say that he was in line to get the IBF, bro. I'm not gonna say that. But what I will say to back your point, Joseph Parker has the interim title at the WBO, but he's getting a fight with the IBF. So that's politics. You know, him and Fury is close, and you know he's with Frank Warren. So that's definitely politics right there. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's certain fights that he gets to pick and choose. He gets to pick and choose his matchups, and that's not how it was in the 90s and the 80s, man. I don't believe that that's how it was in the 80s and 90s. And Klitschko didn't rock.
No,
like
I
that.
mean,
Only
maybe
person Klitschko
they
didn't
were
fight
doing it. We just
was
ain't know.
Value Weave.
They definitely was doing that. That's why the Muhammad Ali Act came into play. To make sure that the people who climb the ranks, you know, to make a ranking system and make sure that everybody gets everybody who climbs up the rank can get a shot at the title. That's why the Muhammad Ali Act is there.
Mm-hmm.
And we
So
got to
who
stop
would you
comparing
name?
these
Who
guys
would you
to the
name?
guys back in
Who
the
would you
day,
name?
man, because them dudes was different. It was only one belt. So the champion had to fight the number one contender. That's just the way it was. It's not like that anymore.
At one point, they wasn't doing it though.
To those guys, you can't compare anybody to Ali because Ali fought everybody. He cleaned out the division in the 60s. Was banned for 3.5 years. Came back in the 70s and cleaned the motherfucker out again. You can't compare
I don't know. I
nobody
heard
to that.
somebody talking about it one day. They was naming like.
You can't compare nobody to that.
Ali took.
Oh yeah, he the greatest of all time.
I
For
don't
sure.
think Ali took
You can't
anybody.
compare nobody to that.
Especially
He cleaned it
heavyweight.
out in the 60s, got banned for 3.5 years, came back in the 70s and cleaned it out again. Cleaned it out again.
We're talking
Come on,
about
man.
even.
Yeah,
We're
but
talking about
nobody's saying
even
that
modern
Usyk
times.
is the best of all time, bro.
We're talking about even modern
not
times,
beat
like
PBC,
guys
bro.
like. Go ahead.
What'd you say, Big Supreme?
Nah, that was VA that was talking. I think he breaking up.
Oh, what'd you say,
No,
VA?
I was saying like I just got to repeat my point. Like even in modern times, like we don't have to go back that far. First of all, in the 80s and 90s, they did have multiple belts because Tyson had to unify them, right? But even in the 2000s, you can go with Klitschko. Klitschko fought all the guys that he could fight. That's a heavyweight champion. That's what I'm saying. Like this stuff where you fight this one guy and then you fight this other guy. Well, these two guys beat all these other guys, which is not true because Bicoli didn't. You say, oh, he lost to Michael Hunter. Well, okay, cool, but still, like you still have to fight these guys. Michael, that's how long ago was that? You know what I'm saying? How long ago did Joe Joyce lose to whoever he lost to? Right? You came up before he lost to Zane. You didn't fight him. You fought Witherspoon, right? Instead of fighting Zane, you fought Chisora. You know what I'm saying? Instead of fighting another one of these top guys, you were fighting these bums. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, it's so clear to me that this guy.
So you don't punish Fury for
How do
fighting
you know
Chisora?
that people felt like Chisora? He was ready to fight Chisora.
You don't punish Fury for fighting Chisora? Fury fought Chisora 3 times. You don't punish him for that?
Yeah, he fought that nigga like 4 times, bro.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's my point. My point is you're fighting a guy who fought Chisora 3 times, fought Dylan White, fought Krabs, all these guys. I don't even remember the names. Only person that Fury fought was Klitschko. He popped after that, and then he comes back and fights Deontay Wilder 3 times and gets, has 3 wars. So and fight AJ, who fought everybody. AJ did fight everybody. I respect that.
No, he ain't fought everybody.
He fought
almost,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
AJ ain't fought everybody.
He fought almost everybody.
He ain't fought the 2 guys in his era though. He ain't fight Fury or Wilder. Them the 2 guys in his era. He ain't fought yet.
That's facts.
Now they
Well, who in this era? Who in this era fought everybody? Wilder didn't fight everybody.
Exactly.
Fury didn't fight everybody. None of them had.
Y'all gotta act like people wasn't ducking Deontay Wilder.
Not even that. You can't fight everybody.
Yeah, Wilder tried to make AJ fight.
What I'm saying is, if you haven't fought enough guys, then you're not worthy of heavyweight respect. You can't be all-time anything if you haven't done what the criteria, what the precedent that was set before you. If you haven't done that, bro, you can't be talking about, yo, I got all these fucking belts. Dude, you guys can't, and then we turn around and then we shit on Crawford for doing the same thing. Crawford moves up and fights no fucking body.
Who the fuck
Crawford
fought
at 140 and then moves up again.
He fought the baddest man in the division, according to y'all. Y'all said Errol Spence was the monster. He beat the shit out of the monster. So
I'm not talking about that.
That's the equivalent of Anthony Joshua.
He didn't fight nobody. We know he didn't fight nobody. You know
what you say? What you say about? Hold on. What you say about AJ?
Look what I'm saying, right? Because the comparison with Crawford and Usyk is crazy. To me, I don't think Crawford is supposed to be top 5 on a pound for pound list, in my opinion. Because you comb through his resume, you comb through the last 15 fights, he ain't fight nobody, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. He fought Spence, he fought Porter, but he ain't fight nobody. When you look at Usyk, he beat Breeders, whether you want to acknowledge him or not, bro. He still beat Breeders, bro. He beat Usyk. I mean, he beat Fury. He beat Dubois. He beat AJ. Like, he's beating legitimate dudes, bro, and they was champions, bro.
What about Victor Poster? You don't think Victor Poster was a good fight? That was a unification of 2 undefeated fighters at 140 when Crawford beat him.
Won a fight since, like 11 straight.
Then Danny Garcia duck Poster. A lot of people said Danny Garcia duck Poster.
Danny Garcia left the division to get away from Poster. He left the division to get away from Poster.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
I don't think so.
He was struggling with weight.
Why did he go to 143? He went up from 140 to 143. He didn't go straight to 147. He fought Peterson at 143. So if he was having so much trouble with the weight, he just went up to 147. He went up to 143 and fought Peterson at catchweight.
At what time in this world? At what time in this world would you have picked Danny Garcia to beat Crawford?
No, that's not the point. The point
that's
is
not the point. Y'all always try to run that.
Why he
no time? No time. He sent the man a contract. The man turned it down. What you want him to do? They
That
sent
is not
Danny a
true.
contract. Danny turned it down. Said, "What enough money?"
That's what I don't like about Crawford fans, bro. Y'all think this nigga could beat everybody in hypothetical
No, I
matchups.
don't. I don't think he's
I
gonna
think he
win a
could beat
good fight.
Canelo. I
I
see
don't think
niggas
he's
saying
gonna
he's
beat
not Canelo.
Murtazaliev. I don't think he's gonna beat Murtazaliev. I don't.
He won't fight him. Is what I'm trying to
He
tell
won't
you.
fight.
He
They
won't fight
already
that
in
nigga.
negotiations. What are you talking about? They supposed to
Yeah,
fight
They're
now.
not gonna fight. They're
I
not
don't
gonna
think he's
fight.
gonna win, but he's gonna take the fight.
They're not gonna fight.
Oh, you
I
think
bet
Bachman
they, I
gonna
bet
beat
they don't
Crawford?
fight. I
Yeah, I
think
think
he
that's gonna
I
be
I
think
think he got some shit with him.
Bachman is gonna beat a 37-year-old Crawford. Yes.
I think so. I think he
I
got some
think
shit
Crawford
with
gonna
him.
box his ears off.
I
Boy,
don't
ain't
think
And
no
if he
so.
Crawford
beat
left.
him,
Remember,
and if
listen,
Crawford beats him,
Murtazaliev,
if
look,
Crawford beats Bachman, you can't say shit else about it. Can't say
I
shit
don't
else.
see it. I
If
don't
he
see
beats
him
that
beating
guy.
him. If he beats him, it's gonna be a war. It's gonna take a lot of him. He fucking around retired, bro. You gotta think
Yeah.
this man is 6'1". He fought at 168 in the amateurs. The dude has a 75-inch reach. Like he has all the advantages over Crawford, bro. Foot speed, hand
Yo.
speed, reach,
And if
height.
Crawford beats him, all that fucking
He's
talk
not
needs to
gonna beat
stop.
him, and I bet they won't
It
even
needs to
fight.
stop.
I bet that.
Well, y'all think
It
Bachman
needs
a
to stop.
killer, huh? Y'all think
Bachman
Bachman
is
a
a killer.
killer?
Ask
They
Tim
think
Zoo, is he a killer? Hey, ask Tim
I
Zoo,
know
is he
he's
a
a
killer?
killer. You see what
Was
he
Tim
did to
Zoo?
Ask Tim
Fedor?
Zoo.
Did that Fundua
Ask
fight
Tim
take a
Zoo.
lot out of Tim Zoo though? I think that Fundua
No,
fight took a lot. I
Tim
think
Zoo
that
always
Fundua
been
fight took a
limited.
lot out of Tim Zoo.
Tim Zoo
Murtazaliev
always been limited. Tim
dirt.
Zoo always been one-dimensional. No, don't give.
That was a
Ain't no
bloody
excuse.
fight though. That
No,
was a
they
war.
moved Tim Zeus really strategically too, if we honest.
That's a
Yeah, don't
fact.
give Tim Zoo no
Yeah.
excuse. He went in there and got his ass kicked.
Yeah, he
That's
did
what
him
happened to
bad.
Tim
Yeah,
Zoo.
But Tim
I just
Zeus
think he
still
wasn't the
looked like
same. His
something
punch
was wrong
resistance
with
though. He
him.
got caught, got
He
hurt
looked
early.
crazy in that
Nah,
fight.
I think that was the power, bro. You gotta think, right? Murtazaliev
Why you
fought.
think? Hey, listen. Let me ask you this. Here's the question: why you think Madrimov came up with this sudden bronchitis all of a sudden?
What you mean?
Oh,
Because
hell
he
no,
had a
he
big
got
fight with Virgil
bronchitis.
Ortiz. Why would he risk
He
a
wasn't
fight
trying to
with
Why
fight
would he
that
Boychuk,
fight
dude.
Bochuk?
He
who's
was
a
supposed to
killer,
fight
like
that
you
dude
said, and you
Saturday.
got
He
a big
wasn't
fight
trying to
with Virgil
fight.
Ortiz?
He wasn't trying to fight the Murtazaliev. He was
None
never
of,
trying
none
to
of
fight
these
that
fighters
dude.
are scared. Yo, Shelton,
He
none of
was
He
these
supposed
wasn't
to
trying
fighters
to
are
fight.
fight that
scared, bro.
dude.
No, that was Boychuk that he pulled out
That
of
was
the Boychuk
Bochuk.
fight.
Yeah, that was Bochuk.
Magellan pulled out the Boychuk
He
fight, but
wasn't trying
that
to
was a
fight him
smart
either.
move.
He wasn't trying to fight him either. Then 2 months later, fight Virgil Ortiz. He wasn't
Yeah,
trying to do that
Why
shit.
wouldn't you not fight
that's
Virgil
suicidal.
Ortiz,
That ain't
bro?
make no sense. That was a smart move
Virgil's
pulling
a
out of that
bigger
fight.
name. He's the biggest money out of all of them.
Yeah, why would you fight Bochuk? I'm not saying that he's not a viable opponent. I'm just saying if Turkey's offering a bag, you gonna take Bochuk or you gonna take Virgil Ortiz? You gonna
You
take
go
Virgil,
fight
bro.
Boychuk. Listen, you go fight Boychuk today. Then 2 months later, fight Virgil Ortiz.
That don't even make
No,
that don't
that
even
don't
make
make no
sense.
sense, bro.
He
That don't
never
make no
was gonna
sense.
do it. I'm agreeing with
But
you. I'm just
I
saying,
I
like,
just
I'm
think
not.
it's, and this is what I'm saying as far as like Turkey, like why are you even, if you call a fighter and they say, oh, I got to fight on this date, why are you even offering them something 2 months later? You get what I'm saying? Taking them off of whatever they got going on and whatever plans that they had already made with somebody else.
Yeah,
Because he don't care. He just want to see good fights. He don't care.
but it was supposed to be Virgil against Boots, but then Boots didn't take the fight. They were scrambling. They say, okay, let's go get Maginov. Maginov
It
jumped
wasn't
on.
supposed to be Boots. It wasn't supposed to be Virgil against
Yeah,
Boots.
it was supposed to be Virgil and Boots on February 22nd card. Of course, it was supposed to be
How
them
y'all
two.
know they wasn't gonna say, oh, it's gonna be
First
Virgil
of all,
versus Boots, and then Virgil drop out and they put Madrimov on the card?
not even that.
Does
Turkey
it
All we,
even
matter?
said that they had to get
Don't
all
y'all
we
both.
know
think
is
Boots
what
could beat
happened.
them both?
That's speculative. We know
Don't y'all
what
think
actually
Boots could beat
happened
them both?
was it was supposed to be Virgil versus Boots.
That's not
Virgil
the
was on
point.
board, and Boots didn't want to move up to 154. He wanted to unify, so
We
they had
not
to
finna
find a
use it.
replacement.
That's
So
not
what
what
you finna
happened.
say, Big Supreme?
That's not what happened.
What I was saying is, Turkey did an interview and he said that when they was doing negotiations for Virgil, they had like 3 or 4 opponents. Nobody wants to mention that Crawford was one of the opponents, and Crawford pulled out saying that he had a hand injury. I bet
One
y'all
Oh, I
opponent for
haven't
who?
heard.
because
Hold on,
Virgil.
hold on. I didn't hear that, Big Supreme.
Yeah,
I didn't hear
Crawford
that.
was one of
I
the
never
opponents for
heard that
who?
either. Where you get
I
that
posted in
from?
the chat.
I never heard that.
I posted in the chat. Out of
No,
Turkey's mouth, he said that
break it.
Crawford.
Yeah, break it. Yeah,
Hold on, let me just say it.
I need to play that on
Look,
this
I'm gonna
channel.
play it. Hold on, 2 cents. I'm just get it off. I'm gonna play
Yeah,
it.
but
So
hey,
look, Turkey did an interview, and he said that don't talk about the boot situation. He said Crawford was one of the opponents, but he pulled pulled out because of a hand injury. So
Nah, I think you kind of construing words now. He said that. He said Crawford wouldn't be ready to fight
One mic. Let
in
him
February
talk. Go
because of
ahead, Big
hand injury.
Supreme. Hold on, JB.
Look, see, you about to go crazy that Buttercup shit, man.
Go ahead, Big Supreme.
All I'm saying is, y'all won't call Crawford a duck, but y'all say Boots is a duck. When Crawford offered the same fight and pulled out and said he had a hand injury, he wouldn't be ready. But then we find out that he's in negotiations with Mirza Aliev. Didn't you just say that? So
Yeah,
which
but he
one is
didn't
it?
pull out of the hand injury because he was negotiating because of a
Come
boost
on, man.
potential
You're
boost
not gonna
fight. That
fight. You
wasn't
gonna
the
fight
case.
Murder over Virgil Ortiz? I thought Crawford won the big money fights. You gonna go fight this miscellaneous Russian Drago
Yeah, he
over
got a
Virgil
belt though.
Ortiz?
He got a belt. He got a belt. He chasing legacy. He
He
got a
ain't
belt.
chasing no fucking legacy.
But
Which
he
one
at
is it? You
154.
want
Boost ain't
legacy
got
or
no
you want
belt at
Canelo?
154.
Classic. We're not talking about Boost. We're talking about him fighting Virgil Ortiz.
But hold on though.
Yeah, Boost.
Let me get these receipts though.
Yeah, get that because I'm not saying Boost ducked Virgil Ortiz. I'm just saying he could have fought Virgil, but he's want to stay at 147. So that's you call it a duck or you call it he want to try to unify because he got his belt on the
So Big
on
Supreme,
email.
you're
He didn't
saying
really get it in the
Terrence
ring.
Crawford was also offered the Virgil Ortiz fight.
I saw on
Yeah.
YouTube. I saw on
Yes,
YouTube.
Okay, I thought you said a Boost
Turkey was
fight. You
talking
saying the
about
Virgil Ortiz fight? I got you.
It was Turkey said in an interview. I'm looking for it now. He said it was Xander Zayas, it was Fundora, it was Boots, and it was Crawford. And he started stuttering when he said, "Oh, Crawford has a fight," and like, yeah, nigga, I know. But let me find it though.
Yeah.
How can they offer Fundora though? Fundora with the PBC. He couldn't offer no Fundora. Fundora with the PBC. He not with Turkey.
Fundora is
Not
not
saying
with
offer,
PBC.
but like trying to get him to fight.
He is
Trying
with
to, like,
PBC.
offer
He was
Fundora
Samson.
back.
And Samson works with PBC. Let me clarify that. He's with
That don't
Samson.
mean nothing, my
And
bro. This
Samson
was
with
on this
PBC.
card, bro. What are you
But
talking
Samson
about?
does work with other promoters though.
Morel, this was on the previous card though.
Does Fundora have a fight? Does he have a fight?
He's about to fight Spence.
Yeah, in April, I believe.
Is that
And,
is that signed, sealed, and delivered, or do we speculate here?
Nah,
I don't know, bro. I ain't
it's
supposed to
heavily
do that.
rumored. Heavily rumored. Not official.
Yeah,
But that's what
Yeah, it's not
everything is
signed, not
pointing
official
toward
yet.
that.
Okay.
The
Yeah, but
PBC
Let's
went to
hope.
the
Let's hope he
WBO to
fights.
try to get Errol
They've
Spence
been
Jr.
going back
ranked.
and forth with the WBO because that whole situation. They had him ranked, and they took him out the rankings, and then now they trying to say if Errol Spence fights Fundora and he wins, Fundora he'll get the WBA from Fundora, but Crawford will get the
The
WBA.
WBC. The
Yeah,
WBC.
the WBC.
WBO, I mean the WBO.
Yeah.
He'll get the
not the
WBC from
WBO.
Fundora. So
Yeah.
if
They on some
Spence
bullshit with
win, he
that.
wins a belt for him and Terrence.
Oh wow.
Basically.
But
Well,
basically,
let's just
if
hope and
Crawford
pray.
fight Brockram, the winners ought to fight. Crawford Barker want to fight the Fundora Spence winner. Then we got Undisputed at 154.
I ain't
Easy
never seen a
Let's just
nigga.
hope. Let's just hope and pray that Errol can get cleared to
Shout
fight.
out, Ray.
Let's just hope for that.
Yeah, I never seen someone be a champion and be an interim champion and never sanction a body. I never seen that ever.
They was trying to tell me yesterday that you could do that because I was
can't do
like,
that
I
shit.
thought you can't be somebody mandatory as a champion. Once you're a champion, you're off. You get out of all the other rankings, and then I
Yeah,
was
you
like,
can't.
I
I've
didn't
never heard of
know.
a champion
I didn't know
being
you could
anybody's
fight for a
Correct.
championship. I didn't know you could fight for a championship belt and an interim title in the same
Yeah, I
fight
knew how do you
because once you're a champion, you off the sanctioning body list. So what's the point of you with the interim title?
exactly.
Yeah, I
That's
don't understand
weird.
that. I don't
That's
understand that because if you're a champion, you're a champion. You can't be an interim anything. You're a champion.
And they're
Exactly. That's the
saying
politics
that
though.
if Spence win, they're gonna give the belt to Crawford. I think that if Fundora fights that fight, period, they're gonna strip and give the belt to Crawford. That's what I think. Even though Crawford didn't want to fight Fundora, so I just think it's weird. Like to me, it's just, and I'm not blaming Crawford. This on the sanctioning bodies. They
Well,
doing
all I'm
some
saying is I just hope and
crazy.
pray that Errol can get cleared to fight because it looks like it's been a struggle for him to get cleared.
Errol looking good shape, man. He got a
You keep
video
saying
out.
that. Why
He
you
looking good
saying
shape.
that? Why you think it has anything to do with him getting cleared to fight?
Because he was supposed to fight in October. Then he was supposed to fight in December. Then he was supposed to fight in January. Now he's fighting in what, April?
But a lot of this had to do with that WBO with the belt thing. He was in the
Yeah.
rankings, then he was out the rankings, and they said they was gonna strip Fundora if he fought him. Then Fundora tried to negotiate with Crawford. Crawford was like, he gonna step aside and let them fight. So that's what's been going on.
Yeah, and then the PBC went to WBO at the convention and tried to get Spence ranked. They denied him being ranked, and they told me he can go and make the fight happen, but only if Fundora wins, he's able to keep the belt. If he loses, they're going to give it to Crawford.
Well, the dude been out of the ring for over 500 days. I just want him to get cleared. I want to see him fight somebody. I don't care who it is.
Yeah, Spence, he don't do no tune-up, so like he finna get in there with Fundora. He finna get back into deep water, so see what he do. Maybe the time off has done him well, though, because he took a tremendous beating against
I don't
Crawford.
know why
so-
you keep saying he need to be cleared. Why would they be going through all this if he wasn't quote unquote cleared?
Yeah.
Why would they be going all this to get him ring to make the fight and do all that if he's not cleared?
Yeah, clear from what?
Because he
What's
ain't
he clear
fought
from?
over
He'd be clear
500
What you talking
days.
about?
500 days.
When you took that type of knockout, that was he probably needed to take that time off. So that's probably was some good time that he needed to take off to kind of get his body to recuperate, and get himself back together. He got to get a new trainer. That's another thing. Probably healed things up. He had to get another trainer. Him and his former trainer, they're not together. What's his name? What's the guy name? Was his trainer up in Dallas?
Derek
Can't remember.
James.
Derek James.
Derek James.
Yeah, I heard he's with
He
Bread
looking for
Man
his
now.
trainer.
So
No, he not. That was false. He was
that was false.
working out. Yeah, that turned out to be false. I was talking
Yeah,
about
well,
that at the
he ain't
beginning
got,
of my show about him
he ain't
with
got
the
no trainer.
trainer, and not that we
Who's
know
He
of.
got
gonna
no
be his
trainer.
trainer? I wonder
No,
who's
he don't
gonna
got
be
no
his trainer.
trainer. I don't know.
Damn.
Mm.
Yeah, girl. You ain't got no trainer.
Far
Yeah,
as
he
I
got to
know,
get a trainer. Yeah, he got to get a trainer.
unless he gonna train himself.
Yeah,
Be like
yeah,
Nonito. Hey, be like Nonito. Put your wife in the corner.
yeah, yeah. That was what you call. We ain't got to pay no trainer. We gonna keep everything in house. That's what the Nonito and his wife did. We gonna keep this in house. This money we paying a trainer for.
Well, shit,
I'll be your
who
trainer.
the fuck? Who gonna teach Nonito anything about boxing?
Yeah. Been fighting for so long. He know boxing. Yeah, like I say, at this point, you probably really don't even need a trainer. You've been fighting for 10, 15 years. Yeah.
20 over 20.
I heard Tank wasn't paying Kenny and Calvin.
Oh, who cares? They got too much drama going on over there. Who gives a shit?
I heard them say he never paid them or something like that. They used to say. So I don't know.
Yeah, because his was his trainer not Calvin used to say, man, just take care of my youngest and I'm good. He ain't had no set fee that he charged Tank. He would say, I don't ask for a set fee, but I tell Tank just take care of my youngest, man, and take care of them, and I'm good. I'm like, what? You need to have
It's too
a
much
set
drama.
or something. Ain't no
It's too
take
much
care of
drama.
my youngest.
I think
I
some
need
of
to have a
that's
set
rumors
fee.
though, because they said it's cool. He went on stage, but Calvin was at the press conference. So I mean, I don't know if they want to come out and say.
Pay. I was just talking about the pay.
It's too much drama with that Tank Davis camp. Just who cares?
Yeah, it's a lot going
Yeah,
on.
that pay is crazy.
Trying to figure it
That's
out.
crazy not paying your coach, but they agreed to it. So hey,
I wouldn't pay him because who are you? I would pay Kevin Cunningham.
This nigga say, "Who are you? What the fuck?
Nah,
what?
at this level,
He ain't money group. What?
I'm the motherfucker that let you sleep in my house when you had nowhere to live. That's who he is. I'm the motherfucker that let you sleep in my house when you had nowhere to live. That's who
I'm
I
talking
am.
about boxing. I'm talking about boxing. You want to get paid outside of boxing? That's
I done brought you up since the amateurs. That's who
I
I
don't think he
am.
gets
I've been your trainer since the amateurs. That's who I
I
am.
think he doesn't get a percentage according to Coach Calvin. He said he just asked Tank, tells Tank what he wants or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
hold on,
that's not a. I don't think that's an issue. Him
Yo,
not
two
paying
two
no more.
things, right? So I posted the article in the chat, the private chat, with I guess Crawford pulling out the fight. I'm gonna find the video though, and I think
Pull out of
BA
what fight? Oh, okay.
with
You talking
with
about Virgil
Virgil,
fight?
and I think Tony's review is trying to get on. I don't know if he's still backstage.
Yeah, Tony in the
No, that
back.
was it. Oh, he in the back. I just went back there. I ain't see him. Tony, where you at?
Yeah, you got to give Virgil Ortiz a lot of credit. He wanted all the smoke, though. He wanted to fight Crawford. That
Man,
fight
Virgil
fell through. He
Ortiz don't
wanted to
want
fight
all
Booth.
no smoke.
Booth, that
Stop
fight
it.
fell through. Now he fighting Maginov, the number 2 junior
After how
middleweight
many,
in
hey, wait a
the
minute.
world, in my
Wait a
opinion.
minute. After how many times did he duck Crawford? He ain't had the opportunity to fight Crawford like 3 times.
Yeah, we
We
not
got
finna
me
sit
that's
here.
gonna be all the way up there.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm just talking about. I'm talking about. I'm talking about
everybody
in this round of negotiations. I know he ducked him in the past. I'm just talking about in this round of negotiations. Since he been at 154, he won
I
all the
know he
smoke. At
ducked him in the
154. Since he been at 147, yeah, he ducked him. But at 154, he been wanting all the smoke. He wanted Crawford and he wanted Boots. Didn't get down one of them. Now he fight Maginov. So I salute Virgil Ortiz.
He fought
still the same
one
way. He
guy,
won
and
no
now
smoke
he
at
wants all the smoke.
135,
How
but
does
now
that work?
140. He got a new swag to him, I guess. I don't know.
But you gotta give him credit though. He fighting Boychek and now he finna fight Maginov. Yeah, Virgil Ortiz wants to smoke at 154. You gotta give the man credit on that.
I got the article, Big Supreme. I'm definitely gonna do some content on that article, but I want to show that video on here. Because that whole Boots duck, that stuff was so orchestrated and ridiculous, and everybody thought I was defending Boots, but it just was. It was a smear campaign, and I don't know why people didn't see straight through it. They didn't do Devin like
2
that.
Cent. Why didn't Boots take the fight at 154? 2 Cent. Why you think he didn't take the fight?
because
You
they
know,
tried to
look at the whole video.
rush him into a fight. They tried, you know what I'm saying? It was
Everywhere.
like, hey, you want this fight? He just, first of all, Boost, how many times Boost done fought twice in the last 4 months or something like that?
Yeah,
And
he
they tried to be like, oh, you got 48. From my understanding, they tried to be like, oh, you got 48 hours if you want to fight. He got to go all the way across the world to fight in Saudi Arabia. Like, it's just not enough. You're not giving me enough time to make a decision. It's like you're trying to rush me. And then on top of that, we never even heard if Ortiz took the fight. We never heard
yeah
if
he
Ortiz
fight.
took the fight.
Yeah, he
No,
fighting on February 22nd. Obviously, he took the fight. He fighting on that
no.
date.
We never heard
Do
him
Boots even
say
have a fight? Does Boots have a fight, or is he still looking?
I think he's still
He's
looking.
still looking, and it don't look like he gonna get Teo. Cause Teo, they talking about Teo might fight Matthias. So I don't know what Boots gonna do. He ain't getting no unification. So it's like, what you doing, man? You got these fights, these big fights that you could be fighting, and you trying to make your mind up. You're gonna be on the outside looking in. Look like to me.
I mean, I guess
And
he
then
has a
y'all
plan.
probably
You
got to
know?
think too. Like, I just thought about this. Maybe Eddie didn't want to put Boots on no Riyadh season card.
Why would he not want to do
Why
that?
would he
Because of the
not? He
loss
just fiddles
first.
with him all the time. Why would he not?
Somebody from Eddie.
Do y'all
from
see Eddie fighters winning on them Riyadh season cards? I'm just asking.
Yeah, they've been losing. That's the thing.
But here's the
But
thing: that's gonna happen on them cards because on them Riyadh season cards, right?
And
You're not
that's what
fighting the guy that you sparred
that's what
before.
everybody
You're not fighting the
saying.
guy that's out of your
Listen,
stable. You fighting the guy that you don't know nothing about.
Mr. Shelton.
Hell yeah.
So all the Turkey fighters, I mean, all the Eddie fighters gonna lose. All of them. He had 2
Man.
fighters
They
on his
getting
last
beat.
Riyadh season card.
They
They
getting
lost.
beat.
Well, hopefully
They
Shakur
getting beat.
breaks that curse.
Listen, that's too many.
Shakur
They
should
getting
break
beat.
that curse. Hopefully.
Yeah, he probably think Maginov gonna beat Virgil Ortiz, so maybe he could get a
Because
couple
the thing
wins.
is, see, this is the thing. Look at how we do it in America. Most of the time, you fight the guy who you've either sparred before or you fought in the amateurs. You know something about this guy. When you go to Riyadh season, you fighting somebody you know nothing about.
Yeah.
Boot spar.
He know about
Because you
Virgil
gonna fight
Ortiz.
because
He
to
know
get
about
paid
Virgil.
to get paid on Riyadh season, you're gonna fight who they want you to fight, not who you want to fight. Who they
Riyadh
want you to
season
fight.
called F round to find
Did
out.
Boot spar Karen? Did Boot spar Roy Manvilla? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He fought some
Roman
people
Villa was a
overseas
35.
before.
Come on, bro. Roman Villa was a 35-pounder who moved up. Come on, man. Stop it.
Nah, no, he wasn't. Why you lied about that?
He beat
Yeah, he
Speedy
was.
Ellis at 147. That's how he got the
Most
boost.
of his
Right?
career was spent at 135.
All right,
He
y'all.
had
Here
2
we go.
fights.
Hold on.
Tripping,
Let's,
bro.
This dude Shelton be taking everything.
let's check out this video real quick.
He had
Can
3
y'all
fights
see
at 47. He had Speedy, he had Boots, and he had the last guy who knocked his ass out in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That's the 3 fights he had at 47.
All right, let's,
Rest of his career was at 35. So don't tell me nothing about no damn Roman Villa. He was a bum then. He's a bum now.
Then we were talking about
first of all, he gave us his word, and in the end, he changed his mind. What I can do for him?
Oh no, we're not.
Cannot force him.
We're not blaming you. What did he say to you? Like, how did he change his mind? He said he was in and then he's out.
He's not connecting with me directly, but suddenly he changed his mind and he stopped answering, and he doesn't want to go to 153, and this is his choice.
Okay, and so why did you go with Israel, especially considering Israel has a fight on December 21st?
Before quarter hours, you give 3 options, you and your guest. Tell me the 3 options, please.
Go at it.
Okay, so the options were Sebastian Fundora, the WBC champion, and obviously the number 1 option.
They said to us, the people on PPC, they said to us, they finishing fight for him against Spence. What can I do?
Yep.
Okay, and then the number 1 option, when I spoke to Virgil, was Terence Crawford. That's the dream option. Terence Crawford. Was there any conversation with Terence?
This is I try and I push to do this fight, but Crawford now is not ready and not training, and he have small little health issue, little injured, but he prefer to fight with us after May and after May.
Oh, that's May.
Wow.
They were probably hoping to get the Canelo fight, but Canelo not gonna fight him, so I guess they're gonna fight Backwell in May.
Spoken from the face of
That's
boxing.
not a duck.
That's not a duck.
That's not
Is that a duck, y'all?
No,
That's not a duck.
No.
He was offered the fight and he didn't take it.
His
That's
hand
a
was
duck,
hurt.
ain't it, boxing hacker?
His hand was
He
hurt.
had a injury.
Yeah, hand injury.
He had a hand injury.
No, he had
He needed a
little
little more
small.
time.
He had little.
Yeah.
He had little small injury. Little small injury. A little
Yeah,
small injury.
Injury, injury.
If it's an injury that ain't gonna, prevent you from really training like you want to train for a fight, you can't take the fight.
If that's a duck, then Boots ducking Norman is a duck.
Was that fight real though? Didn't IBF
No, it
already say
wasn't.
he had to fight Karen? That was a mandated for him to fight Karen. He had to fight Karen again. The IBF
No, it
mandated
wasn't
that. They
Yeah,
wasn't
he had
going
to
It
to
wasn't
do no
mandated.
exceptions for no
Yeah, he
unification.
had
He
to
didn't have to
fight
fight
Karen.
Karen. He could have fought Norman.
All that stuff was
He didn't have to
cap.
fight Karen.
No, he didn't. What? Nuh-uh. Rachel Donaire said once the fight was mandated and they was going into negotiations or whatever, that he had to make the fight. All that they was doing was cap. Both of them knew it was cap. They just was
Hey,
trying to
Two Cents,
connect Norman to Boots for whatever reason.
Two
They might
Cents, do you
make the
think
fight
Boots
later.
duck? Do you think Boots duck Crawford?
Do I think? No, I don't think Boots duck Crawford.
I mean, remember that Crawford said they reached out and his father confirmed it, but Boots said he never got it.
Oh, you talking about he's fighting on that post? He fought on that app. What's that app
Yeah,
he fought on
Black
when he fought
Planet.
Albert the Saver?
Yeah,
Why would you
Black
think a
Planet.
fight of the magnitude of Boots and Crawford would be on BLK?
On Black Planet? I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think Boots.
so.
I don't think Boots ducked Crawford. I think Boots made a stupid decision by leaving the WBO. I think that was dumb because he thought Errol was going to win the fight,
Yeah.
so he went over to the IBF when he should have stayed in the WBO. He had a direct line to Crawford, but he left.
Yeah, he's over there with the PBC basically. That's why he's with the IBF route. He was fighting on Showtime. He's fighting on PBC promoted cards. So his team, they said, "Now let's go the IBF route, man. We in house." So it didn't work because, like I say, Spence got beat by Crawford. So he probably took the wrong route, but he ended up getting the belt anyway. They stripped Crawford and gave it to him.
Well, all right, y'all. I've been on here almost 3 hours on this fine Christmas Eve. Y'all be sure to help support the channel by donating to the Cash App or hitting in the super chat. Always be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. It's free. I'm gonna go around the panel and let everybody get a final 2 cents for the show. Boxing Hacker, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, what's up, Two Cents? Happy holidays to everybody from the panel and the chat. So I think we overuse the word duck a lot. I feel like we have to start differentiating what a duck is versus what it's not.
No, I agree. Actually,
Yeah.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, I think it's.
But I
widely-
think it's different. Like some people can say, "Oh well, he didn't want to accept this deal. It's not a duck," and then some people could say, "Well, he was overpricing himself as a duck." So it's just the totality of the situation. I think you need to look at sometimes. You can't
Yeah.
just make one criteria. You know?
Yeah, and you have to look at both sides of the spectrum. Like it can be if fighters don't agree on the deal or agree on negotiation, we can't just say, "Oh, they're ducking." Oh, they're ducking because they didn't want to. Maybe they felt like it was a ripoff, And I think I never thought that Frank Martin ducked Shakur. I never thought Devin ducked Tio. I never thought Boots is ducking Ortiz. I think we're just overusing those terms. A duck is when a fighter literally does not want to fight somebody, and that they're supposed to. Like if I'm a champion, or if I'm a champion and you're like the number one contender, I'm mandated to fight you, and I'm doing everything not to fight you. Then you say, okay, you're ducking me then. You're ducking me. You're literally scared to fight me, And I think it's important that we differentiate those things. In other news, I also think that when it comes to the earlier situation, I think that we have to, as fight fans, we have to make sure we stick to the fight conversation versus like personal conversations, about fighters. Because I think sometimes, a lot of these allegations come out for fighters, and we start attacking them personally, which isn't fair because at the end of the day, they're athletes, and they provide for us entertainment. So it's important that we try to keep that in perspective. But about that, I'm out. Salute to everybody. Take care, guys.
Appreciate you. JB Sports, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Okay, first off, salute the panel. I hope everybody have wonderful holidays. As far as the pound for pound argument we was having on this panel today, you can make an argument for both guys. I think if you got Usyk 1 and Crawford 2, that's cool. If you got Crawford 1, Usyk 2, that's cool. You have strong arguments on both guys. Both guys have strong resumes. When you look at the 2 top wins of both guys, they're very, very comparable in my opinion.
Like I said, with Usyk, you got AJ and Fury. With Crawford, you got Spence and Porter. You look at the other top wins, with Usyk beating Breedis and Crawford beating Postal. Both guys have strong arguments. But I just think at the end of the day, Crawford, to me, has been a little bit more dominant, fighting the top-level competition. He dismantled Spence, stopped Porter. Porter had never been stopped before, had never been dropped before. And Crawford was able to do both to a very, very strong fighter in the welterweight division and Sean Porter. So I think when we get down to just little small things, maybe separating them, I probably would put Crawford at one ahead of Usyk, but I can understand if you have Usyk ahead of Crawford. But I definitely think those are the two top guys as far as pound for pound rankings.
All right. Thanks for coming up and joining the panel today and giving your 2 cents. Really appreciate it. Make sure you punch that subscribe button, JB, if you haven't already. And I'm live every Friday at 6:30 p.m. and every Sunday at 5 p.m. I'm just, doing some pop-up lives because it's the holidays. Thank you for coming up. VA Money Group, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I just got to say that there's a tier system inside of boxing, and it's seeming like it's based on race. And that's why, like, whenever I come up here, I'm so combative. Like, you know what I'm saying? Usyk, he's a great fighter. I don't mean to disrespect Usyk. I like Usyk. I like Lomachenko. I like all these European guys, but they get too much credit for doing less work. When I think back on Lomachenko's career, and all the hype and laud that he's getting, I think about Adrian Broner, and then I realized that Lomachenko hasn't done anything that Adrian Broner hasn't done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When I think about who Lomachenko stepped up to fight at lightweight and get his belts from, it makes me realize that some of those guys had lost to guys that Adrian Broner beat, right? Since you guys want to do the triangular theory, DeMarco did beat Linares before he fought Adrian Broner, right? And Adrian Broner, who was he? He was the youngest fighter to ever go up 3 weight classes and get belts. But did he get any of this love? No, he did not, right? Because actually we saw that he wasn't really fighting all the toughest guys, right? You know what I'm saying? He stepped up and got stopped, right? Or lost the fight. But, it's a multi-tier system in boxing, and we have to be aware of that. Like, stop glazing Fury, stop glazing Usyk, stop glazing all these European guys who only fight each other. They only fight each other over there in Europe. Stop doing that. That's all I got.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for giving me your 2 cents. Big Supreme, what's your 2 cents? What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I said I came up here for smoke. And what I don't like is you could show clear video footage of Turkey saying that Crawford turned down the fight, whether it's for a hand injury or whatever it is. But then he's in negotiations with Canelo, Murtazaliev, and nobody says nothing. It's, maybe his hand is hurt, or maybe he's just exercising his options, all this other bullshit like that they make up for Crawford, right? And I still stand by what I said on the panel. I think Crawford, I don't think he's top 5 pound for pound. I get it, talent, skill, but
you're not gonna give
that's
him
my
top
opinion.
5?
Nah.
No, just asking.
I think for me, personally, it'd be right now, Usyk, Inoue, Canelo. I mean, I guess we could put Crawford at 4, but his resume really ain't shit. Like, not to be cursing on your panel, but he ain't really beat nobody. So to say that him and Usyk could be interchangeable when he fights one time a year, he doesn't really take no risks. Like, he's at 154. They got Virgil Ortiz, Murtazaliev. Even at 147, he had Boots. You got Charles Conwell. You got all of these live dogs that he has no interest in fighting.
Yeah.
And he's never gonna fight them. And he always comes up with some kind of excuse for why he's not supposed to fight these dudes. And like, he's like the king of hypothetical matchups. Like, people turn down fights for Crawford saying, "Oh, well, he's gonna knock him out. That's easy." And it's crazy. This man has a WBO interim while being a champion. I don't get that.
Yeah.
And for my last point.
But hold on, before your last point, didn't Crawford already turn down a fight before with Virgil Ortiz? Before this time, he turned down a fight before.
He did. I think when Boots beat Avanesian, Turkey got on Twitter and said that
Right.
he wants to make a fight with Crawford and Boots, and he turned that down. The next day, Turkey was like, "Look, he want to fight Canelo, and that's it."
Yep. Yep.
So to me, I think Crawford turns down multiple fights. Like, we're not behind the
Yep.
scenes and we're not in these rooms when the negotiations going on, but I do believe Crawford.
Well, you
turns
know,
down.
Bob Arum said that about Crawford.
For sure, I believe it. I think Crawford is smoke and mirrors. Like, all right, so this is my thing, right? This is a lot of stuff I want to talk about while I was in the panel, but I'm at work right now. But when you look at Crawford, you look at Shakur Stevenson, Andre Ward, Keyshawn, like that whole little clique that they got going on, like all of them are smoke and mirrors. When you look at Andre Ward and his career, he didn't have the best career, but they had him pound for pound number one. He lost the first Kovalev fight, whether it's controversial or not. In my opinion, he got dropped. And he still won. Same thing with Crawford, same thing with Stevenson. Like, I feel like there's like a clique in boxing where it's like they're like the in crowd. I felt like dudes like Tank, they're not really fucking with them like that. Same thing with Haney. I feel like Haney was in that group too, but I don't know. Haney's career is in shambles right now. It's crazy. But I don't want to get long-winded. I just want to say that I think Usyk is number one.
They created their own in crowd.
Now they really did. And I feel like all of them moved like Andre Ward. Andre Ward was very strategic and he picked opponents based on the right time in his mind. Like, he never fought Adonis Stevenson. He didn't fight Bivol. He didn't fight Beterbiev. He didn't fight the live dogs that he was supposed to fight.
So now they like projecting that on Tank.
They projected it on Tank. When you look at Tank, like, they want Tank to fight every single. They want him to fight Keyshawn. They want him to fight Shakur. They want him to fight Haney, Tio. I had people say they wanted to fight Matias. They wanted to move up to 147. But then when it comes to Shakur, Haney, and these other dudes, they don't got to do none of that shit. And it's weird. How you want one dude to fight?
They only got to fight Tank.
Yeah, everybody got to fight Tank, but these dudes don't got to fight each other. I've never even heard nobody say Teofimo should fight Shakur, or Shakur versus Jermaine Ortiz, or Haney versus Jermaine Ortiz. Like, these fights never come across nobody's mind, and all of these dudes are on the same banner. How is Haney on top rank with Jermaine Ortiz and the fight never happened? They both moved to 140. I mean, I guess they in the same camp or whatever, but still though, like, I just feel like they want Tank to fight everybody, but these dudes could just cherry pick and fight a Cordino or fight. I heard them talking about Linares coming out of retirement to fight Haney, but that might have been some Twitter cap.
What? Who said that? That don't even make sense.
Yeah, some nigga on Twitter, man. It might have been cap. They might have been trolling, but I'm just saying, like, the way the boxing game is right now, I feel like it's very cliquish, and I feel like Turkey's on PBC ass. Like, we ain't get a chance to talk about that neither.
Yeah. Go ahead. Can you talk or no?
I could talk. Yeah, I'd like.
Yeah, go ahead. We can
So,
change.
when you look at the venue change and the press conference, it looks like real shabby, and Kenny not there, Calvin not there, Al Heyman. We don't know what's going on with Al Heyman. I don't know if he's in the hospital, if he's sick. I don't know. But I just feel like it's Turkey behind the scenes making all these things happen, in my opinion. Whether it's him not getting a Shakur fight or a Lomachenko fight, maybe he might get the Keyshawn Davis fight, but just the way Tank's career is going right now, I think Turkey's like behind the scenes. That little interaction that they had when he asked for the 2 Ferraris and he was talking all kind of crazy to Turkey, I feel like Turkey never forgot that. And based on what I know about Turkey, what I've seen him do, like, I think he's very vindictive. He got the money to be vengeful. He bought the Ring magazine. He damn near bought the WBA. He got the WBC under the wing, the WBO. Like, he's put all his ducks in order
But he's bought these organizations so they can be non-biased,
as they say. But we know that finger quotes, like, that's cap. I just feel like even with the box rec, like, saying that nobody that has a WBA belt is going to be recognized as a champion. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. But like I said, like these new age fans, like, they think that's cool. Like, it's weird. I see people say,
it's weird.
Yeah, get rid of the PBC, and I see people say get rid of the IBF, and I think that's very interesting because the IBF is the only sanctioning body that's founded and ran by a black man. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Daryl Peoples out of New Jersey.
Really?
For sure. The black dude that had the IBF. And it's crazy, when you look at Mauricio Suleiman, you look at Bob Arum, you look at Gilberto Mendoza, Pacquiao with the WBO. All of these dudes have had controversial scandals surrounding rankings and bribery, and even like Bob Arum, he got like.
Oh, I got a whole lot. Supreme, you should go back and watch that live I did.
Oh, yesterday?
Top Rank. No, I did it a while ago. It's like one of my first lives. It's called like Top Rank and the Corruption in Boxing or something like that.
I'm gonna check it out.
I'm gonna find it, but go ahead.
Yeah, like this man Bob Arum was fined by the Nevada Athletic Commission. He got his license suspended. Like he's been investigated by the FBI. He had his offices raided. Like he has so many different things going on, and nobody acknowledges that. But then you look at my man Bob Lee. He's the only one that went to jail for the shit. The only sanctioned body that's ran by a black man got a federal RICO and went to jail.
What he go to jail for?
For selling the rankings and stuff like that. I think Bob Arum wore a wire in his office. Don't quote me on that, but I might have to search that up. I think Bob Arum wore a wire, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh man, we should do stories like this or something.
Nah, for real. Like it's crazy. Like when you really go into the history of boxing, you see what these niggas done did. It's like, yo, how these niggas ain't go to jail? But then you look at Daryl Peoples and they went to jail. Like how's the only black dude the only one to go to jail? These niggas doing the same shit. Turkey's out in the open buying sanctioned bodies and buying the Ring magazine and doing this and interfering with.
So should that not be allowed?
What?
For him to buy all this stuff?
Hell no, because he's violating the Ali Act. He's violating. All right, so basically, when we knew that Bob Arum and Oscar, they both tag teamed and sued Al Haymon like 2015. The basis of the lawsuit was the Ali Act, saying that the man was operating as a promoter and a manager. And what's the act called? Where it's like you're trying to monopolize something. I think it's the Sherman Act. So they basically were saying that Al Haymon was violating the Sherman Act and he was violating the Ali Act, right? They said he was trying to monopolize boxing. He was trying to be a manager, advisor, promoter. Your man Turkey's doing all of that in broad daylight. Nobody's saying shit. The fact that this man
that's the point I always bring up. When Al Haymon was doing, the people be like, he doing the same thing Al was doing. I'm like, first of all, he doing more than what Al was doing. But when Al was doing it, y'all say he was ruining boxing.
That's what I'm saying. So now y'all love it because it's some, they call them sand niggas, like you got this Arab dude, he got the WBO under the wing, he got every sanctioned body under the wing except IBF. And I find it very interesting that they had a convention and they was like saying that maybe the IBF should be like ostracized and they should get rid of the belt. You don't think it's weird that the only belt that's owned by a black dude, they saying that they should get rid of it? Come on. Every time a big fight happens, the IBF, they do what they gotta do. They strictly.
But why you think it's a race thing? I mean, I get what you're saying, but I know a lot of times people think stuff be race things. But it like what else is it? Is it because they won't be able to have the control they can have, or he can't buy them out? Like what is it? It can't.
That's fight with this, because you gotta look at it right. When you look at, like I said, Al Haymon, they said he was trying to monopolize boxing. This dude is literally doing that in our eyes. He got all of the major sanctions, major promoters under the same banner. Frank Warren literally left Sky Sports and went to the Zone. So you got Frank Warren, Eddie Hearns, Oscar. I think even Ben Shalom, he's about to go to the Zone. You got Bob Arum talking about going to the Zone, and all of these dudes have the Riyadh season banner. How is that not violating the Sherman Act? And then, like I said, like when you look at the Jared Anderson situation, that
it's because he's sponsoring them.
Al Haymon was doing the same shit, but he still got hit with that $100 million lawsuit. So that's what I'm saying. Like when it's the black dude doing it, it's World War X. Like you got dudes clicking up and they putting lawsuits together. Mind you, that shit got thrown out. But the whole point is Turkey's doing it in broad daylight, way more flagrantly than Al Haymon was. Al Haymon don't even do interviews, bro. This dude's doing interviews every other day. He's talking on this dude's show, and nobody's saying nothing. They all support it. Oh yeah, Turkey's taking over boxing. Let them do it. Get rid of the PBC.
So who should say something though? And real quick, you see this?
Yeah, I can see the screen, but
hello,
you sound a little choppy. You can hear me?
It's this video right here. It says Top Rank. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's a Top Rank, Bob Arum, and how boxing corruption works. Go back and watch that live. It's some crazy stuff going on in that live.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. But yeah, I don't want to
But
get too
yeah,
long in it.
yeah. So I don't. But I was gonna ask though, like, who was supposed to report it? Like, who should be saying something?
All right, so this is my thing, right? When Al Heyman came on the scene with PBC, the first thing they said was he's violating the Sherman Act. He's trying to monopolize boxing. He's bad for boxing. You got dudes like Rick Glazer coming out every fucking day saying that Al Heyman ruined the sport. But then we praise Turkey for giving these niggas inflated purses. Oh, well, Turkey got the bag, so if they go over there, they're gonna get 3 times their worth. But you was mad when Al Heyman was doing that. This is what I'm saying. It gotta be a race thing. It can't be nothing else. You gotta do like Rick Glazer, who's on Twitter every day dissing Al Heyman. This nigga got indicted by the feds for like rolling back car autometers and some shit like that. Like this dude's a criminal himself, bro. So it's like, what's going on here? It's only a problem when it's the black man. Mind you, this dude don't even say shit. Al Heyman doesn't even talk. You can't find an interview with Al Heyman saying anything. So the visceral hatred that they got for this man, it has to be race-based. It can't be nothing else. They say, well, Al Heyman is hard to work with. That doesn't make sense because all of the big fights that we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years has been with Al Heyman. So it don't really make sense. Even when you look at someone like Danny Jacobs, that was on the zone for most of his career. I think he was managed by Keith Connolly. Keith Connolly said that Al Heyman was my mentor. He was instrumental in me being able to make these fights happen. So how is it that Al Heyman is not playing fair? I don't get it. He got dudes on the zone. He got dudes on Golden Boy. He got dudes on Top Rank. I don't get it. So that's why I said it gotta be race based. And the optics to me look weird that you got 4 middle-aged white men that are all going at Tank, all going at Spence, all going at Wilder before he switched up, going at Heyman. Like that doesn't seem weird to anybody. To me, at least, it does.
Absolutely. And people been saying something about it.
And that's the problem. That's why I said like these boxing fans is funny. Like when they talk, they expose. They say, "Oh, Tank didn't do this. Tank didn't do that." It's like, how can you do something when he's clearly being ostracized and clearly being blackballed? Like I said,
and I don't know why people don't see it. It's like no matter what happens, they just overlook it and then spin it and blame Tank for something else. I'm like, dude, like I don't understand. Y'all kept saying Tank don't fight nobody when he literally just tried to fight Lomachenko.
This nigga said he's not in the mood.
But you know what, Big Supreme?
What?
This pissed me off too, ain't gonna lie. How people gonna be okay with Keyshawn fighting Loma, but and say Tank, he too old to fight Tank, but people cool with Keyshawn, who's younger than Tank, fighting Loma. I'm like, this is crazy to me.
It is crazy.
Like
this nigga could say that he's not in the mood, and then oh yeah, Loma's not in the mood. He should have fought him 7 years ago. Then you see him at the fucking fight trying to fight Shakur, and everybody's like, oh yeah, Shakur, yeah, you think you're tough. Like niggas is weirdos, man. It's right in your face, and I feel like these dudes just don't want to acknowledge it because they have this irrational bias for the PBC and Al Heyman. And I'm not even like a Heyman night or like a super big fan of PBC because I have my gripes with them too, but it's clear what they're doing.
But do you think it's safe to say that all those big fights we're used to seeing that we love, which people keep saying it was PBC blocking all the big fights. If PBC, you know, is rebuilding or they go down and have to rebuild and whatever, we won't have that level of entertainment in boxing.
But they don't care though, because they just want to see Al Heyman out of the picture. And then they really gonna feel it. And if I don't think the PBC is going anywhere, but if they was to go somewhere hypothetically, they're gonna feel it. And what I don't like is you look at like Kovalev, he never fought Adonis Stevenson. They always blame Adonis for the fight not happening when it was really Kovalev's fault. But you know, Kovalev is the white dude, so they're not gonna criticize Kovalev. Nobody gonna say that Beterbiev and Bivol took 7 years to fight when they was the champions in the same weight class. It's not like one moved up or.
But they said they didn't want to make the fight because they didn't have the money to pay him what they wanted.
That's cat, man. That's bullshit. What I'm saying is when there's a Bivol, Beterbiev, a Lomachenko, whoever else. Like for example, this is why I said like it gotta be race based, right? When you look at Tim Tszyu when he fought Murtazaev and got his ass whooped, what's the first thing they said?
PBC did bad matchmaking.
Bad matchmaking. But then when you got someone like my young boy Jaleel Hackett, who's a prospect, under 10 fights. He goes to Puerto Rico, fights this dude, controversial decision, he loses. Eddie Hearns comes out and says, well, maybe you're not the goods. Maybe you're not who I thought you was.
Yeah, wasn't that crazy for Eddie Hearn to say that?
This is what I'm saying. But then you got people that agree with Eddie. Oh, yeah, Eddie's making real 50-50 fights.
He's the best promoter.
That's what I'm saying. So when the PBC put on a competitive fight and the dude lose, it's bad matchmaking. They should have moved Tim Tszyu the right way. He should have never been fighting a dude like Murtazaliev. But then when you got a dude like Hackett who gets robbed in a controversial decision, you got his promoter shitting on him. And then they agree with that. So it's like, what's going on? And like I said, with VA Money Group, I agree with a lot of stuff he be saying. I just think he's just a little too rigid. Like, it's definitely race-based.
Hold on. Speaking of VA Money Group, we got a super chat from VA Money Group with the $5. He says, honestly, the back and forth between 2 Cent and Supreme is the best content. Shout out to VA Money Group.
I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, because I be having a lot of stuff to savvy.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I ain't trying to make you rush off here. We having a good conversation. So what do you think about switching gears here a little bit? I think VA Money Group was saying Tank is feeling some type of way about maybe the undercard and then wanting to put Stanionis on his undercard. And maybe that's kind of like why he's going to tantrum saying the fight cancel. What do you think about that theory?
I could see that. I think, honestly, Tank really thought that he was going to get the Lomachenko fight, the Shakur fight, the Haney fight. You know, he was talking about he got a 6-fight deal and this, that, and the third, and now it's not materializing. I don't know if you remember when Tank had an issue with Turkey, he said something about Al Heyman, like, oh, Al Heyman won't return my call or something like that. Tell him to call me, something like that. And I don't know if Al Heyman's sick. I don't know what's going on with him, but I think Tank is probably just unhappy with him not being able to speak to Al Heyman and be around him, and that's what I think.
But you know, Al Heyman, the fact that Al Heyman may be sick, it could be affecting him really. Not
I think whatever's going on with Al Heyman is affecting Tank, I believe.
I never thought about that. That's another good point.
Because you got to think, right? When you look at PBC, it's like a conglomerate of promoters. You got like Tom Brown, you got the dude Margellis, Louis the Cubas, you got all these other dudes. Like Tank not really fucking with them like that. He's fucking with Al Heyman. He's Al Heyman, Ellaby. It used to be Mayweather, but he's not fucking with them other dudes like that. So I feel like whatever it is going on with Al Heyman, I think that's fucking up everything. I think Al Heyman is at the helm right now, he would have got at least the Lomachenko fight or the Shakur fight. Al Heyman knows what to do to get these fights to happen, obviously. So him being out the picture, I think Tank is realizing like, damn, like he might not get those fights.
Yeah. And it just seems like people just like, oh, you got to go to Saudi to get the fights. Like that shit is
Tank
weird
on Saudi
to
will
me.
be fire. I think so. I do think they'll fight. Yeah, I think this is my thing, right? I always tell people, you look at someone like Boots, you look at someone like Tank, or even Spence, even Porter. If these dudes is on Top Rank, the amount of dick eating that boxing fans to do is like, if Tank was on Top Rank, he'll be pound for pound #1 right now, for sure. Easily.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
For sure.
And he'll have plenty of belt accolades.
Plenty of them. You gotta think, right? All of the undisputed champs, they all came from Top Rank. You look at well, in the last couple of years, you look at Josh Taylor, you look at Devin Haney, you look at Crawford, you look at Inoue, who's the other dude that was undisputed? Even like the Yokasta Val, the minimum weight, the female, she became undisputed. Like all these undisputed champs is coming from Top Rank. So that's
Everybody's coming from Clarissa. And the heavyweight.
I mean, yeah. But she's on Snack though, so and you gotta think Robert Garcia is
She wasn't always on Snack, Big Supreme. Stop it.
Nah, I'm just saying, like
she just got on Snack like a fight ago.
Nah, she kind of been on Snack. But what I'm trying to say is there's like a clique within boxing. When you look at like Snack, the whole Robert Garcia gym is sponsored by Snack. You look at Bam Rodriguez, you look at what's my other man that's under Robert that's on Snack? Rayo. You look at Landolfo Delgado. All these dudes are sponsored by Snack and nobody says nothing. And it's so funny, right? You look at Bam Rodriguez, this nigga rehydrates to 140 at 115 and nobody calls him a weight bully. He's oh my god.
Now I think once Bam like really start popping off, then that rehydration shit gonna start to be exposed.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't think they're gonna say it because he got the complexion for the connection. And I'm not even a Haney fan, but the fact that Benavidez was at 168 and rehydrating to 195 and nobody said shit.
I mean, I think that's a little different because he's in a bigger weight class. But with this Bam Rodriguez, I'm not finna let y'all sit out here and make whole Devin Haney documentaries and then you ain't gonna say nothing about Bam. No, we're gonna talk about it.
They made 3 documentaries about Haney.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about
weight bully. There's discussion, but what I'm trying to say is there's like cliques within boxing, and I feel like when you look at like a Victor Conte and all of these, mind you, Victor Conte got like 4 undisputed champs right now.
Hey, what's up? Victor Conte got a lot of champions. What's up with Victor and his obsession with Conor Benn though? Am I tripping or do you? Oh, you don't got Twitter, huh?
No, I got Twitter.
Oh yeah. Like what's
he be
up
on
with
his
him?
ass? I don't know why though. And you know what's funny? Now that you mentioned that, I think that's the reason why Eddie Hearn started fucking with Haney. In my opinion, the reason why, because you gotta think, right? This dude,
Haney said he wasn't with Victor for that Ryan fight.
and look what happened though.
Then you think that's why?
Hell yeah. All right, so there's like 2 more things I want to talk about before I get up out of here. Right? So I want to talk about Morrell too before I leave. Because I think Morrell gonna beat the dog shit out of Benavidez. I might be wrong.
I don't agree with that.
I'm gonna tell you why. And my man VA probably will agree with me. I'm gonna tell you exactly why he's gonna demolish him. It's gonna look crazy. But the Haney angle with Eddie Hearns. Your man Conte been disrespecting Eddie Hearns and Conor Benn for like the last year and a half. I'm talking about tweeting every single day about these dudes,
Every
right?
day. I be on there like, shut up, dude. I really be telling him let it go.
Let it go, right? But look, Eddie Hearns was supposedly close with Haney, right? Why Haney never told Conte to fall back? You don't think Eddie Hearns?
I mean, he can't tell Conte what to do.
Why not? You've been with Conte for the last 6 years. You can't tell him, yo, look, Eddie Hearns my.
You want him to tell Victor Conte to stop advocating?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you saying that you my man's, right, and you my promoter, you gonna sit there and let this man go on a public smearing campaign? You ain't gonna tell him, yo, look, I'm with Hearns right now, yo, chill. Like,
I feel what you're saying, but I mean, you really can't tell Victor what to do.
You can't, but I think that's Eddie Hearn's angle. And there's other things too, because like when he did the interview, he was saying now he gives him credit for coming back to fight Viderson, but he never signed no 3-fight deal with. You went over to Lou DiBella, you went over to Bob Arum, and you locked yourself in a 3 to 4 fight contract. But then when it comes to Eddie Hearns, you want to do fight by fight contracts. And Eddie Hearns not doing that. You're not a big enough draw to do that. So I felt like there was an accumulation of things with Eddie Hearns, and he was like, I'm tired of this nigga. Like, he went and got Shakur. Yeah, I don't need you no more. Got Boots. That's my opinion. Because when I look at Twitter,
Boxing Hacker, you about to get blocked.
There's nothing wrong with Victor.
But go ahead, Big Supreme. We're not about to play.
All right, so my last thing, right? With Morrell and Benavidez. Now, this goes back to what I said about the double standards in boxing, right? You look at Benavidez versus Gosvick. His power didn't look the same, right? He couldn't hurt.
That's because he moved up, though.
But look,
and he had a hand injury.
Allegedly, whenever a nigga don't do what he's supposed to do, it's always the hands. When you look at, nah, for real. When you look at even Shakur with Artem, my hands is his hands is brittle all of a sudden. Because you said you could stop this nigga, you couldn't stop him. Now your hands fucked up. Same thing with Benavidez. He was talking like he's gonna knock him out the whole lead up. He realized that wait, damn, this dude is bigger than I thought. Mind you, Gosvick is like 6'4", 6'5", and he was in immaculate shape. So I think Benavidez was intimidated. But I watched the fight again yesterday, and you might call me a conspiracy theorist, but I don't think Gosvick was trying to hurt him. Like, rewatch the next time you go live, right? It's gonna be Friday, right?
Oh, it's the holiday, so I might be live again.
Maybe. Oh yeah, okay. I got you. So hold on, 'cause I gotta let this lady in.
So I don't know. I feel like it's the experience gap between.
Nah, look, I'm
Benavidez
gonna tell you right
is
now.
gonna be
After I let
something.
this lady in, I'm gonna tell you my theory at least. What's gonna happen?
It's because I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a good fight, but I don't know about anybody getting destroyed, knocked out, maybe.
He gonna destroy him. I'm gonna tell you why he gonna destroy him, right? You look at Sonny Edwards and Bam, right? When they fought, the whole lead up, all Sonny kept talking about was, well, Bam is with Snack and he's on steroids. And ooh, he got his ass. Anytime a nigga bring up steroids before the fight, they looking for an excuse or a way out, right? So you look at Benavidez, my man, you working with Mimo Heredia. That's like Victor
Yeah,
Conte's.
that's why I was like,
Oh,
why he trying to talk about a drug test? That's
this
what I
is
was
what I'm
thinking.
saying. So you with the steroid man for real. You really with the steroid man. So it's like, why you accusing Morrell? Because you know that he might got some shit for you. Now, I always
Because
say this,
Morrell
right?
been on that shit too, probably, and he know.
Maybe all of them's on that shit. He know that, damn, if he's on that shit and I'm on that shit, this dude has the skill and talent advantage over me. Mind you, Benavidez don't have nothing over Morrell really for real. He don't got the footwork over him. He doesn't have one punch knockout power. He doesn't have the speed advantage.
But Morrell didn't look that great at 175 either.
Look. That's what I was saying. I gotta finish the point. Go back and watch the Goswick fight. The next time you go live, I'm gonna remind you. Goswick didn't come to win, in my opinion. If you look at the way he's throwing punches,
I think he was afraid of getting knocked out.
I disagree. I'm gonna tell you why I disagree, right? This man retired for 4 years from a brain injury from Better BF. He had 2 tune-ups, like dudes that's like 10 and 35 losses. They weren't shit. And you went the whole 12 of Benavidez? I'm not buying it. Mind you, he's like 37 years old, bro. He's not like a young dude. He's not a spring chicken. So it's like you went a whole 12 rounds with a 37-year-old who just retired for 4 years, came back and fought a 4-rounder, a 6-rounder, went straight into 12 rounds, and you couldn't score a knockdown. You didn't even hurt him. You're going to say it was your hand. All right, I'll get that. But you went the whole 12 and you couldn't hurt this man one time? Now, when you get back on the panel, we're going to
So they feed Benavidez to Morrell is what it sounds like you're saying.
That's my opinion. Mind you, Louis DeCubas is Morrell's fighter. I think they feed him. That's my opinion. I could be completely wrong. The fight could look like the opposite. Morrell could get in there and get dog walk, whatever. But what I'm saying is with Morrell, he's not playing. He's not Kyron Davis. He's not Ronald Gaville. Even though Ronald Gaville put this dude on his ass, he's not any of these other dudes that he brought up in weight, right?
But why would Benavidez take the fight then? Like, you got to think, like, Benavidez obviously, it's a bigger risk for Benavidez in my opinion. He obviously feel like he can win.
All right, so this is what I'm thinking.
That's what I be thinking. Like, that's how I be thinking they thinking. So I'd be surprised, like, when a fighter take a fight, then they get completely destroyed. I'm like, damn, like,
Who else is Benavidez gonna fight? Realistically,
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
who else would he fight if it wasn't Morrell?
In 175?
All right, so when you look at Morrell, right? He moved up to 175 basically to chase this dude. Like, Morrell's applying so much pressure, Benavidez has to fight this dude, bro.
Who's bigger? Ain't Benavidez way bigger than Morrell?
No, he's not. They're the same size. They're the same height. And Morrell got the reach advantage.
I know, but you know we the same size and height, but like, you know,
All right, so
Benavidez
give me a fight where Benavidez knocked the dude out with one punch.
He don't got no one punch knockout
That's
power.
what I'm
He
saying.
wears you down.
All your best wins is smaller dudes. You look at Boo Boo, you look at Plant, you look at Kyron Davis, Lemieux. Like, you haven't fought nobody your size, bro. Them the
So
one
he about
time
to
you
get
fight,
Devin Haney.
I think so. And the reason why, when you look at Hot Rod, right? Watch that fight with Hot Rod and Morrell. Hot Rod came to win. It was a competitive fight. He wasn't tapping Morrell or throwing slow jabs. He wasn't doing none of that. He was throwing some heat. Like, he was really there to win. Mind you, this dude don't even stop by Beterbiev, who stops everybody, really. So he just got a highlight
But
knockout.
I think I heard somebody saying, like, who did Morrell fight? And I think they said the high rod nigga was he coming off a loss or a layoff or something?
No, he just knocked out Sullivan Barrera. Gosvick came off a 4-year layoff. To me, I think Benavidez looked worse than Morrell. You went 12 rounds with a dude that retired for 4 years. And he's at an advanced age. He's 37 years old. Mind you, what people don't realize is this dude, Gosvick, is Ukrainian. Ukraine, they going through a war right now. To my knowledge, all of they finances and stuff was like repossessed, or like assets were seized or something
But
like
you
that.
don't know if that's where he was at, though. He could have been
Come
in
on,
America.
man. That nigga came back for a check, bro. He hasn't fought in 4 years. He was a championship level boxer. He hasn't had a big payday in 4 years. You add that with the Ukraine war, he's clearly in need for money. Even if you look at the interviews that he did leading up to the fight, he was saying that he's not even sure if he's going to be able to win. He's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to win. I'm going to try my best. Like, the dude didn't smile the whole press conference, the whole lead up to the fight. To me, that's he mailed it in. He came there for a check. He got paid. That's it. Not in my opinion. Because there's no way someone like Benavidez that has the reputation that he has as being a monster, you don't hurt this dude one time? This dude been retired for 4 years, bro. His condition is not the same. He didn't get tired, none of that. So my thing is, Morrell in his 10th fight, fighting someone like Hot Rod fought Marcus Brown, arguably beat him, dropped him, split decision loss. He went toe-to-toe with Beterbiev, even hurt Beterbiev at certain points in the fight. He knocked out Sullivan Barrera like he was the EBU champion. That's something big, right? That's not something, yeah, it's the domestic level belt. I get that, but still though. So for you to be in your 10th professional fight and to completely outclass Hot Rod like that, to me, that's more impressive than fighting someone that's coming off a 4-year layoff. You haven't fought nobody in 4 years, bro. You can't get credit for that just because you got the name. Sullivan Barrera was a dog. He got knocked out by Bivol, but he went to war with Ward, a couple other dudes, and he completely knocked dude out. Knocked him out. If you look
So how can Benavidez beat Morrell then?
This is what people think, right? They think he's gonna walk Morrell down and he's gonna wear him down and Morrell's gonna quit. They think it's gonna look like the Boo Boo fight. I really don't think so. Morrell's gonna catch Benavidez between punches, and it's about how Benavidez reacts to it. If he could take his power, then it might get tricky for Morrell. But the way Benavidez is talking, I think there's the doubt in his mind. You're not bringing up drug testing if you're unsure that you can't win the fight.
Why you think that?
Why would you insinuate that he's on steroids?
Because I'm just trying to take a shot at you, nigga, because you ain't took the drug test yet. So what's up?
But you with Mimo Herrera, who brags about being able to bypass the testing protocols. He's on record criticizing.
Well, most people don't know that though. Most people don't know that.
But this is why we on a panel chopping it up. You understand? Most people don't know that, but this is the reason why we here to inform the people. Mimo, listen, I bet, like a VA money bet, I bet. And we all know I bet. I done posted my slips. So I try to look up everything I can on a fight. Right? So I seen Mimo himself criticize Vada for being weak. They testing protocols being weak, and they're in bed with Victor Conte, this, that. So why you enrolling Benavidez and Morrell for Vada? That means you could circumvent the testing then. So how are you going to sit there and complain about Morrell not testing, and you just said the testing is weak? You missed the undetectable. You bragged about being able to pass the testing protocols, and none of your fighters test positive. And so what's going on, bro? Why are you sitting there criticizing and saying that Morrell might be on steroids? This is because there's doubt in your mind, in my opinion. Now, if you on steroids and he's on steroids, that shit don't mean nothing for your chin, bro. Because we seen dudes get on steroids and get knocked the fuck out. That don't mean nothing. So I think, in my opinion, if Morrell catches Benavidez, it's about how he reacts. Emma Queen could say that, but I disagree, bro. I disagree. You're gonna look fantastic against dudes that are smaller than you and dudes that really don't want to fight. So you look at someone like Boo Boo, he didn't want to fight Benavidez, but what other fight was Boo Boo gonna get? He was chasing Canelo for the last 10 years. He's not getting that. He's not fighting Charlo. He wasn't gonna fight Plant. Like whatever fight was out there for Boo Boo to get. He fought a bunch of Sulekis and
Why he couldn't fight Plant?
ask him. They was at 160 together. So that's my thing, right? Like, and this bleeds into the other point with Canelo. Like, I see niggas hating on Canelo all the time, but you got all of these dudes that never fought each other. Like Plant never even not Plant, but you got a nigga like Boo Boo, right? He never even fought a Derevenchenko. He never fought a John Ryder. He never fought Danny Jacobs. He never fought like who
He
he
was over there
fought.
fooling with Eddie Hearn and the European
All right,
Bum Bash
so
tour.
let's go back to my point, right? Because we always say Boots is about to be Boo Boo 2.0. When you look at Shakur Haney, Tevin Farmer, what they got in common?
Shakur Haney and Tevin Farmer?
What they got in common?
Shakur Haney.
And Tevin
I don't
Farmer.
know. They all fool with Eddie.
They all fuck with Eddie, but then they all wanted to fight Tank and it never happened. As of yet with Shakur. That man's he's the protection program, in my opinion. Now, I don't think Boots is in protective custody. I gotta see how it go. If the standing units thing don't go right, then I'm gonna look at Boots funny.
He got one more fight with Eddie though.
He got one more fight. He's trying to get the standing owners fight. But if for whatever reason the standing owners fight doesn't happen, I'm gonna look at Boots funny. Cause it's like, come on, what's going on, bro? You couldn't get the Brian Norman fight. The Tio fight when it came and went. The same thing with the Virgil situation.
Man, I don't think Tio was finna fight that man for real. Come
I
on.
don't think so, but I mean, if he wants smoke, spank that nigga. That's how I'm on it. If you call somebody out, oh well, he's 2-weight class. All right, come up here and get some smoke. Charlo did. Charlo said he wanted to fight Canelo. He went up 2 weight classes. So if you feel like you want to jump up and get your ass whipped, then I'll support it, in my opinion. But what I was saying about Benavidez, like Ann McQueen said, he thinks he's a superior. I don't think so. I think Morrell's gonna catch that nigga, and it depends on his chin.
Yeah.
If his chin can hold up, then it's gonna get tricky. But I think Morrell's gonna stop him. I believe so.
He ain't stop other dude. Oh, dude.
Hot Rod fought that cruiserweight, bro. Like these are big dudes in their prime. And mind you, like I said, this is his 10th professional fight. It's not like he had 20 fights or 25 fights, or this dude won a belt.
So how big you think Benavidez finna be though?
Him and Benavidez is the same size. When you look at the fight with Morrell and Hot Rod is clearly the bigger man. So it won't be none of that in this fight with Benavidez. I think the way he gonna wash him, this is when the drug allegation is gonna come out. Because you gotta do like Senator Ekbeko. He's the one that's been on all of these different channels saying that this dude's on steroids. Oh, there was no drug testing and this, that, and third. So did he feel that way when Ospreys Iglesias knocked him out in the second round? It's not like this dude hasn't been knocked out multiple times, bro. You've been knocked out like five times, bro. And it all came before the 5th round. So clearly you might just not have a chin, bro. So I think Morrell could punch. So you just might not have a chin, bro. It don't got to do nothing with steroids. People say, oh, well, Morrell's in Minnesota. What Cubans you know in Minnesota? If you really in tune like I am and my man Ann McQueen, you got Cubans right now in Abu Dhabi fighting. You got Cubans right now in Dubai fighting. You got Cubans right now fighting out of Germany. You got niggas, even Ospreys Iglesias. He's in Germany right now. He's the IBO champion fighting out of Germany. That doesn't look weird to you? Of course it looks weird, but the way the Cubans do it, they go wherever they need it.
Right.
If they got to go to Serbia, they got to go to Georgia. When you look at the Olympics, you will see a dude, he's clearly like a black Cuban. You're like, yo, why does this shit say Lithuania? Because whatever reason, they made it out there, and that's where they at. So Morrell landed in Minnesota is not really shocking to me. Like, it's not a surprising thing. They saying that Minnesota got weak testing protocols. I don't believe none of that shit. I just think that.
Oh wow, that's interesting though. You can't overlook that.
I mean, I get it, but the reason why I feel like I can overlook it because I'm not gonna listen to someone that's with a known steroid cheat.
No, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
I can't. It's like Haney. We don't
Like
respect
you
that.
calling me out because you know we both doing the same thing.
Yeah, you calling out Ryan for the Ostarine, but you really with the steroid, you with the juice man. So that's the reason my fans wasn't sympathetic to Haney. It's like, yo, you was snack, my nigga. Like, I'm not gonna feel sorry for you, my nigga. Like, you literally on snack and you rehydrate 30 pounds, bro. You want us to feel bad for you, bro? Then you got the lawsuit and nobody care about that shit. Nobody care about that shit. But
we was talking about that on Just Panel. I don't know if you was listening. Like,
oh, yesterday?
Yeah.
I got a phone call. I got cursed out. I had to get off the panel. My baby moms called me. Oh, what the fuck is you doing? I'm like, damn, I gotta get off the panel.
Yeah, but they were just saying, you know, if Haney gonna be able to overcome all of this, like,
I don't think so.
Because the guy was just like, I don't think he even really getting in the ring. And I was asking the question, like, can he even fight? Like, if he gets a fight and he get paid what he's, you know how like you have a lawsuit, you can't go do what you saying can't happen in the lawsuit. So like, if you're saying your value low and you like not mentally and emotionally able to fight, can he take a fight, or would that make the lawsuit like null and void?
I think Haney finished. You know what Haney remind me of? That VA money still here. He remind me of what's my man name that he was at 140. He was a southpaw. And McQueen probably could help me out. He was kind of pillow fisted. Damn, what's my man name, bro?
When?
This is like during the PBC era, like 2017, 2018. He was nice though. Black dude, southpaw.
Robert Easter?
Nah, he was super pillow fisted. But he was all right though. He got a couple of good wins. He beat, I want to say he beat Maidana. Hold on, let me tell you his name right now. That's who Haney remind me of. Like he had a hot like Roz, and then it just crashed. Like he doesn't look good no more. I feel like Haney, if he continues the route he going, we're gonna see him get stopped multiple times. He's gonna be one of them dudes with 5 stoppage losses, 10 losses. I think so.
You think he's gonna keep going?
I think so. If he keep going, I think he gonna start getting beat the fuck up. That's what I think. Because you gotta think, you at 140, you 25 years old, you rehydrating 30 pounds. You can't fight at 147 because you don't got the firepower. You can't go to 154. Like where you gonna go, bro? Like you can't avoid the live dogs anymore. Like when you was at 135 and 140, it looked good up to the Regis fight. But now you got the boxing community in the world looking at you with a magnifying glass. Like we want to see what you're gonna do. So who's he gonna fight?
I don't even think he got a magnifying glass, but I think people will let him get back to
That
where
nigga
he
better
needs to
retire.
be without no bunch of scrutiny. Like he can come back and take a tune-up or two. I don't think people will be tripping.
I think
But what
niggas
you
are
not,
past
but
that.
what you not finna do is run around and make it look like everybody ducking you while you doing that. That's what I would have an issue with.
Yeah, I'm about to clock out. I'm talking my head off. But Devon Alexander's his name. His name is Devon Alexander. I don't know if you can hear me. Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Devon Alexander. That's who Haney remind me of. Like he was doing real good. He had a couple good, credible wins, and then he just went downhill. His personal life, I don't know if you know, but he got addicted to drugs and stuff like that. And he was saying that he was drinking and gambling and cheating on his wife. You look at Haney, all of these things are coming into play. His wife is with Young Thug, and
That is old. That's not even true.
nah,
Apparently.
that's recent, I think.
No, they say that shit like 2 years old or something.
They been together though. So
I
how
don't
like
know.
it don't even matter if it's old. Y'all been together. You got
I
your
guess.
at a convict's court date talking about I want you. That's I seen that last night. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
I mean, I seen people talking about it earlier, and I was like, shit, like
So
I really don't even know what's going on because,
that
like I
was
told, like I
crazy.
said in the Discord, like this shit's stupid. But I heard it was old. It was from like 2 years ago or something.
Look
They
at
wasn't together.
Hacker mad as shit. I said that. He said
And
Dixon Brave Hayden. That nigga's Devon Alexander, nigga. Me ass. Nah, but
I got
seriously though, I feel like Haney, there's nowhere for him to go. Like, in my opinion. Where you gonna go?
That's what they were saying last night, and I'm like, "There's nothing he can do," and he was just like, "How he gonna overcome the
Yo,
beating?
give
How
me
he
1
gonna
second, Two Cents.
overcome?"
Let me clock out and stuff. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep talking. And they were like, "How you gonna overcome the cheating? How you gonna overcome the lawsuit, the backlash, the everything? Like, it's a lot of stuff Devin Haney gonna have to overcome in order to be able to bounce back like that." And I mean, at first I was thinking like he should be able to do it, but then now I'm starting to be like, can he even take a fight with all this lawsuit stuff going on? And if he do take a fight, wouldn't he can't take a fight if he want $4 million, he can't take a fight for $4 million because then they're gonna be like, okay, well, obviously your value ain't went down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Put my coat on. Walk outside.
Man, listen, he said he putting his coat on to walk outside. I went outside today in slippers, no socks, and shorts and a t-shirt. That's the weather. That's how the weather is where I'm at in Texas. No, it gets a little cool at night, but other than that, and watching about a couple weeks, we're gonna be having the most freezing weather we've ever had, record breaking, because that's how crazy our weather be down here. Boxing Hacker, I see you in the back, but this me and Big Supreme chopping it up right now. You already said your final 2 cents for the show. You're gonna have to come back for the next one. Let me know. Put it in the chat. I'll put it on the screen. Fight Game say, I think Dev might be finished if he can't humble himself and get back in the ring. How y'all think he looking in his workout videos? And this is crazy because I was supposed to get off here like 50 minutes ago, but me and Big Supreme been building so good. Shout out to my co-host today, Big Supreme. Shout out Big Supreme coming through at the co-host. Y'all give Big Supreme a round of applause. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So let's see what else y'all is saying. What you said? Fight Game had said something.
You.
Yeah.
Yo, let me sit again.
You all right? Yeah, I'm outside, so you about to hear a whole lot of noise. You know, Bronx, you know, the train, the buses, crackheads.
VA Money Group say y'all gotta do more. Just you and Supreme. I've been asked Supreme gonna be my co-host. I told you.
They've been doing some funny shit at work. Like, I used to work in the morning, right?
Uh-huh.
They changed me to overnight, and then they gave me like off days. They had me working in the morning one day, then the night the next day. They was just doing too much. But I've been asked for overnight because that's usually my schedule. But when I got hired, my man's just like, yo, look, just work the morning for a couple of months. So when we hire new people, I'm gonna put you on the overnight. So I got acclimated to the morning shift, and then one day he like, yo, you going overnight, bro? I'm like, damn, mind you, I got stuck today, so I was tight. I had to do 16 hours.
Damn, you on a holiday? You about to get paid, ain't you?
You know that.
With that time in the
I got a super chat for you.
Yeah, but shout out VA Money Group. Appreciate you.
What I was saying about the Devin Alexander Haney comparison, like I'm not saying they fight alike, but like their careers parallel because Devon was doing really well, and then he just had like a whole bunch of things hit him at the same time, and I feel like that's going on with Haney. Like we might be like trolling with the girlfriend angle and stuff like that, but you know his wife is out here doing that, and then the lawsuit, and then the steroid accusations, and then him not getting paid by the promoters, and everybody questioning his resume, and there's a lot going on with Haney. I don't think Haney could come back in a big way. Not in my opinion. I don't see it.
I mean, he would have to come back and take like a ultra.
He would have to come back and dominate.
Fight. Yeah,
and I feel like the dudes that he's been talking about fighting, like Sandor Martin, I think he could have beat him. Honestly, I think he was a credible opponent that Haney could have beat, but for whatever reason, in Haney's mind, he feel like he deserved more money. I don't know if it's Bill in his ear or if he got other people.
You talking about right now?
Yeah, right now, because
But that's what I'm telling you. They can't. I think they're just saying that because they can't fight right now because of the lawsuit. Because I think like they gotta be like, yeah, 4 million to be like, look, see, they're not paying us what they used to pay us. You know what I'm saying? Our value not the same.
yeah, and I feel like there's nobody out there right now that's gonna give him that value. I don't think so. Like, I feel like if I was him, Haney, I would have forced Sandow and got that out the way. He was a credible opponent. He made Teofimo look horrible, and then he could have went to unification with Richardson Henderson. That would have been the perfect setup right there. And it's crazy because you could have signed a 3-fight deal with Eddie Hearns. You could have got Sandor out the way instead of letting PBC snatch that up for Puello. So you could have forced Sandor, fought Paro, which was a very winnable fight. I don't know how he beat Matias. Either Matias was on steroids and then they caught him with the drug testing, or Paro got on some shit, because I don't see how he was able to stand in front of
It was either one.
either one of them. Because how you was able to stand in front of, you went from going 6 competitive rounds with Montana Love to standing in front of Matias for 12 rounds.
Yeah.
I'll be like, that's why I said, like, I like VA Money Group's opinions on like the testing and stuff like that, because I think that's suspect, bro. You don't go from standing in front of Montana Love and being worried about what's coming back to you to standing in front of Matias and walking through his shit. Like, since when? Then you fight Africa and you look like you about to get stopped. How you fight Africa, who's notoriously pillow-fisted, even though I think Africa punches harder than its record indicates, because I've never seen Africa get walked down.
Right.
Yeah, besides the little short nigga that keeps trying to stop. Is that Lemos? Yeah, but even in the Lemos fight, Africa had him hurt multiple times. So I feel like Africa is more like a punch selection thing. Like he just got the jab and the left hook. Like he not really punching like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah. So hey, you gotta maybe caught him on a bad day, caught him on his best day. You never know. But we all know the steroid stuff. It does run rampant in boxing. Matias with the high guard. Don't allow the car to lead the driveway.
That's what it is, right? So to Dante's point, if everybody remember, I've been saying that Keyshawn was gonna stop Lemos from the fight was announced. Everybody like, nah, he ain't gonna stop him. I'm like, look, me and McQueen looked at the fight with him and before he fought Africa. I thought Africa could stop Lemos.
Oh, you gonna have to mute with the music in the background.
Oh, my fault. Hold on, because these wilders and stuff.
Yeah, they beat and tried to demonetize my
I'm walking through the Bronx, man. You gonna hear that?
They be trying to demonetize you. Hear any little music in the background. Hitchison don't put his punches together. What do y'all think about the Hitchison-Haney? I mean, they keep circulating this Hitchison-Haney fight, which I mean, if Hitchison fight Haney, that's cool, but he definitely not gonna get $4 million for that.
I don't know, but the thing is, if he would have fought Sandor, beat Paro, and then fought like Africa and Brooklyn or something, you probably could have got the 3.5 he was asking for. But you let all that. I just feel like he should have never fought Ryan. Like, there was nothing besides him being obsessed with Tank and being on Tank dick. There was no reason for him to fight Ryan.
Well, I thought Ryan would have been like, Ryan was a good, like, you know what I'm saying, competitive fight. Like, I just think that they were unrealistic with it, if you ask me. But I felt like he one of the 4 kings. Why wouldn't he fight Ryan? Like, why wouldn't he have fought Ryan? You feel what I'm saying? Especially if you thought you could beat him.
Now, I agree with you, right? You know what? I'm about to take the back blocks. It's like the train is blowing on. But to back your point, right? What Tony Review was saying earlier, a lot of times styles make fights. Just because, for example, Paro beat Matias, so people think that Paro's gonna wash Africa. And everybody that's in the know is like, nah, Africa gonna get a comfortable unanimous decision. And that's what happened. Same thing with Haney and Ryan. Like, that left hook, Haney got hit with a left hook by Lomachenko, by Linares, by Jojo Diaz, even by Zaya Abdullah, Alfredo Santiago. Like, he's been hit with a left hook multiple times. It's just that the dudes that he was fighting didn't have the firepower, the speed that Ryan has. So
or the reach.
So when the fight was announced, everybody said Ryan was gonna win.
No, they wasn't saying Ryan was gonna win. They was not saying Ryan was gonna win. I was saying Ryan was gonna win, and everybody was, laughing me off the panel.
Yeah, I meant to say everybody that comes to your channel or KO channel or like Fanon channel, like the people in the know saw that Ryan had the capability to beat Haney.
Shout out
Now,
Mr. Greg. What up, Mr. Greg?
Oh, that's Mr.
Hey,
Greg. What's up? What's up, OG?
Hey, how y'all doing? I just wanted to jump in real quick to make sure I say Merry Christmas to all of you. And
Merry
have
Christmas.
a good, safe New Year's and so forth, because I'm getting ready to dip out. But I said, look, because I've been trying to catch you and I've been missing both you and Marty. So I just want to tell everybody in the chat that y'all have a wonderful Christmas, man. Hug your families, be safe. And hopefully I get a chance. You're going to be on next week?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I may have some more pop-up lives throughout the week.
Okay, well, I definitely want to make sure that, to say that to you all, okay?
All right, thanks for coming up. Happy holidays.
Okay, then. Happy holidays to you as well. All right, y'all take care.
All right. All right, Big Supreme. Yeah, I mute you. You start having a lot of noise. But
yeah, it's nasty over here. I'm walking through back blocks through the projects and shit. My fault. But I'm just saying, like, Haney should have never took that Ryan fight, in my opinion. I feel like it was a fight that he never was gonna win. At some point in that fight, that left hook was gonna land, and everybody knew it. Everybody seen it. And the thing was, we wanted to know how Haney was gonna react. And
everybody thought he was gonna be able to box and keep Ryan off of him.
Nah. Well, I mean, yeah, mainstream media, because the narrative was that Ryan was crazy, and we all knew that the dude was acting crazy. But the fact that fight just ruined his whole career. Like, I feel like he didn't even have to do that, because Ryan pulled out and said he was gonna fight Rolly, and then pulled out that fight and said he's gonna fight he should have listened to Eddie Hearn. I feel like that's why Eddie Hearns is so mad with him, because you could have fought Sandor, went into unification with Paro, and then another unification with Africa. You'd have got the money you was looking for, bro. But you thought Ryan was gonna make you this big pay-per-view star, when you really should have been doing that with Tank. This is the reason why everybody be on Haney helmet, because the money that you really want, you gotta go through Tank, bro. You're not supposed to capitulate to Ryan and take the lesser percentage and go on his.
I don't think that they ever really planned on fighting Tank, and that's why they fought Ryan.
And they fucked up because they thought that Ryan was sweet. The boy ended his career. Now your wife is trying to get next to Young Thug off the Rico. He fresh home. She's trying to see what's going on. That prison strength. Haney been fucked up. He not doing right.
Big Supreme, GM, and 2 Cents and Upper was saying Ryan was gonna win. I remember that ish. Yep.
I remember closely. Like, look, mind you, I'm just mad he didn't knock him out though. But
I thought he was gonna stop him.
Yo, the odds for the decision was like plus 2,500 or something like that.
I know, it was crazy.
If you'd have put $100, that's 2,500. Some girl on Twitter won like $12,000 betting on Ryan.
Them odds was disrespectful though.
Yo, anytime the odds is that wide, but the fight is really close on paper, I always go with the underdog.
Really?
Whether it's Murtazaliev, Paro, Ryan, like, it's something with the odds makers, but it's like there's no reason why Anthony Joshua should be a minus 800 over my man Danny Dubois. When if you know.
Oh, you went with Dubois?
Yeah, because Dubois knocked him out sparring. He gonna go into that fight with a.
Now you gotta. Hey, we're come on, man. We gotta get a betting group or something together, because I be trying to bet on boxing. I do not be winning like that, man.
Yo, nah, we got a better group. I ain't gonna. I be winning, but like I be like a little too confident, so sometimes I give it back, But I definitely be winning. Like if you got a Twitter, I'll add you. Like
yeah, 2 Cents at 2 Cents 20. That's it.
You actually won like using he was in the DMs talking. I'm like, look, bro, Moses Otama is gonna demolish this dude. And the first round, like the odds was like plus 800. I threw some bread on that, and I came up off that. But yeah, the boxing better. You just gotta know like the fighters and the background. Like me personally, I look at the Instagrams, I look at their Twitters, see who they sparring, who they got in camp. You know, you look and see if they drained, if they had a good weight cut. Like there's so many different things that go on in boxing, right? So you look at Haney and Ryan on paper, like Haney really don't do nothing better than Ryan, really. You know, people said that he, you know, distance control and the footwork and all that shit don't mean nothing when you get hit, bro. Like that's why I don't get with the Shakur Tank thing. Like all that shit is fine, but when you get hit, how you gonna react, bro? And that's the thing with Joshua. Like after Joshua lost to Andy Ruiz, he tried to like change it to a boxer. You know, using his jab and keeping his distance. And that's fine, but when a dude is trying to force you to fight, what you gonna do? And that's what happened with Dubois and Joshua. I'm like, nah, this dude's gonna go in that fight with a different level of confidence. Like I already knocked this dude out of sparring.
I think he had a false sense of confidence with that Ngannou and all that stuff. I'm like they playing Anthony Joshua right now. He finna get stopped because you're not that guy because you knocked out Ngannou. Like relax.
And then
but he was in there lunging in and doing all that with his hands down with the boy. He wasn't even boxing. He wasn't using his jet. He wasn't even doing none of that. Like he was
because
tripping.
he went in what do you call it, survival mode. Like he knew it was a matter of time before this dude was gonna knock him out, bro. Cause like
he almost got him though.
Now he did, but you gotta remember, right? Dubois was like 18 when he did that to Anthony, when he did that to Joshua. So an 18-year-old Dubois with headgear and heavy gloves knocked this man out, had him out on his feet. In a real boxing match, that the level of confidence like that he's gonna have going into it. That's why I'm like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna go with Dubois. The momentum is on him. He just beat Hrgovic, and his confidence is through the roof. And then if you look at the press conferences, you were saying that, you know, I guess they were saying that he was a virgin. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's really true that he was a virgin, but
who?
One of his trainers like making a joke, like, oh yeah, you know, he's not a virgin no more, and now he's a man. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's lit.
Wow.
Yeah, but 2 Cents, I appreciate you for having me on the panel. I know you gotta attend to your family and stuff like that. I'll see you next time. Shout out to the chat, shout out to the gang, and fuck Hacker.
Why y'all keep doing boxing hacker like that? I want to thank everybody joining me today for the 2 Cents Boxing Talk Christmas Eve edition. I want to say happy holidays to everybody. Thank you to everybody that supported the channel today, whether it was through the Cash App, whether it was through the Super Chat, whether it was hitting the link and coming on the panel, or just letting me know your 2 cents in the chat, or just by simply punching that like and subscribe button. Once again, I want to wish everybody a happy holidays. Hope y'all enjoyed the conversation today. We covered a lot. I'm gonna have to go back through that live. Maybe I might be able to break some video downs and, you know, get a little content out of it. But I don't know if I'll be back on here tomorrow. I may be back Thursday, but you know, I will be here for sure Friday at 6:30 p.m. and Sunday at 5 p.m. Make sure and come back and join me. We continue this great boxing talk. Shout out to everybody that joined me today. I'm Jay, and stay tuned for my 2 cents in the next live.